Sheriff, you want to? Yeah, I was able to. Thank you, Pat. And I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I got love.
That's a smart move on your part. I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, I didn't want to lose this press conference. As many times as they were coming to us, you know. I'm okay right now.
Royal Street and Time. That's the police.
I mean, you just can't get to our cars, you know? Well, you got another guy in the car. Yeah. But it would help if I had an estimate. Where'd you park way and on the other side of Canal?
Yes, along the way.
Canal and Barrage. Like 2 blocks back.
Yeah.
Because that's where I got here about 3:45. Yeah, I've been here since 3:45. Oh, man, 3:40. Yeah, I got here about 3:40. No, wait. No, let's see. I got here at 4:40. I was here way before. You're I was on it. I'll come on it for they called me about the shooting that happened on Convention Center. What's that? You didn't take my No, I don't think so.
I'm going to be trying.
On Bourbon Street right now.
And if you have not been following or just waking up this morning, you are waking up to a horrific scene in the city of New Orleans. We do know at least 10 people are dead. We fear that that could increase because more than 30 people that we know of have been injured. Leah joining us now with what we know so far from her point of view. Hey there, Leah.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, despite the folks starting to clear out and about out here as far as people go, the law enforcement presence is still very strong out here. Still, we see mounted patrol at the intersection of Bourbon and Canal. Dozens of New Orleans police units out here. The fire department is out here. Also state police as well as the Orleans Parish Coroner's Office. Again, 10 people were injured. 10 people are now pronounced dead. 30 people are injured right now after a car plowed into a crowd on Bourbon Street just as those New Year's Eve celebrations or New Year's Day celebrations were winding down. I've been speaking to witnesses all throughout the morning, and again, as I mentioned, while the streets are starting to clear out with, a lot of those people assuming heading back to their hotels, just trying to begin to understand what happened here last night. One man did tell me, who I spoke to earlier this morning, that he was actually in his hotel at the Royal Sonesta, which is right on Bourbon Street, not too far from where this whole incident happened. He said initially, just around 3:30 this morning, he says he heard what he thought was fireworks, and then of course quickly saw the scene outside and realized that it was gunfire. He is a medic, served in our armed forces, so he immediately jumped out into action and started helping those people who were actually on the ground. He said some of them clearly just did not make it after that incident that happened down here in the quarter. He said he did try to offer aid to some folks, and of course, as we now know, that several people were injured. Many of those folks, as we heard from Willie, are now at several hospitals across our area. I also spoke to another woman who was on the street mere feet away from where that car plowed into a crowd of people. She said all she could do was just run for her life, and she says by the grace of God, because of her proximity to it all, she was able to make it out alive this morning. So just scary situation out here, still unfolding, waiting for more information from police. So of course, we'll continue to stay on top of it out here and continue to speak to folks.
And of course, all right, we are still waiting some information from Superintendent Abe Kirkpatrick about this as well. So we are holding on that. So we will bring that to you as soon as it happens.
All right, Leah McNeil reporting live for us there. We're going to take a quick break and bring you the very latest at 6:30. Stay with us.
With breaking news.
And welcome back to you on this New Year's Day, this Wednesday morning. It is 6:31, and we are following some horrific news out of the city of New Orleans. If you're just joining us in downtown, we do know at least 10 people are dead after a vehicle plowed into a group of people on Bourbon Street. This, of course, during a very crowded time. More than 24 people injured so far, taken to the hospital.
Good morning to you. Brandon Walker here along with Mike McDaniel as we do continue to cover the very latest here. We do have reporters stationed throughout the area as we work to get to the bottom of what's going on. We're also waiting to get a briefing from Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, who we do know is standing by, and we will take that press conference live as soon as we get it. But we also want to get to our Lily Cummings, who's reporting live from UMC, a level 1 trauma center there. Lily, what can you tell us?
Brandon, Mike, as you just said, level 1 trauma center here at UMC. When you think about the type of injuries and things that they deal with here.
All of our unified partners, FBI, all of our law enforcement groups, state police, come out and address and give you some preliminary information on what has taken place. Because this is an active investigation, we want to make our citizens aware of what is taking place, and there will be no questions because we are continuing to investigate. We will have an updated briefing at 11. We'll be at police headquarters. If that changes, we will let you know, and for 3 p.m. And with that, we will get our group behind us to assemble. As I said, we will have 3 to 4 of our leaders speaking. We won't be able to take questions because we are still actively investigating this situation. And with that, let's get in position for where you are.
We just heard a spokesperson from the media tell us that are about to have our briefing here.
You know, and for 3 p.m. And with that, we will get our group behind us to assemble. As I said, we will have 3 to 4 of our leaders speaking. We won't be able to take questions because we are still actively investigating this situation. And with that, we will bring our group out to assemble. So let's get in position for where you are.
We just heard a spokesperson from the mayor tell us that no questions from the media at this time, and they are planning another briefing at 11 o'clock.
All right, so we just got an update from the mayor's office, representative of the mayor's office, saying that the superintendent who you are seeing right now talking to other law enforcement leaders, they are ready to provide an update on the tragic situation that took place in the French Quarter earlier this morning and late last night. Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, you're watching right now. We're expecting to hear from her, and also you see right beside her Mayor LaToya Cantrell to provide that update to us here, the media, as well as the citizens of New Orleans as to what took place. We're still waiting to get confirmation. They did say that they are not taking any questions, but there are a lot of questions to be asked.
People coming before you is our unified command, leading with our mayor. And Mayor LaToya Cantrell will start with her remarks.
Thank you.
Okay, just give us just a little space, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. That's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge, this is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners. But Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes, I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon, okay?
Can you elaborate on the device? You did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions.
The device is confirmed, right? The device is confirmed?
Thank you all. We will see you at 11 a.m.
So Megan
All right, so we just got that confirmation and information from NOPD and as well as Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Mayor LaToya Cantrell was the first to arrive and speak, and she says that this is a terrorist attack and that she's been in contact with members of the White House, and she's also asking people here in the area to stay far away from Bourbon Street, at least 8 blocks away from Bourbon Street. This is a situation, again, where a pickup truck on Bourbon Street drove into many people and plowed into many people around 3 a.m. this morning. And the chief did confirm that this act was intentional. The mayor saying that this was a terrorist attack. However, the federal agent who was speaking did make some contradicting statements saying that it wasn't a terrorist attack. At least 35, I would see 26, 30, 35 people or more people, 35 or more people have been injured, and 10 are confirmed dead from the situation that took place in the early morning hours. They did say they had information on the demographic of the victims. They didn't go into great detail, but they said that the majority of the victims in this incident are local opposed to being tourists. Of course, the Sugar Bowl is today, and there are a lot of visitors and tourists here in the area. I want to circle back to the intention of all of this. Again, Kirkpatrick said that this was an intentional act and that the person driving the vehicle drove through or around barricades on Bourbon Street to, in fact, drive through a crowd of people and to injure plenty of people who were in the Bourbon Street and French Quarter area. And then that person who drove that vehicle, according to NOPD and Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, fired her weapon, or fired his or her weapon at least 2 police officers who were injured and struck by bullets following that incident, where the person who the mayor describes as a terrorist, that alleged terrorist did fire their weapon at 2 police officers and struck them, and they are being treated for those injuries. So again, we've been saying all morning this is a very fluid situation, and we're working to gather more information, and Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said that they will provide even more information and more confirmation later this morning. We also received some information from the federal agent who was speaking, who mentioned something about a device as well, and it could be a reason as to why Bourbon Street is being blocked off for 8 blocks in the surrounding area. So we're continuing to get developments and to get information, but right now that's the latest that we have from NOPD as well as the mayor's office here in New Orleans.
All right, solid reporting there, Winston. We do thank you. And Chief Kirkpatrick saying that that person was, quote, hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did, ignoring those barriers, as Winston mentioned, going at a high rate of speed there, crashing into a group of people there. Taking a look at the number of injuries, we did get get an update there from Chief Kirkpatrick and other first responders, investigators on scene. They do tell us that along with the 10 people who were killed, some 26 have been taken for treatment at UMC, 4 over to Touro Hospital, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, 1 person at Tulane, but the chief also saying that she's hearing that there may be other people who may have taken themselves to the hospital. They're still trying to get a better idea of this, also trying to get a better idea of how those 2 officers are doing. The chief saying that they are on their way to the hospital right now to see them after they were shot by this person who shot at those 2 officers, according to Superintendent Kirkpatrick, after ignoring barriers and crashing into a group of people hours after we celebrated the New Year here in New Orleans.
And if you're kind of keeping tally there, that is now 35 people at least that we know of that are injured. So that's kind of been increased a little bit. And if you have those unconfirmed reports of other people taken to hospitals, it could be even more than that. Now, the number of deaths did stay the same. She said that it was set at 10. Now, you did hear Winston talked about this as well, some of that mixed messaging when it comes to, was this a terrorist attack? Was it not? You heard the mayor use that term terrorist. It stood out to me. I'm sure it stood out to anybody who was listening to her speak.
Sure.
Then you have the federal agent saying not terrorism. It could be a matter of how each would define who a terrorist is and what a terrorist is going to be doing in the city. We will work to clarify that, to kind of get some better messaging from the city. That's, of course, why it's important to be able to take questions and ask those questions on the back end of a news conference like this. Now, you mentioned 26 people taken to UMC. That is where our Lily Cummings is this morning. She has been there for a little while now. We're going to toss to her and check in with her. Hey there, Lily.
Good morning, Mike and Brandon. Yeah, we just got that update learning that 26 people were brought here to UMC Hospital following this attack. Now we know the proximity, obviously, from Bourbon Street here to UMC. It's one of the closest hospitals to the actual area where this happened. We also know that 4 were taken to Touro, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, and 2 to Tulane. So that totals 36 total injured. Now, I'm not sure at this time if that 36 includes those 2 officers that were shot. Obviously, you just heard Chief Kirkpatrick saying there that those officers are in stable condition, but that she has not had the opportunity yet to visit with them at the hospital. We're not sure if those officers are here at UMC or not, but we're going to be keeping an eye out to see if the chief does arrive here at UMC. Now, recently, y'all, I did a story with someone whose family was tragically shot and killed on Bourbon Street this summer, and they told us that they had trouble figuring out where their loved one was following that event. So if it's any help to anyone who might be watching, wondering where maybe my loved one was taken, UMC is a level 1 trauma center. It is one of our best hospitals in the region. It's our only trauma center here in Southeast Louisiana. So when you hear that they're taken here, know that they are in good hands. We have the best of the best doctors and nurses here that are trained to handle gunshot wounds and some of the worst by the best of the best doctors and nurses. So that is just something to keep in mind. Also, you heard those numbers of where they might be at some of the other local area hospitals. So obviously, with such a mass casualty event like this was, you can see how they were spread out across our region at different hospitals. And you also heard Winston reporting earlier this morning that you saw multiple agencies as far as ambulances that were arriving to the scene. You had St. Charles Parish and various others. So it wasn't just New Orleans EMS responding to this scene. This is obviously a very hands-on, active situation where we had help from across the region. But right now, still awaiting to see if this is the hospital where Chief Kirkpatrick arrives to check on those 2 officers that were shot. And we know that as of this morning, 36 people were injured, 26 of which are being treated right here at UMC. Guys.
All right, Leah, thanks. Of course, we do know that the governor has been briefed about all of this. We are also being told that he plans to do a news conference at some point today. We don't know if that's going to be in Baton Rouge or if it's going to be in New Orleans, but as soon as we started hearing that he was being briefed, then we did see a tweet from the governor, so we'll pull that up right now. He is saying a horrific act of violence taking place on Bourbon Street earlier this morning. He was asking for everyone to join he and his wife in prayer, in praying for the victims and the first responders who are on scene. And of course, a lot of them still on scene at this hour. You know, I was just pulling up, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, the governor's Twitter feed, and if you look at the tweet that's directly under this, which was his last tweet, it was a video message, and he even has some text in there welcoming everybody, all these football fans to Louisiana as New Orleans does host the Sugar Bowl, which is happening today. And he was asking that everyone enjoy the world-class hospitality here, the culture, the cuisine, of course, what we're known for and what we want to celebrate here in New Orleans, of course, now marred by this violent act.
Yeah, very much so. A juxtaposition this morning, that tale of two narratives playing out within the matter of a couple hours here on this New Year's Day, from Governor Landry saying that. Also, Chief Kirkpatrick mentioning that too, that most of the victims, she said, who are being treated at the hospital, she says, appear to be locals right now. They're working to get to the bottom of that as well. But for the people who are still here in the city, making sure that they know that their safety is paramount here as they're here for what was supposed to be a joyous occasion.
And asking, of course, for folks to just avoid Bourbon Street in an 8-block radius. Just stay away from it if you're going to be out and about today. Of course, one thing that stood out to me as the chief was talking, that this was an intentional act, that this man tried to run over as many people as possible with intention.
Avoiding barriers there because Bourbon Street was blocked off to traffic, as we told you. Here's our Leah McNeil. She's live now at Canal Street with the very latest. Leah, good morning.
Loitering is prohibited here. Thank you.
Hey guys, yeah, just as you heard city officials say, this is an active and ongoing investigation. We still see an extremely heavy police presence out here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon this morning. Still that mounted patrol out here, dozens of NOPD officers, state police out here. We also see a hazardous materials unit out here as well. So just a very expansive and robust police presence out here. The Orleans Parish Coroner is also here on scene. We've been out here since about 4 o'clock this morning, speaking to witnesses, hearing from people who heard the shots, were there feet away from when this all unfolded, when that car intentionally plowed into crowds of people on Bourbon Street. I did speak to one man earlier who was actually staying at the Royal Sonesta this morning. Here, take a listen to what he said from this morning.
Yeah, so it was about a little bit before 3:20 this morning. We heard loud banging sounds coming up. We're in our room just pretty much closing down for the evening at the end of all the events and everything. And when we looked out the window, we noticed there was a lot of bodies laying on the ground. Truck was speeding away. I immediately ran downstairs to see if there was some people that I can help out. And unfortunately, some people did perish during that event. There were some people we put into the hotel for assistance, and it was just, the scene was just horrific. Cops are doing a really good job. EMTs trying to help whoever they can at the time. But then maybe about 35, 40 minutes afterwards, there was a bomb scare alert that was sent out, and the hotel was there, and at that point evacuated, and they started pushing everybody away from the hotel around the back end of the hotel on the opposite side of Bourbon Street.
So you said that bomb threat came in after the shooting had happened, right?
Maybe about 30 minutes afterwards.
Tell me what was going through your mind, because I know you said you are a medic, so you were able to help out people. What was going through your mind when you were seeing all this unfold?
Well, one, being a Marine Corps vet, it felt like, back in Iraq again. Just jumping right in, just seeing the people and everything laying down, not knowing exactly what to do. So at that moment, I just had to do what I needed to do, just go right back into my training and try to see people that I can actually help, and pretty much trying to triage. There was another gentleman that was there with me. He was a trained medic as well. So between the two of us, we tried to help anybody that we could.
And when you're just thinking back about that bomb threat, I know situations like this, you mentioned feeling like you're back in Iraq. I know this can be very triggering for you. That when that bomb threat came in, have you heard any other information about that, or did they just say, hey, get out, there's a bomb threat?
Yeah, so there was no other information provided, timelines or nothing like that. They just pretty much evacuated the area. Pretty much everything from Bourbon Street and pushing everybody. They said, go wherever you want to go, but here. So we went door to door, at least on our floor, the 5th floor, started pushing people out. And hotel security was as well helping direct everybody out, and we're just pushing everybody away from the hotels. We thought it was just our hotel specifically, but it turned out to be more than that.
And that is still the message here this morning. Go everywhere but here. Police and, of course, city leaders are asking folks to steer clear of an 8-block radius surrounding Bourbon Street. As we all know, the French Quarter is not very big, so I think it's probably best to just avoid this area altogether. You also heard that man who was staying in the Royal Senestus mention that, his hotel and other hotels around the area was evacuated due to a bomb threat. We did hear from the FBI agent, a part of this case, who is now taking over this investigation. They did say that they were working to confirm an improvised explosive device. So we are still waiting to hear more about that piece of this puzzle. Also want to mention 2 officers were injured. We heard from Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick mentioned that earlier in her press conference as well. When we first got here on scene, that was one of the first reports that we got. But initially, of course, everyone's kind of focusing on the aftermath of that scene where that car, we now know, according to Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, intentionally plowed into that crowd on Bourbon Street. But among those now 36 some odd people injured, we now know that 2 officers are also injured as well. So still a lot to come out of this. As you all know, as you can see here behind me, dozens and dozens of people are still out here on scene on the law enforcement front, still making sure the scene is secure for us this morning and trying to get out more information and put this whole story together. So we'll continue to stay on top of this and, of course, bring you all the latest.
All right, Leah, thanks. And of course, one big question that we still don't know right now is this man who intentionally drove that truck into this crowd. Was he arrested? Was he shot? What is the status of that person? We do not know. NOPD did not take any questions after that news conference a little bit earlier. They didn't say anything about the suspect other than it being a man who intentionally did this and fired at officers.
Hopefully we'll get an answer to that at 11 o'clock when investigators say they'll provide their next update from NOPD headquarters, because there is a lot that people do need to know about what's going on here. We did tell you a couple minutes ago that we are hearing from Governor Jeff Landry, who did issue his prayers and thoughts to the victims here as investigators work to provide the very latest, and he is briefed on this matter too. We were talking earlier, Mike, just about the timing here and this happening during a time where the spotlight is on the city of New Orleans, with a lot of people there in the area. The governor's social media feed alluding to that, not alluding to it, speaking quite specifically to where we are right now on this day.
Yeah, especially the Sugar Bowl, of course, welcoming folks. Just take a listen to the message that he had put out previously.
And with that, the 2024 season comes to an end. Good night.
Was just welcoming the visitors here to the city, and we were just talking about again the messaging there, or the juxtaposition of messaging there.
Yeah, and it's just a welcoming message. It's not a slam against the governor's office. It's the governor welcoming people to the city of New Orleans, getting out to enjoy the city and actually enjoy what the city has to offer. So take a listen to the message like we have it now.
Hello, football fans. I'm Governor Jeff Landry, and I'm proud to welcome you to Louisiana as New Orleans hosts our Sugar Bowl. Like you, our state is passionate about football, fun, and winning. So if you're ready to let the good times roll on the road to college football championship, you've come to the right place. Enjoy all of the world-class hospitality our state has to offer, and we'll let the best team win.
And he's right, we do want people to have a good time here, but that was only to be followed up with this new tweet about this horrific act of violence that transpired in the very place he's welcoming people to enjoy themselves.
We do hope to hear from the governor a little later this morning too, as investigators are going to update us at 11 o'clock this morning, but we did hear from them within the past 30 minutes or so. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick confirming that a man in a pickup truck plowed into a group of people on Bourbon near Iberville at around 3:15 this morning. According to Kirkpatrick, quote, this person was hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did, ignoring barriers, driving at a high rate of speed, crashing to where he ultimately did, again, killing right now the numbers at 10, injuring some 35 people who are being treated at hospitals throughout the area.
And that's the exact quote that stood out to me when I heard from the chief as well, was hell-bent, and I have it in capital letters here, on creating the carnage and damage that he did. We do know that the FBI given the nature of this crime, is now going to be handling and taking over this investigation. We heard from the agent in charge there a few minutes ago, along with Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, saying that there's also reports of this improvised explosive device. They are working to try to figure out how that piece of the puzzle really fits into this crime and where it goes from there. So we do know the FBI now taking over this investigation from NOPD, going to be working alongside state and local investigators as well.
And they didn't answer questions there. They said that they will provide more information a little later. But I want to point out again that Special Agent Duncan from the FBI said that this was not a terrorist attack here. Mayor LaToya Cantrell did refer to it as such. Not to dwell on the semantics of language, because again, there are a lot of moving parts here, but we just want to point that out, that the FBI is saying that this was not a terrorist attack. Either way, someone driving at a high rate of speed in a pickup truck, avoiding and ignoring barriers to crash into a group of people, killing at least 10, injuring at least 35 others, is very much so terroristic. So again, this investigation well underway as we work to learn more about who was behind the wheel.
When you mentioned who behind the wheel, I know even with us, the big question is what happened to that person? Is there more than one person involved? Right now, police did not allude to anything other than it being just one man acting alone, driving at a high rate of speed, going around police barricades purposely into a crowd of people, trying to kill as many people as possible. We do not know if that man has been arrested, if that man has been shot by officers who were returning fire after he shot them, or what may have transpired after he crashed his vehicle and then fired on those officers. We don't know at this point. We are waiting to try and get more information from NOPD. They did not provide us with that information. It did not take questions a little bit earlier.
2 officers shot there on scene, according to NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, who also said that that's where she was heading right now to get an update on how they are doing. We do know that they are stable at the hospital as they're being treated. Those 2 officers shot by the driver of the truck who plowed into the group of people intentionally, according to investigators. As we take a look at the scene during the 3 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour this morning, minutes after that situation took place on Bourbon Street. People describing what they said was running for their lives, others being treated by EMS on the ground there, wrapped in blankets, some of them tourists staying in hotels that were also forced to evacuate amid, according to witnesses on scene, speaking to our reporters, calls of a bomb threat. Now again, Special Agent Duncan from the FBI did address that somewhat, saying that they did find IEDs, improvised explosive devices, but didn't clarify or specify as to what those were, when they were found, where they were found. So working to get to the bottom of that one as well.
You know, of course, we can sit here and have so many questions for officers, but they have a lot of questions too. They're still trying to put this together as all of this unfolds, trying to get us the information. So we're not slamming, of course, the police department. They're trying to do their job. They're trying to answer all these questions as well, because they probably still don't know why this man purposely decided to do this.
Live picture right now at Bourbon Street as we take a look at this earth cam shot. You see investigators remain there on scene here overnight. You can see the police tape still up there as there is a barrier. Earlier you may have seen, as we had this shot up, officers speaking to a gentleman there and guiding him out of the area. Again, a lot of questions. You see people walking by, walking up, folks presumably trying to ask where to go here. So again, officials telling folks, as this officer is guiding the gentleman there, avoid the French Quarter, essentially an 8-block area from Canal to St. Anne, Bourbon being the center point there. Steer clear of that area as investigators work to get to the bottom. As a matter of fact, I said it was a live shot. This is a recording of that video I was telling you about a little earlier, people just trying to figure out what to do. Some key points here from Chief Kirkpatrick. That man, again, intentionally driving a truck down Bourbon Street. 2 police officers shot. They are stable right now. Chief Kirkpatrick headed to the hospital to get an idea of how they're doing and to speak to them. The FBI, though, leading the investigation. We did hear from Special Agent Duncan in that very brief press briefing, and Kirkpatrick telling us while we don't have much on the demography of those injured, the number around 35, most of them, she says, are locals.
Now, of course, you mentioned the 2 officers she mentioned were in stable condition. We don't know the conditions of the more than 30 others who were taken to hospitals. I know 26 of them taken to UMC, a level 1 trauma center, where they of course treat some of the most severe patients, and that's where our Lily Cummings has been. So the fear, of course, in that when you have that many injuries, not knowing the extent, is could the death toll rise? We know it stands at 10 right now. Will it go up? We certainly hope not, but of course it's in the realm of possibilities when you have this many people injured, not knowing the severity.
Right, and 26 people over at UMC right now being treated, according to Superintendent Kirkpatrick, where our Lily Cummings is reporting. And again, Lily pointed out through her extensive reporting here that, yes, UMC is a level 1 trauma center, and what that means is they are ready. That is the place to go if you're dealing with a life or death matter and you need doctors in the emergency room to jump into action. We do want to get to our Lily, who continues team coverage, reporting this morning over at UMC. Lily.
Brandon, that's right. As you just mentioned, level 1 trauma center here at UMC. This is where you want to be. It has some of the best doctors because they've seen some of the worst incidents. Of course, they're known for their care when it comes to gunshot wounds. Obviously, tonight we know they might be dealing, or this morning rather, we know that they might be dealing with gunshot wounds as well as folks who were injured by that car plowing through the crowds. Now, you mentioned 26 here at UMC, 4 at Truro, 4 at Oshner Baptist, and at least 1 at Tulane, putting the number of injured around 35 individuals. Now, it's unclear at this time if that includes the 2 NOPD officers that were shot at by the driver. You heard Chief Kirkpatrick mentioned that once the driver wrecked, he or she fired at those officers. So we're not sure at this time if that number includes them or not. We know that Kirkpatrick was going to visit the officers as soon as that press conference wrapped up. Since that press conference finished, we have seen some police activity here. We saw both Louisiana State Police as well as some unmarked law enforcement agency cars pull up to UMC Hospital. So it's very possible that Kirkpatrick is here now. And of course, we know that there are several hospitals in our area that are dealing with these injured folks, and we know that this could be there could be additional injuries. She mentioned in that press conference that folks could have been brought to the hospital by their own means, by people just taking them to the hospital. So that is the number at this time that we know of folks who are transported by ambulance to the hospital. So again, that number could grow throughout the day as we get more information. You heard that they will be bringing us an update at 11 a.m. We might have more information at that time of the injuries, and again wanting to ask if that 35 number includes those 2 NOPD officers that were shot. And again, level 1 trauma center here at UMC. This is where you want to be. Again, for anyone who might be watching who is not from here, who's wondering where maybe their loved ones might be, UMC is a good place to start, but obviously you heard that there are multiple hospitals dealing with this right now. We also know, as you mentioned, Brandon, that the majority, Chief Kirkpatrick said, of the injured folks are locals. So again, we know this was obviously a big tourist weekend with the Sugar Bowl in town, and obviously it being New Year's Eve. But at this time, she's saying that the majority of the injuries are local folks. That's all we have right now at UMC. We're going to continue to watch closely for any activity here and keep our ear to the ground as far as those numbers go. Brandon.
All right, Lily, thanks. You heard her talk about the Sugar Bowl there. You heard from the chief a moment ago saying to go on about your day today. If you're going to be going to the game, they assure that it's going to be safe. Any tourists or locals, for that matter, who want to be out enjoying downtown, please do so. But it's hard to do.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really tall task knowing what just transpired in the city. But of course, the police department and city leaders want people to kind of continue on as they continue this investigation, but avoid Bourbon Street at all costs in those A blocks.
Yeah, both a mental and a physical barrier there as you figure out what to do on this day. But of course, we've got a lot of questions as to where this investigation stands. We told you a few minutes ago that there hasn't been any information released about the driver of this truck, who this person may have been, where this person is, if that person is still alive, in fact, right now, or in custody. Our Winston Reed, he's live this morning over at the 8th District, where investigators did hold a briefing. Winston.
A lot of questions still to be answered, but something we do know that we've been asking all morning is if this situation was intentional, and Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick did it. confirmed that the driver of this vehicle, who the mayor is considering a terrorist, they are saying this was an intentional act by that driver who plowed through many people in the French Quarter on Bourbon Street. Superintendent Ed Kirkpatrick also said that the driver also disregarded barricades that were set up in place to prevent vehicle traffic in that area. So, that speaks to the intentionality of this situation. Just again, providing you some more updates, what we heard from the mayor as well as NOPD. At least 35 people were injured. 2 officers were also injured. They were shot following that vehicle crash in the French Quarter after people were struck by that vehicle. We don't know if the 2 officers were included in that number of victims injured. We do know that a majority of the victims, according to NOPD, are locals as well. That's what we were told. But we are still working to figure out who this suspect is, who was driving the vehicle, and if that person has been detained, if that person is dead. There were a lot of people in the area. There were plenty of law enforcement in the area as well. Of course, as we mentioned, 2 law enforcement officers are being treated for gunshot wounds. And there's also been reports of an explosive device. That's according to the special agent in charge, the federal agent who was speaking following the superintendent's comments and the mayor's comments. She said that an explosive device is being investigated as well, and 8 blocks surrounding Bourbon Street are closed off. So Bourbon Street, at least for the remainder of the day, is closed off to vehicle traffic and foot traffic as well, which will also bring up more questions about the hotels in the area. We did mention about some hotels being evacuated earlier this morning, and we did show video on social media of many of those people returning to their hotel this morning. And so the question is, will those hotels be evacuated once again? Mayor LaToya Cantrell said that she was in contact with both Governor Landry and members of the White House. So again, this is a national story. This is something that is being taken from the federal government. The federal government is taking over. The federal law enforcement is taking over this investigation, as we've been told from the superintendent as well. And again, we're continuing to get more information, and they will offer us another briefing later this morning around 11 o'clock. So just stay tuned as we continue to learn more information. And the 8 blocks around Bourbon Street will be closed off today. So if you are in the area today, please avoid those 8 blocks around Bourbon, and which is a big chunk of the French Quarter. And certainly this is a tragic way to start the first day of the year, as many were in town celebrating and ringing in the new year. Mike, Brandon?
Yeah, Winston, and you were one of the reporters there pushing for answers as to the extent of those IEDs that the special agent from the FBI who's leading this investigation did confirm they found, but didn't get any answers on that. Also more information about the suspect here. But again, Winston, we know that you'll bring us up to speed throughout the morning as you learn more. Yeah, we wish they would have taken some questions just to put a lot of minds at ease for folks who may be watching this or who live in that area, because we don't know the status or the condition or what happened to the alleged gunman or the alleged driver of that vehicle, and where these devices were found. Were there more of them? So the reason for a lot of folks to have, high concerns this morning, but of course we are following and trying to get all the information that we can to bring it to you. And if you are just joining us here on this Friday morning, international headlines here on this New Year's Day in the city of New Orleans, where we can confirm to you 10 people are killed, at least 35 others injured after a driver of a truck, according to investigators, intentionally avoiding barriers preventing cars from driving along Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve, crashing into a group of people, killing 10, injuring at least 35 people, but also within that process, firing at 2 NOPD officers. The FBI leading this investigation here, Chief Kirkpatrick, says that those officers are stable, but she is working to get a better idea on how they are doing right now.
All right, we are going to shift just for a moment and check in on your forecast on this New Year's Day. So we're going to check in with meteorologist Brooke Glazer and then continue to follow this breaking news. Hey there, Brooke.
Hey there, Mike. Good morning and a happy new year. Our forecast for today is fantastic news. It will be beautiful this afternoon on both sides of the lake. Temperatures climbing out of the 40s and 50s into the low 60s. So very similar to yesterday. Over the next couple mornings, we'll be much colder than we have been. Saying goodbye to 2024. Tomorrow, there's the possibility for some frost on the North Shore. You'll see those 30s not far off of freezing. Otherwise, we'll see upper 30s for Hammond, Slidell, and Mandeville. Down towards the South Shore, though, 40s. We'll head into Friday with a warmer forecast, and then once again, a reinforcing cold front brings us back close to freezing by Saturday morning. So this weekend, we are going to see a few more rain chances start to pop up, but that won't be until Sunday and a Monday. Here's your forecast for the next couple days. Low 60s will continue to top out right around 62 into Thursday and Friday. So it's much colder than we were yesterday. Of course, we're starting out this morning with no visibility concerns or issues, including fog. Here's the upper level pattern. Next week, we could definitely see a significant cold weather outbreak. If you remember last mid-January, we had a freeze and it was quite significant with a lot of icing on the road. So not to say that that'll happen in terms of precipitation, but temperatures look to hold in place much colder than we've been for quite some time. Of course, we ended 2024 on quite the high note in our high temperatures of 70 plus. Here we are talking about that timing for next week. It would be between about January 9th and 11th. Of course, still need to get fine-tuned details a little bit closer, but after the 12th night on January 6th, we'll be turning our attention to that next big weather headline. So again, a little bit colder as we continue into the next few days, topping out in the low 60s, if not upper 50s, and then the upper 60s return into Sunday. Here's your forecast for 12th night on Monday, traditionally where our attention turns once we're past the new year. Just to break down further of those temperatures overnight into tomorrow, 34 to 35. On the North Shore, we'll continue to see upper 30s to 40s across South Shore locations. A little bit warmer for your Friday morning. No concern for any sensitive plants then, but you might need to think about covering them again on the North Shore into Saturday morning, so something to consider. We're going to have very few rain chances heading into your Thursday, as well as Sunday and Monday. If we were to see any quick passing showers, rainfall totals will be minimal. So we're heading into the extended outlook with a nice cold forecast for seasonal conditions that I think a lot of people have been missing. Here's your 7-day. Once again, a really nice stretch of weather. Into Tuesday, we'll see an even more significant temperature drop off from the low 60s to just low 50s for highs. You'll spend most of the day today in the 50s, approaching that 60-degree mark. We'll continue with a beautiful forecast for all in town to attend the Sugar Bowl tonight and festivities surrounding it. Of course, continuing to cover this breaking news. We'll be back in just a bit.
All right, Brooke, we do thank you for that. Again, our Winston Reed has been reporting from the 8th District, where Chief Kirkpatrick, also the special agent from the FBI, Mayor Latoya Cantrell, briefed reporters on where things stand right now. Again, 10 people killed, some 35 others being treated at area hospitals.
I do want to say a friend of mine is actually down in the quarter right now at the Dauphine Orleans Hotel. That's at St. Louis and Dauphine, about a block away. He says that no one is allowed out of the hotel right now.
Okay.
The police have secured it. No one is allowed in or out. That's probably also the case at some other area hotels, but that is the current status. That is just how tight they're keeping this area around Bourbon Street right now.
And that's within that 8-block area that they're
yeah,
talking about from Canal to St. Anne.
It's 1 block north of Bourbon is the hotel he's in, and he says that he can't get out. They're not allowed out. No guests are allowed out, or nobody allowed in.
We do want to listen in to the press briefing earlier from Chief Kirkpatrick just to fill us in on where things stand.
I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here. What I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy. In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active And again, a unified command is in place right now. I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update. You're then going to hear from our agent in charge relative to the FBI. So at this time, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Oshner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation.
A recording there from minutes ago, briefing reporters there with the special agent in charge from the FBI who is leading the investigation, Special Agent Duncan from the FBI, also Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This was during the 6 o'clock hour, their first briefing, not answering reporters' questions, but again, giving us our first update of what the superintendent does describe as an intentional incident carried out by a man who ignored barriers along Bourbon Street, driving at a high rate of speed, according to Superintendent Kirkpatrick, crashing into a group of people, killing 10 people, injuring some 35 people who are being treated at the hospital. In the process, somehow shot at 2 officers who are now at the hospital themselves. The chief says that they are stable, but she's working to go see them right now to get a better idea of how they're doing.
And of course, one of the big questions that they did not answer or even address was the status of that suspect. What happened to them? Were they also shot in any type of return fire? Were they arrested? Are they in custody? Are they dead? We don't know. At this point, we are working to get that information, but we don't expect to hear from NOPD again until 11 o'clock. That's when they said that they would have their next news conference. But when you talk about the injuries, the 2 officers, stable condition, according to the superintendent there. She was going to go visit them in the hospital. We don't know the extent of the injuries for the at least 35 others that we know of, most of whom were taken to UMC. That, of course, a level 1 trauma center. Lily Cummings has been out there kind of following the situation on the ground there. That, of course, a trauma center that sees a lot of patients that need a lot of critical care, and the doctors and the nurses who are out there, and that's where we see Lily. Lily, any updates since we last spoke to you?
Mike, Brandon, there has been some activity here at UMC. We've seen Louisiana State Police this morning. We've also seen JPSO, NOPD, and then some unmarked cars as well arriving to the hospital, as well as EMTs. I mean, it's just been busy, people coming in and out of this hospital. As you know, this is typically where they bring people who need this level of care. As you mentioned, level 1 trauma center, folks that are dealing with gunshot wounds and serious injuries. This is where you want to be brought. 26 people here at UMC, as you all mentioned, just recapping a few of these numbers: 4 at Truro, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane. That brings the total right now of injured folks to 35. Now, of course, you heard Chief Kirkpatrick say it herself, that number could grow. She also doesn't know if folks were brought to the hospital by their own means. These are just the numbers from this morning. As far as we know, ambulances bringing folks to the hospital. Now, Right now, Chief Kirkpatrick has said that the majority of those injuries are folks who are local to New Orleans. As we know, it's the Sugar Bowl. There's a lot of tourists in town, whether they were here for the Sugar Bowl or New Year's Eve. So we know that a lot of folks were on Bourbon Street at this time, and it's clear, though, to police that right now the majority are local. Now, what's unclear is if that number 35, if that includes those 2 officers shot. We're still not sure about that. All we know is that, as you heard the chief say, this suspect, after crashing the vehicle, gets out and shoots at officers. Again, the good news, the chief saying that those 2 officers are in stable condition and that she was going to visit those officers to see for herself. Since she said that in her press conference earlier this morning, we have seen, again, some activity here at the hospital. So it's unclear exactly where those 2 NOPD officers were brought, but it wouldn't surprise us if they were brought here to UMC. So hopefully this morning they're doing okay, as well as these other folks that were injured. Tragically, of course, you heard 10 killed in this incident. So we will continue to watch those numbers and get more updates later in the morning, as you heard NOPD providing us with another update around 11 a.m. Guys.
All right, Lily, thank you. And Lily, we were looking at video as you were reporting live of the situation hours ago on Canal Street at Bourbon as first responders there first arrived on scene. Essentially, we do now want to take a live picture from our team there on the ground to show you where things look at the moment. I'm being told they are a live shot from Canal at Bourbon, where our Leah McNeil has been reporting throughout the morning. And as you can see, the coroner there, multiple vehicles from the Orleans Parish Coroner's Office remain on scene at the moment here at Canal and Bourbon. Also, you can see that the street is blocked off as investigators have essentially closed off most of the French Quarter to all. Mike, you were saying that you've got a friend staying at a nearby hotel. They can't get out at the moment.
Yeah, they're being told by police. They're not being told anything information-wise other than the fact that they can't leave and no one can go in the hotel. And that's just 1 block off of Bourbon on Dauphine, not far away from where this scene is. Of course, police and Kirkpatrick, the superintendent, advising folks just to avoid Bourbon Street altogether. together, especially in an 8-block radius in the direction of this investigation, because they don't want people down there because they don't know what else could happen at this point, and they want to make sure that they're able to do this investigation. We, of course, have heard from the FBI in this. We have heard from local leaders, local authorities, and the FBI now handling this investigation because of this intentional act, as the chief described it, as a man driving a truck around a barricade trying to hit and kill as many people as possible.
Yeah, most certainly a very dark day here at 7:30 on this New Year's Day. Chief Kirkpatrick saying, and I know I've brought this quote up a few times, but it very much so speaks to what we're getting at. This person, quote, hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did. Again, that person described as a man behind the wheel of a truck crashing into a group of people. Intentional, again, according to the chief, who also points out that in that process, 2 other officers were shot.
And of course, as I mentioned, the FBI leading this investigation now. And when it comes to the victims who were taken to the hospitals, those who were injured, we're being told the majority of them are believed to be locals. Of course, there were a lot of tourists, and still are a lot of tourists who are in town, mixed kind of into the crowd celebrating the new year. Also looking forward to the Sugar Bowl, which is set for today, which the police department in Kirkpatrick is advising folks to still go to. They're saying it's going to be safe, but they do believe a lot of the victims are locals in this tragedy this morning.
Most definitely. Our newsroom is very busy right now working to get to the bottom of the number of those injured, who those people are right now as they are being treated at area hospitals throughout our area here. Some 26 of them over at UMC, a level 1 trauma center, another 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, at least 1 at Tulane. But Superintendent Kirkpatrick also said that there are possibly more victims at other hospitals in the area. So they're just working to get to the bottom of where things stand now and the total number of victims being treated after this incident in the French Quarter overnight.
And, you know, this morning, soon after this happened, we know the governor was briefed on the situation about what was happening, because he had just welcomed a lot of folks to the city of New Orleans to get out and enjoy the city, enjoy the food, enjoy the football game that's happening today. But of course, that became a stark contrast to what he had to tweet this morning. And taking a look at it now, saying a horrific act of violence took place on Bourbon Street earlier this morning. Please join Sharon and I in praying for all the victims and first responders on the scene. I urge all near the scene to avoid the area. We do expect to most likely hear from the governor later today in a news conference, whether that's in Baton Rouge or New Orleans. We're not quite sure yet, but he, of course, also in contact with federal authorities as well as city leaders here in the city of New Orleans.
Right, very busy, those investigators right now, working to piece together a timeline of what transpired overnight. One of the things at which they will be looking as they do work to get to that are the many videos that a lot of you have shared on social media overnight, some of them even showing the point of impact as we look at video from our crews that responded there on scene before 4 a.m. as first responders were rushing to take people to the hospital here. Our Winston Reed had to find photographer, photojournalist Troy Toops as they walked through downtown. They were taken by ATV to the 8th District, where Winston is reporting live this morning, where NOPD had set up a command post for that first update. The next one will be at 11 from the NOPD headquarters there. But again, a lot of those videos that we have in fact seen here in the newsroom, but they're too detailed to show you here on air, are very important, are very key as investigators do their work here. The FBI leading the investigation into what happened here.
And we do have a source that is telling us that the suspect actually may be dead in this case. So we are working to confirm that right now, but we do have a reliable source telling us that, but we don't have any confirmation from NOPD at this point. They did not address it during the news conference a little bit earlier. They didn't take any questions, so it left a lot of folks wondering what happened to the person accused of doing and committing this horrendous act.
Right, and with that, it is important, with all of the questions that you have and we have here, it is our responsibility to be careful with information that is reported and information that is out there, given the gravity of this situation, no matter the size of the situation here. So we are working to confirm every detail that comes in, waiting to corroborate that information with investigators. Our reporter Winston, who is standing by, he is our eyes and ears there as we're hearing information, as other reporters are hearing information, he's asking them there too. But it is our focus, it is our objective here to be very careful and clear as we walk you through confirmed facts from this situation, including the fact that we can tell you that 10 people people are dead, some 35 others injured, possibly more.
And of course, we just heard from saw the tweet from the governor a little bit earlier, the Attorney General of Louisiana now weighing in as well. And of course, you can expect a lot more to start kind of coming in. She says, many of us woke up this morning to devastating news of the brutal, intentional slaughter of innocent people celebrating the new year in New Orleans. I'm praying for the victims and their families and will ensure they get justice for this appalling act. She, of course, went on to ask folks to avoid the immediate area and take any advice from law enforcement who are still on the scene out there.
Want to get to our Winston Reed. He continues his live reporting there from the scene. Winston, we see you've moved focus now. Where are you exactly?
I'm here at the corner of Carondelet and Canal Street, and back on Canal Street during the daylight hours here. Police have remained here in droves, continuing to investigate the scene following that what the mayor is calling a terrorist attack, where a suspect drove a vehicle, a pickup truck, through Bourbon Street and the French Quarter, injuring many and also causing at least 10 fatalities here in the area. 8 blocks surrounding Bourbon Street are being blocked off, and federal investigators are also looking into a potential explosive device in the French Quarter area as well. The federal investigators and the special agent in charge did make some contradicting statements to the mayor, saying that this is not a terroristic attack. We did not get clarification on that, but we hope to get more clarity later this morning when NOPD and hopefully federal agents provide another briefing later this morning around 11 o'clock. But the fatality number at this time remains at 10, and the injury number sits at least 35, with possible injuries to be added to that total. And again, people are walking through now, probably waking up this morning or have been watching the news all morning, seeing the chaos that has unfolded here on Canal Street and in the French Quarter. But we're still trying to work on more details related to this investigation and who this suspect is. Is the suspect detained, or is the suspect dead? Has NOPD or any other investigators, handled this? How have they handled the situation in terms of detaining this suspect? So a lot of questions to be answered, and hopefully we get some of those answers later this morning around 11 o'clock. Reporting live here at Canal Street, Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Most certainly, Winston. We do thank you for your reporting. And I mentioned before we tossed to you just a bit of the process that you and Troy experienced this morning. I just want you to walk through when you arrived on scene, what time did you get there? Where were you? And walk us through the process of having to be transported by way of ATV to NOPD headquarters.
Yeah, so it was around, I want to say around 3:30 in the morning, maybe closer to 3:45. Parked the vehicle on Rampart Street. I walked down to Bourbon Street first, and at this point, Bourbon Street was not closed off. People were actually evacuating those bars on Bourbon Street, and business owners were moving those patrons out of the bars at this time. I rushed over to get to my photographer, Troy Toops, who was on Canal Street. But before getting to Canal Street, I walked several blocks around Bourbon, including Royal and Conti as well, just getting a visual of the area. And I was able to take some video of the area as well when those bars were being evacuated and when those streets were finally being blocked off. And they were being blocked off in real time as I was making my way through the French Quarter to get to Troy, who was on the Canal Street. And when I arrived on Canal Street, there were droves and droves of law enforcement vehicles scattered all through Canal Street. Once I finally was able to meet with Troy, we did a few live hits early that morning, starting at 4:30, as well as I believe 5 o'clock and perhaps 5:30 as well, if memory serves me right. NOPD provided us an escort to the 8th District station over on Royal and Conti through an all-terrain vehicle. I believe it may have been a RAV4, but I didn't check to see, what kind of vehicle. I just knew it was a four-wheel vehicle with a trunk in the back that we sat on to make our way over to the station to get that update from the mayor, as well as Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick and the special agent in charge. But yeah, I've been able to watch the development of Bourbon Street and parts of the French Quarter be blocked off throughout the morning as I was trying to look for Troy, and that was the goal for me, and rushing through Canal Street. And as I was walking through Bourbon and the French Quarter, I mean, I saw a lot of emotion, I saw a lot of confusion, a lot of people standing around, not sure what's going on. So you can imagine it was an intense and chaotic situation this morning.
Indeed it was, Winston, and that's why I asked you about that, just to provide that process, because again, as things developed, Winston was trying to get answers and he was essentially caught up in a lot of those logistics. We do thank you for your reporting, Winston, but we can tell you that multiple sources are confirming now at the WWL Louisiana that the driver of the truck, the suspect here in this situation, is dead.
Now, we don't know whether, exactly how he died. We can assume and presume that this was during a shootout with police. He fired at 2 officers. We heard that from Ann Kirkpatrick. Shot 2 officers. They're in stable condition. They perhaps returned fire in some way. Maybe he was shot. We don't know the extent of the cause of death, but we do know multiple sources now confirming to WWL Louisiana that the suspect in this case, in this crime, is dead. We do have on the phone now Kellen Piku, who is at a hotel just 1 block off of Bourbon. That is the Dauphine Orleans. He woke up. Kellen, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
I know you're in town kind of celebrating the new year. You're not being allowed out of the hotel by officers, correct?
That is correct.
What were you guys told?
There was just said it's an active crime scene, and I was in Jackson Square at midnight, and then I worked my way back to this hotel. I ate at the restaurant across the street, and then I came in at about 3:15 this morning. It sounded like a very loud crash, and I heard a lot of ruckus. I didn't realize what was going on until, and it took me a little while to go to sleep. But it felt like the building was shaking. And that's from a block away. I'm on the 400 block of Dauphine, and this happened on the 300 block of Bourbon Street.
Kellen, did you see anyone at this point? What did you see after hearing this boom? Just walk us through what happened next.
I didn't really see anything. I was unaware what was going on, but it sounded like, it sounded like a very loud crash.
Is the hotel? Go ahead. Sorry.
And I tried to go outside, and it was like, but I didn't. It was just a lot of people running around, so I just went back in the hotel. I came back up to my room, and then eventually I was able to go off to sleep. And then I woke up to my phone going off. People calling me, asking me if I was okay because they knew I was here. And I put the TV on, and that's when I realized what happened. So I tried to just leave because I have a business in Houma. And that's when I was told by state police, no, they're not letting anyone in or out of the building. And so I came back into my room, and I didn't, I'm not going to impede law enforcement. From what I understand, there is a perimeter of from Bourbon Street that, they're just not allowing people right while there's an active investigation going on.
Sure. Have you been able to interact with any other guests in the hotel or hearing anything from them? How are they reacting? Do you know?
No, I just came back up. Everyone is just like in a state of shock.
Now, Kellen, you mentioned being a block away from Bourbon there on Dauphine. We did hear from other folks who were staying in hotels in the area who reported that they were evacuated amidst bomb scares. Any of that where you are, or did you hear of any of that, or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, good to hear.
Kellen, you're a local guy down in Houma. You've been to New Orleans many times before. You've been out in the quarter. I mean, you know the lay of the land here. What goes through your mind when you hear something like this happening?
total shock. I mean, I lived in the French Quarter for 12 years, and I used to live and work down here. This is home. Even though I live in Houma and I have a business in Houma now, but I mean, I'm part of this community, and I'm part of the sober community, and that's where I was out with sober friends last night. And I went from, I made a post on Facebook yesterday. I lived here so many years, and I never watched the fleur-de-lis drop, in person. Amazing things happen, when you get sober. I posted something to that effect last night. And then I walked up St. Anne Street down to, all the way back to my hotel, and everything was fine. But once I was on the 4th floor in my room, it just seemed that I heard like a loud crash. And I was like, my God. And then I could hear all those police sirens and everything. And I was like, oh my God, I hope everything's all right. And then finally, about after an hour, it kind of calmed down. But the hotel never told us anything. It wasn't until after I realized what was going on and I saw the news reports, I tried to go outside, and the state police were outside, and they said, no, we're not. There's an active crime scene going on. You need to go inside to stay in safety. So I did, and I never tried to go back outside again.
And you're back in your room now?
I am in my room now. Yes, I'm on the 4th floor.
Do you know if they're just like standing outside the door, state police or authorities, or if there's tape around the building or anything?
Down the block.
Okay.
At the end of the block. From what I was able to get my head out, yes, there is yellow crime scene tape out the block. And every block is like barricaded from what I can see.
Okay, Kelly, we certainly appreciate you joining us this morning. We're so glad that you were okay. Were you planning to go back to Houma today? Was today checkout, or will you stay in town a couple more days?
No, tomorrow.
Okay, well, we certainly hope you can salvage the rest of your time here, and thank you again for your time, Kellen. Always a pleasure to hear from you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
And to his story, was down there to help people, to provide a safe ride home, to make sure people were safe there, finding himself having to run for cover. Very much so thankful that he is okay there, not too far from the scene. Was awake when everything happened, was out getting something to eat.
And he's a block away, and he heard that crash. Just imagine how loud that was. He's inside his hotel on the 4th floor, laid down. Heard this crash, shook the building. He said he could feel it. And it just, when you think about the intention of a driver driving with that amount of speed and purpose to kill people, what that does to people who witnessed it, and also hearing it, knowing what transpired.
Yes. As we continue, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just going to say, as we do continue to hear from officials, we are hearing from Representative Bill Cassidy, who did send a tweet. We do want to get that on the screen right now as we do continue to hear from officials here. Senator Cassidy tweeting a little while ago, so tragic, give thanks for the police officers responding, remember the wounded and dead and their families. To the senator's point about police officers responding, there already had been a strong police presence. Chief Kirkpatrick saying that they already had 300 officers on scene that night downtown and in the French Quarter when this took place at around 3:15 this morning. Minutes later, this is what you saw. This cell phone video sent to our newsroom showing the police response on Canal Street. The camera there pointed toward Canal and Bourbon, where the truck there came to a rest after crashing into the crowd.
And that's what it looked like when our Leah McNeil got to the scene very early this morning, one of the first reporters out there. She joins us now live back from the scene at Bourbon and Canal with an update now that the sun is up. I can see behind you, Leah, like there's just no one kind of on the streets back there other than law enforcement.
Yeah, pretty much the same site we saw earlier this morning when we first got on scene at about just after 3:30 this morning. As you can see behind me, still dozens and dozens of law enforcement officers here on the scene. Some folks look like they have migrated around the area, just of course to kind of remind people to steer clear of this area, of course, as they continue to secure the area and continue to investigate this just horrific tragedy, to say the least. You still, of course, see the Orleans Parish Coroner still on scene as well. See a lot of law enforcement on the front where I'm facing right now, but facing away from this. Quite a lot of people are gathering out here. A lot of people are getting their day started, waking up, seeing a lot of Georgia and Notre Dame fans out here, of course, all getting ready for the Sugar Bowl game today. I did speak to one man who was out here walking, and he said that normally he would be out and about on Bourbon Street, but luckily last night he decided to turn in early and did not head down here. So when he woke up this morning and he saw the headlines, he was really just in a state of shock and really just heartbroken for the families of those 10 people who are now dead, and of course the 36 others who are still trying to recover in the hospital this morning after that car just plowed through a crowd on Bourbon Street. We now know that that was intentional, according to the superintendent and Kirkpatrick. So just a really just unimaginable scene, and it's really just hard for people to even begin to comprehend and understand how this could happen or why this would happen on a day of all days, let alone at any day, especially as we rung in the new year. Speaking to witnesses earlier this morning, everything that they said for really just aligned with what we heard from police about that car plowing into the crowd. We now know that a suspect is dead. Of course, hearing from the man who was able to get into the crowd, tried to help people after that car ran through. Just scenes and things that I've heard described throughout the day, just nothing that anybody should see at all. As you can see, as I mentioned, still a very active scene out here with several state police officers, several New Orleans police, of course the coroner still here as well. So we're going to continue to kind of talking to people and out here on the scene and continue to bring you all live more out here on Bourbon.
Thank you, Leah. Leah McNeil reporting the very latest there from Canal and Bourbon.
Of course, now the question becomes who this man was. What was he doing in New Orleans? Where was he from? What the intentions were. But with the suspect now confirmed dead, we may not get as many answers as we want.
Yeah.
But law enforcement, of course, going to be spending a lot of time trying to put those pieces of that puzzle together, trying to figure out just exactly what the intention was.
Next briefing set for 11 o'clock this morning over at NOPD headquarters. At least that was the word from Superintendent Kirkpatrick. When we first heard from them at around 6:45 this morning, it was after that press briefing that we did get confirmation from multiple sources here at WWL Louisiana. We were able to confirm that the driver of that truck is dead. But again, Mike, as you said, we do not know the nature surrounding his death, how he was killed, etc. We do know, though, that that person did fire at least 2 officers, shooting them. They are stable, according to Chief Kirkpatrick, who is going to go see them in the hospital this morning. So we don't know if that person died in an exchange of gunfire between police. Those are questions that we're working to confirm at the moment.
Now, we are getting some more responses from city leaders. We're going to go to one from Councilman Oliver Thomas, who just tweeted this: I am at the UMCNO, that of course the hospital emergency room, now praying for the victims and first responders of last night's mass casualty on Bourbon Street, that of course being this morning. Thank you to the entire LCMC health team who has brought the officers involved here to stable condition. We know the perpetrator has been killed. So there, of course, some more confirmation from a city leader that the suspect in this case, in this crime, has been killed. We do know that 26 people who were injured were brought to UMC. The officers who were shot as well. We know Ann Kirkpatrick had went to go see them. She's probably at the hospital now. Our Lily Cummings has been there. That, of course, that level 1 trauma center where critical care patients are taken, especially in a time of need, where they need that top level care.
Right.
And when you think about that many people going to UMC, and we don't know the extent of everyone's injuries, is this going to turn out to be even worse than what it already is at 10 people dead?
Yeah, and not knowing the extent of how people were injured, just knowing that you may have been struck by a vehicle doesn't really tell you much about the extent of your injuries. You know, I've been sitting here and thinking about this coverage throughout the morning on January 1st. Tomorrow is January 2nd, which for me marks the 5-year anniversary of a situation where I was involved in a car accident where I was crossing a street and actually a similar truck ran me over. Fortunate to have been rushed over to a level 1 trauma center. This happened in Houston, Texas, and all of that to say those professionals, the medical personnel, they are ready and equipped to handle what they need to handle, because it's very much so a miracle that I myself am here this day, 5 years later, here reporting this situation with you all, and that's a testament to the work that is being done as well this morning over at UMC.
And not to take away the trauma from these victims, but you can actually speak to that experience as to what that was like for you, not just trying to recover, but also having been the victim in the moment.
Yeah, just trying to get an idea of what happened, you know, and I remember, I mean, I was going in and out of consciousness as I was actually dying. And I remember thinking, okay, this can't be good because no one's telling me anything, and really just trying to get an idea of what's going on. Again, we can't speak to what's going on in emergency rooms right now, but again, you do have some 35 people who are being treated, varying degrees of injury this morning, but we are thinking of them, also thinking of those first responders and medical personnel who are working around the clock to save lives.
And we are certainly glad that you pulled through and are here.
Thank you.
And now, of course, our thoughts are with everybody else who is currently being treated in those hospitals. We hope that they can come out of this on the back end and be able to reflect and be thankful that they are still here, because this was a night of celebration for so many people, whether it be celebrating New Year's Eve, celebrating the Sugar Bowl, a lot of tourists in town, but we do know a lot of the victims, as the superintendent said, believed to be locals in this case.
And it's because of the timing here, the Sugar Bowl, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, there already was a significant police presence, some 300 officers there downtown, according to the chief, but also members of Troop NOLA, Louisiana State Police, other area law enforcement, federal officials too, and they were able to react, they were able to respond quickly after this incident transpired. Of course, as we've told you, officers were there because the driver of the truck fired at them after he collided into the crowd.
And Nicole, you heard the superintendent say it, and that's what really stuck out to us, is that the driver was hell-bent on creating carnage and damage. They did. After driving around barricades, the police, you know, even when I drove into the French Quarter to come to work this morning, this is around 3:30, so right after kind of all of this happened, there were police everywhere. The streets were still barricaded off. People were still out in the streets having a good time celebrating. It was still packed in the French Quarter, especially down Rampart. And you can look down some of the side streets, there were people everywhere. And when you go to those more touristy populated areas on Canal and Bourbon, you can just imagine how many people were still out there celebrating.
Right, and people trying to figure out what's going on here. We did hear from Kellen Piku, who is over at the Dauphine Orleans, just one block over, heard that boom and tried to figure out what was going on. Our Leah McNeil spoke to a woman a few hours ago who herself says that she escaped being hit by that truck, ran for her life.
And that's something that will be burned in her mind for the rest of her life. I believe, if the producer can tell me where we were going, you just mentioned something to us. We're going to go to our Alyssa Curtis, who is now joining us. I'm not quite sure where Alyssa, she is at Dauphine and Bourbon. So Alyssa, what's it looking like out there where you are?
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here at Dumaine and Bourbon. So this is the backside of where the police have blocked off this chunk of the French Quarter. You can just see not only the police presence, but the emptiness of these streets. And again, it is New Year's Eve. You can't imagine how many people would be out here usually celebrating. Since we've been out here for the past 15 or so minutes, we've seen people kind of on the other side of where this is barricaded, on these kind of safer zone, the zone where people and cars are able to get around, and people are still out in their New Year's Eve outfits. They're either finishing celebrating or still celebrating. So it's just a really staggering image to see, you know, people bringing in this new year while people unfortunately had to bring in the new year in such a tragic, horrific way. Again, we do know the suspect is dead at this time. We also do know that 10 people are dead, 35 people are injured. We're waiting to get a lot of information still, and we're expected to get some more information at 11 a.m. when police and I'm sure city officials and more people will be to give us any update that they have. We do know the FBI is involved in this investigation now at this point, but a lot of questions unanswered, a lot of people asking, you know, how did this car even get through? We know at most corners of Bourbon Street, there are those barricades that sometimes even make it hard to walk through when there's a large crowd. So those questions of how did this person get through? Who exactly was this person? Where did they come from? Are they from Louisiana? Are they from New Orleans? So a lot of questions I'm sure will be asked. We're not sure exactly what questions will be answered, but again, a lot of people in the area still trying to get certain places on Bourbon Street and in the French Quarter. We've had a few people come up to this LSP officer who is actually parked right next to where I am right now and ask, like, hey, can I get to this hotel? Can I get to this bar? Can I get here? And he's like, I'm sorry, no, we cannot let you through. So definitely still deep into the investigation here. But again, you can just see Bourbon Street is absolutely empty right now, except for officials and barricades and that caution tape. Just to give you a little bit of a better understanding of where we are right next to Clover Grill. So we're on that side of Bourbon and in the French Quarter. But again, New Year's Day now, to see this street completely empty like this is something you don't normally expect or would expect. And it's kind of a harrowing scene here because you just know how many people were out here and the abruptness of which that celebration came to a halt. You know, New Orleans is known for our celebrations. New Orleans is known for bringing in those holidays like that. And to see it like this now is, again, just really, really shocking. Again, I'm going to go over what we do know. 10 dead, at least 35 injured. We do know 2 officers were shot at and they are getting treatment right now. We've been told that they are being treated at UMC right now. Again, that car intentionally, according to Chief Kirkpatrick, intentionally drove through a crowd around 3:15 this morning. So just a few hours after, that big celebration. Just imagine how many people were on this street, not only for New Year's, but you have Sugar Bowl coming up in just a few hours. So I know a lot of people are in town for that. The suspect, again, shot at 2 officers and crashed the car. Investigators say that there was also an explosive device found at the scene. Again, we do not know what type of explosive device, where exactly that was found. But we also know that some hotels have been evacuated. People have been trying to get back into those hotels. Again, a lot of questions unanswered, really shocking experience. People are driving by as they're starting their day. They're driving by this corner that is blocked off, and so many people have been kind of sticking their head out, and you have that confused look on your face as like, what's going on? How did this happen? And I'm sure a lot of people are feeling that way as well as they see this. The same questions, the same concern. How did this happen? What is going on right now? Again, we are expected to get an update at 11 a.m. I'm going to stay out here and try to get more information and talk to people as they walk by and see what they know. But again, it's just truly shocking to see and to wake up to on New Year's Day, just this tragedy and an empty Bourbon Street. A truly, truly shocking scene right now. But yeah, we're again trying to get more information. 10 dead, at least 35 injured right now. Reporting live at Dumaine and Bourbon, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Alyssa, thank you. And of those who were injured, among the 35, some 26 of them at last check are being treated over at UMC. Also, those 2 officers who were shot are stable there. Let's get over to our Lily Cummings, who's been reporting from UMC with the very latest there. Lily.
Yeah, Brandon, as you just mentioned, 26 of the at least 35 people injured in this tragic incident are here at UMC. We stationed ourselves here early this morning because we know that this is typically where victims are brought to UMC because they have such skilled doctors and nurses. This level 1 trauma center here, they know gunshot wounds, they know serious injuries. So this is where the majority of patients were brought. However, we also know that there are folks at Ochsner Baptist as well as Hospital and other possibly local area hospitals as well. They said earlier today, NOPD saying that they don't know if more people were brought to the hospital by their own means. Now, we just learned in the last 10 minutes or so that Councilmember Oliver Thomas is in the emergency room at UMC. You all read his statement earlier. He's saying that he's there praying for the victims and first responders of last night's mass casualty on Bourbon Street. And he's, of course, thanking the healthcare providers that are upstairs in this hospital working tirelessly for these victims. He says, thank you specifically to the team who has brought the officers involved here to stable condition. Again, that's confirmation that we heard from NOPD earlier this morning, saying that those 2 officers that were shot at are in stable condition. So that is good news to hear this morning. He says we also know that the perpetrator has been killed, as we've reported. As we search for a motive, remember, there is no making sense of evil. Our focus needs to be on prayers and support for everyone involved. So we know at least one city official here at UMC seeing what's going on exactly. And we also know that Chief Ann Kirkpatrick said in her press conference early this morning that this was going to be her first stop after she wrapped up that press conference to check on those officers. And we understand that she is here at UMC doing so. So good news to hear that those 2 officers are doing well. We also don't know, it's unclear at this time, if those 2 officers were included in that number of 35 injured. So that's still unclear. We plan to get more clarity on that coming up around 11 a.m. as NOPD gives that second update. That's what we have for now, Brandon, here at UMC. We'll continue to monitor this. We've seen obviously a lot of law enforcement agencies here, JPSO as well as state police and NOPD have all been kind of coming and going from this hospital throughout the morning, and we'll continue to watch it. Brandon.
You will, Lily. We do appreciate your update there from UMC. We're also hearing from the Sugar Bowl Committee right now, which did release a statement saying in part, quote, the Sugar Bowl Committee is devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. We are in ongoing discussions with authorities on the local, state, and federal levels, and will communicate further details as they become available.
Now, we also got our statement, I guess, from Representative Alonzo Knox. We don't have it on a full screen graphic at this point, but I do want to read part of this because it starts off by saying, I strongly condemn the horrific and malicious act of violence on Bourbon Street. My heartfelt condolences go out to the families of those who lost their lives. But it goes on to say, this tragedy highlights the vulnerability of the French Quarter and downtown areas to intentional violence. I will once again urge my legislative colleagues to designate this unique area as an entertainment district and work toward a compromise to implement protective measures, including a firearm-free zone, to prevent or lessen such massacres in the future. New Orleans is unique. Let's work together on a common sense approach to keep our residents and visitors safe. Of course, a lot of folks will look to the French Quarter and see the vulnerabilities that can happen when you have so many people just sandwiched in and sardined into one little section of the city.
And Representative Knox representing the French Quarter in his district there. But again, his comments there also coming as we're still beginning to learn more about the investigation and exactly what happened here. Again, as far as how this Chief Kirkpatrick did say that the driver of the truck who is killed, who is dead, I should say, did ignore barriers that were already in place, security and safety measures in place, ignored those at a very high rate of speed, according to the chief, crashing into that group of people. And we know now what happened next.
Of course, that suspect opening fire at officers after crashing his vehicle. And then now we know the suspect is confirmed dead. We don't know any details about who this person is other than it is a man who did this intentionally, trying to kill as many people as possible. That according to the police chief.
Yeah, we were hearing from our Leah McNeil, our Winston Reed, who was live, our Alyssa Curtis, who was our latest live shot there at Dauphine and Bourbon, which is near the Dauphine Orleans Hotel. We did speak over the phone a few minutes ago to a gentleman who is staying there, Mike, Kellen Piku, who was there helping to to transport people who may have had a little too much to drink, but of a sober team, and was there when he heard the boom.
He's sober. He came down to do a sober New Year's here in New Orleans. He used to live in the French Quarter, and he talked about how, things have changed, obviously, since he's lived here, but that New Orleans and the French Quarter is home to him. So it is a complete, utter shock for people like him to see this happening at a place that you call home and feel so connected to. And even tourists, maybe perhaps who've never been here, wanted to experience the city in some type of unique form, now having to grapple and deal with this type of violence.
Yeah, most certainly, particularly when dealing with a weekend where we have a large number of people here. As a matter of fact, I've been paying attention to messages from people around the country just checking in because this is international news this morning. At least 10 people killed, some 35 people hurt. The driver believed responsible has been, is dead, at least according to multiple sources that we've been able to confirm. Investigators briefing reporters during the 6 o'clock hour on where things stand, including Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick. Want to listen in there to catch you up.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now.
Of course, very haunting words from the police chief there, talking about the intentionality of this person doing this. It almost makes you think, what was going through their mind with that intention? How long were they planning this? That's just questions we don't know at this point, as well as the suspect's identity.
And that's what the FBI has been tasked with answering right now, as they are leading this investigation. Of course, won't be able to hear from him because he is dead. The nature surrounding his death, whether he died within an exchange of gunfire with police or some other circumstance, has not been confirmed, but multiple sources do confirm to WWL Louisiana that the driver of that truck is dead.
We do know that local authorities here in New Orleans have been in contact with the governor's office as well as the White House, so this is far-reaching into the federal government at this point, especially with the FBI taking over this investigation. We did hear the agent in charge talk about an improvised explosive device being found. We don't know any other details beyond just that. That was kind of how they left it at the news conference a little bit earlier, where they didn't take any questions from reporters, just kind of laying a little bit of foundation, because even as officers, they're trying to put a lot of puzzle pieces together to get the big picture of what happened here.
It's not easy, and it's also not easy when you have multiple law enforcement agencies responding to something. So whenever there is a situation as grave as this, there is a conversation about who is in charge of relaying information to those who need to know it, the media, the public, etc., to make sure that they are clear about the confirmed facts that are being distributed.
Okay, we're going to go now to our Winston Reed, who is standing by. I think you're back out on, are you by the police department still?
I think he's at Canal Street.
No, I'm on Canal Street. This is where we were at around 4:30 in the morning, where all of those law enforcement officers were here this morning. On Canal Street near Carondelet, and as you see behind me, the coroner vehicles posted up by Canal and Carondelet, and we're near that area where Bourbon Street has been blocked off after a suspect drove a vehicle through Bourbon Street, killing 10 people, injuring several others, close to 35 people this morning, and we're still trying to get official word on where that count lies and where that tally lies this morning. And Bourbon Street, as well as 8 blocks surrounding Bourbon Street, will be closed off this morning as well. Now, as far as here is Canal Street, we're seeing a lot of people starting to arrive on Canal Street and walk up and down, viewing the yellow tape and viewing the scene, while also probably being visitors. I've seen some people in Notre Dame gear, some people in University of Georgia gear, being tourists and wondering what's going on this morning. And obviously we have the Sugar Bowl today, which is a high-profile event that brings in a large crowd, and this has been really an eyesore ahead of that game today. And so we're just working to continue to get some information on on everything that we know, but what we do know for sure is that the suspect now is dead. We did get word that the suspect is dead in this investigation. Federal agents and NOPD is also investigating an explosive device within the French Quarter area, and we're working to figure out where that investigation lies as well, and if that is why many of the hotels that did evacuate this morning, if that is the reason why they evacuated this morning. And I mentioned before that there have been several businesses such as bars on Bourbon Street that evacuated earlier this morning that I was able to witness as I was making my way to Canal Street to meet up with my photographer, Troy Toops. But this is an ongoing situation. We're working to gather more information, as the hours move on, and we have that briefing with NOPD later this morning at 11 o'clock. So that's when we hope to get even more clarity and more of a timeline of how all of this happened. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention 2 NOPD officers were shot after a truck did plow through the crowd in the French Quarter. But again, we're working to get all that information and sort things out and get a timeline going here. Reporting live on Canal Street, Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
We do appreciate the sorting out, Winston. We do know that it is not easy, considering that you are in the midst of it all as it is developing. So Winston Reed reporting for us.
Yeah, and the Washington Post and New York Times, both their headlines online right now is this shooting here in New Orleans. Of course, this making not just national news, but international news this morning with a lot of eyes on the city of New Orleans. And we have team coverage for you this morning. We'll have it throughout the morning. We're joined now by Leah McNeil, who is also covering this tragedy for us this morning. Hey there, Leah.
Hey there, guys. I've been speaking to witnesses and, of course, those Notre Dame and Georgia fans that are now starting to get out and about this morning. Still, though, a very active scene out here. You can still see several state troopers out here, NOPD officers still on scene, and, of course, the parish coroner here, of course, dealing with that horrific incident that happened just after 3:15 this morning, where a man plowed into the crowd on Bourbon Street that resulted in 10 people losing their lives and another 30 plus people injured at this point in the morning. Now, just talking to those some of those football fans on both sides, they say that they are just really in just a state of shock that this happened. One man mentioned to me that he doesn't even know if he is going to even go to the game today, because he's still grappling with the fact of that he just left Bourbon Street 30 minutes before this all happened. So a lot of people just still in a sense of shock, still trying to wrap their minds around what happened. We're still trying to do just that as we still continue to wait for more information from police. But what we do know right now is that, again, this did happen just after 3:15 this morning, where Superintendent Ed Kirkpatrick said, again, that man just intentionally drove his car through barricades, intentionally trying to hurt people who were ringing in the new year on Bourbon Street. We do know that, of course, officers did fire at that man who is now confirmed to be dead. Nonetheless, though, multiple people are dead this morning after this incident. I did speak to one witness earlier this morning who was mere just feet away from being hit by that car. She said it was by the grace of God that she was able to walk away from that incident with her life. Another man I spoke to who was in the Royal Sonesta, which is on Bourbon, mentioned that he heard what he thought was fireworks, but then, of course, saw the people running past and immediately jumped into action to go ahead outside and try to help as many people as he could. Eventually, his hotel was evacuated due to a bomb threat. The FBI is now taking over this investigation. We did hear from the FBI Special Agent Duncan, who did say that they are working to confirm an improvised explosive device right now. So that is, of course, something that is ongoing. We did see a hazmat unit out here from the New Orleans Fire Department, so still an expansive response here that's still present right here on Canal and Bourbon Street where we are right now. But nonetheless, people are still trying to get their day going. Of course, again, a lot of people in town, a lot of visitors here, of course, with the Sugar Bowl here. But everybody else is really just shaken up with the fact that this has happened as we try to ring in the new year. Of course, we are going to get that next update from the NOPD at 11 o'clock. So hopefully we can get a little bit more information about what exactly happened here, more about those 2 officers who were also shot in the midst of all this. And of course, we'll continue to hear more from people out here who heard things, saw things, and of course, they're just trying to wrap their minds around this horrific tragedy that happened here in the French Quarter.
All right, Leah, thanks. We do want to get to something we just got in from the FBI here in the newsroom. It's in a statement. It's confirming the death of the suspect, which we kind of already knew, but I want to read this to you. It says, this morning an individual drove a car into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing a number of people and injuring dozens of others. The subject then engaged with local law enforcement and is now deceased. Now pay attention to this part. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. So there we hear that word again.
Yeah, and that is a point of interest here, because when we did have the press briefing at around 6:30, 6:45, Special Agent Duncan, who is leading the investigation, did say clearly that this was not an act of terrorism. And so we then had a conversation about whether the language was conflicted there. But in this statement from the FBI, it is saying again clearly that this is being investigated with their law enforcement partners as an act of terrorism. Also to that statement, while the FBI does say that the subject, direct quote here, then engaged with local law enforcement and is now deceased, that statement stops short of saying exactly how that person died, whether that person died amidst that exchange of gunfire with law enforcement, and also which officer from which agency potentially fired the shot killing this person. So again, law enforcement being very careful with the language that they are using, but the FBI does confirm, as we've told you through our sourcing here too, that the suspect here, the driver of the truck, did engage in a shootout, shot 2 officers, and is now dead himself.
And it could lead you to believe that that was the
end effect, would think, most likely.
Of gunshots. And there are, of course, social media videos showing where you can hear gunshots. You don't know where those gunshots are coming from. Nothing's been connected to the two, but there are videos out there floating where you can hear those gunshots allegedly direct or connected to this in some way. We are getting a lot of local leaders, of course, officials who are now weighing in on this. We know that all levels have been briefed on the situation. We do expect some type of news conference or something from the governor. We don't know if that's going to be in Baton Rouge or New Orleans at this point. So we are waiting to hear from his office as well.
We're also working to learn more about those who were hurt. Again, some 35 people injured atop those 10 people who were killed. 26 of them being treated over at UMC. That's where our Lily Cummings is reporting live for us. Lily, Mike just mentioned us hearing from area leaders. You told us that City Councilman Oliver Thomas, District E, is there, and he tweeted that he is meeting with victims. I know that you were working to speak with him too. What can you tell us over there at the hospital?
Hey, Brandon. Yeah, I want to get to that in just a second here, but we actually just saw 2, what looked to be at least 1 NOPD captain and then another NOPD vehicle fly out of UMC. Not exactly sure. They're headed towards downtown here. Lights on, sirens on, leaving rather quickly. So that is our latest update here from UMC. But as you just mentioned, yes, Councilmember Oliver Thomas was at UMC this morning. He said he was praying for the victims, visiting with them, as well as those 2 NOPD officers who were shot. The good news is we hear that they are doing well, that they are up, that they are talking here at UMC, and that Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick as well was here at the hospital visiting them. That's typical of the chief. She's done that in the past when there's been an officer involved type shooting. She typically comes to the hospital to visit with those officers, and she did the same this morning after her press conference wrapped that we heard. Right now we know, as you all said, around 35 people injured. 26 of those were brought here to UMC. So we're continuing to monitor things here at the hospital for any updates. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Lily, we do appreciate your reporting. And again, as we do hear from area leaders who are responding to this awful situation, an act of terror as is being described by the FBI. We are joined now on the phone live by City Council District C, Councilman Freddie King III, who represents the French Quarter. Sir, good morning to you.
Councilman, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for being with us this morning. I know you have a lot of moving parts on your end as well, and you have a lot to get to. You know, this is your district. When were you first made aware of this?
When I was asleep, my wife came in and rushed and woke me up and said, "Hey, get up. You know, just heard about the situation that happened in the French Quarter." So got up and phone was buzzing and been on the phone with NOPD, state police, different other elected officials and city leaders ever since then.
What are they telling you, sir, on where things stand?
Well, I just heard you say, you know, FBI said this is an act of terrorism, terror act. I've been hearing that. From my understanding, this individual most likely had an accomplice, and I know there's an ongoing investigation. There's a lot of moving parts. FBI, state police, NOPD are all working in unison to figure out exactly how did this happen. So there's a lot happening in it, and a lot of people are trying to put the pieces together.
You know, as a representative of this district and, you know, a member of this city and a proud member of this city, what goes through your mind seeing something of this magnitude play out in downtown?
It's surreal. You know, you see this on TV. You don't really see this happening in our city. We have our issues with violence, but you know, you never think that you would be looking at a act of terrorism in New Orleans. So it's just shocking. But I want to thank NOPD for their swift response. I'm sure their actions saved lives, and also, you know, want to take the time to pray for those who lost their lives and those families, because at the end of the day, we still have individuals who are bringing in the new year without family members.
Definitely is the case, sir. I mean, the tragedy here speaks for itself as we look at the images, as we hear from witnesses who were there on scene, as we hear from local leaders like you who are there on the front lines getting the latest information about what we do know here. There is, unfortunately, though, a question of messaging. All of this happening during a very busy time for us here. As the leader who represents this district, what do you want people to know about the extent of safety? Because the matter of fact here is that there are multiple law enforcement agencies already in the French Quarter to ensure safety, and that there were some 300 NOPD officers on the ground last night.
Well, I think this goes, it just shows you that, unfortunately, when someone has their mind on doing evil, they're going to do their best to carry that out. And like you said, we had hundreds of law enforcement agents in the area. You know, the city. Hello?
Yeah, sorry about that, sir. You're probably interrupted by a little audio of an ambulance here from video that we're running.
Yeah, so when someone has their mind on doing something, you know, it's hard to stop them. You never know when or where they're coming from. But I do know that the city, NOPD, and other law enforcement agencies are doing their best to keep us safe. There will be, I'm sure, conversations about what can be done in the future as it relates to Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl to ensure something like this doesn't happen. But, you know, this is something this is the reality we live in 2025. Just gotta always stay vigilant and stay prepared.
You know, what are your next steps today as a councilman? Where are you going, or what are you doing now?
Man, I'm about to head to UMC. Then I'm going to go and meet with. I spoke to Captain Roberts at the 8th District. I'm going to meet with him a little bit later. Other law enforcement leaders to see what happened, what's the next steps on keeping our visitors, our residents, and our business on the state and an entire city.
And what would be your message to those business owners and residents who call the French Quarter home, who rely on police presence to keep them safe?
You know, just bear with us while we figure this out. I'm doing everything I can from a legislative position to keep everyone safe. I have all the faith in our NOPD officers to keep us safe. This is a unprecedented event in this city. So just bear with us as we figure out what's happened and you know.
I want to thank you for that.
We all work together.
We want to thank you for that, sir. Just want to ask you real quick. You sighed there after Mike asked you that question. I want to know, how are you dealing right now with these questions about what happens next, questions about the future of the French Quarter? How are you doing right now? I mean, that sigh might speak to something.
No, it's just never I don't know, man. You just never expected this to happen in New Orleans. So it's still a bit of a shock that you have this act of terror that injured dozens and killed over 10 people. You're just trying to still figure out how and why this happened. There's so many questions, but so little answers. So just trying to put it all together. Don't read too much to the side, man. Just trying to put it all together and figure out what happened.
Sure thing. Just wanted to make sure that we also checked in on you, make sure that you were doing all right. Hearing that, we do thank you for spending time with us this morning.
Because you're right, it's like a surreal experience, Councilman. Appreciate you being with us. I know you're busy today and have a lot going on, but we certainly appreciate your time, putting a little context in this from your legislative and policy standpoint as a city leader here. We'll certainly check back in with you a little bit later. And just to kind of give everyone a context of how this all happened, this was just a few hours after the city rung in the new year with those fireworks over the river. Just after 3 a.m. is when this situation started to unfold, when the law enforcement started rushing to Canal and Bourbon.
Right, and you had a lot of people already out there at the time, already outside, as we have reported for you on the record for the past almost 5 hours here as we've been here throughout. But I do want to point to something that Councilman King did say, at least as far as his briefing is concerned, looking into whether the suspect here had an accomplice. So our newsroom is working to get to the bottom of that right now. Again, Councilman King saying that he is in contact with law enforcement officials as they're working to get to the bottom of this one too, but it's a very fluid situation. That's a great detail to pass along to you right now, though, looking into the probability of whether this person who is dead now had an accomplice.
And of course, he also mentioned that he is also being told by those on the ground and those he's been in contact with, the word terrorism, of course, coming back up, as he mentioned that we, of course, got word from the FBI that they are investigating this as an act of terrorism, along with local leaders as well, when they confirmed that the suspect was dead.
Most definitely. Taking a look at things, if you're just joining us here at 8:30 on this Wednesday morning, New Year's Day in New Orleans, not a good morning, as some 10 people, their lives taken, cut short by the driver of a truck who crashed into them on Bourbon Street overnight, injuring another 35 others.
And the police chief believes most of those injured or dead are locals to the New Orleans area. Of course, a lot of tourists were also in town. We do know the majority of people who were injured were taken to UMC, 26 of them, 4 others taken to Toro, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, more to Tulane, and there were unconfirmed reports of others being taken to other hospitals as well. But we do know more than 30, probably more than 34, 35 at this point injured, as well as 10 people who have lost their lives on this New Year's Day in 2025.
And among the officials from whom we are hearing this morning, we have heard from Governor Jeff Landry, who did extend his thoughts and prayers to those who were hurt, also saying, the governor there, that they are working with officials in the White House to really investigate what is going on here, to make sure that answers are provided to the many questions, but also the lingering question that is overall safety here in our city. So hearing from the governor there, and do hope to hear more from officials throughout the day.
And of course, the big question is going to be why this man chose to do this. Where is he from? What brought him to New Orleans? And just what was the mindset? We may not get the answer to the latter because the suspect is now dead, but a lot of folks just want to know why at this point.
And the FBI is leading this investigation, and we have brought you a statement from them a few minutes ago. I just want to reiterate it here because it is a little telling again, and I'm going to just quote here directly. This morning, an individual drove a car into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing a number of people and injuring dozens of others. The subject then engaged with local law enforcement and is now deceased. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with our partners to investigate this again as an act of terror. And so we did tell you that the driver of that truck engaged in gunfire, shot 2 police officers who are stable, who are talking, who are alert, according to our Lily Cummings, who is live for us at UMC, where they are being treated.
And of course, we have the Sugar Bowl still happening today. That's going to go off as planned. We did get a statement from the Sugar Bowl committee a little bit earlier talking about this horrifying situation situation. The city of New Orleans, as well as the police department, asking folks to carry on their day. If you're going to the game, they say that you will be safe. Try not to let this mar your experience as a fan to go out and enjoy a football game, which is why so many people are in town trying to enjoy the hospitality, enjoy a football game, and really take in the city of New Orleans, only to wake up to scenes like this and hear that 10 people have now been killed. So the city is asking folks to carry on, but try to avoid Bourbon Street, especially in that 8-block radius, as police carry out this investigation, because it's going to be a lengthy one as they try to put all the pieces together to try to figure out what exactly happened and why.
We do expect to hear from investigators again at 11 this morning. At least that's what they told us when they briefed us the first time around during the 6 a.m. hour. And we do hope to learn more about the driver of that truck when they do give us their latest update, because we have been able to confirm that the driver of the truck, who did engage gunfire with officers on scene, shooting 2 officers, is dead. This according to NOPD Superintendent this according to the FBI, excuse me, which is leading the investigation here. The FBI is saying that the driver did engage with law enforcement, but again, that statement stops short of specifying the extent of the circumstances surrounding the suspect's death, who fired, how they fired, the circumstances there, but we do know that that person is dead and they died during a gunfire exchange with law enforcement.
And of course, if law enforcement has really secured that area around Bourbon Street right now, they've closed the businesses. They asked all the patrons to leave whenever this was all unfolding early this morning. Those are all shut down right now. Hotels are on lockdown. Some guests are not being allowed to leave. No one's being allowed in, and they're not being told a whole lot of information. We heard from someone a little bit earlier. They're still there, just kind of be holding up, just waiting to get the okay from law enforcement.
And the fact of the matter is, you can look at that reality as a point of clarity as far as what do we do now. If you're staying at one of those hotels, they're telling you to stay inside right now. At least that's where you stay put as investigators on the ground gather what they need to gather to reach the conclusions they need to conclude here in this sense. But we had been hearing from people staying at hotels in the French Quarter. One gentleman who was staying at the Royal Sonesta there on Bourbon Street says that he heard a boom, looked out of his window to Bourbon Street, saw that truck, saw a crowd around it, saw people laying on the ground. He says he ran outside, rushed in to help people who needed emergency care. He says that from his vantage point, he could tell when he spoke to our Leah McNeil earlier this morning that some people did not make it. He says that he is a Marine veteran, also first responder. He and other people sprung into action to help very much so save lives.
All right, so we did just get confirmation from New Orleans police when it comes to how the suspect died. So we do know that the man crashed his vehicle. So I'm going to read this from NOPD. After the vehicle came to a stop, the suspect reportedly opened fire on responding officers who returned fire. The victim was struck and subsequently declared deceased on scene. Further information on the suspect is currently available, or I'm assuming that's not available for release. So we do know, we now have confirmation from police that that was an exchange of gunfire and that he died after being shot by officers.
And that is good to know that those blanks have been filled in. Presumably, we figured that was the case. I'm sure many of you at home probably thought that to be the case
we did too. Yeah.
But it is important here to make sure that we get that confirmed from the agencies who are there on the ground, and making sure that their words are specific here before we impart our own.
So we now know that is the case. And of course, NOPD also saying that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, is now going to be the lead investigative agency on this. And if anybody happens to have any type of information, if you saw something out there, don't feel like you can't share it with police or don't need to, or that it's irrelevant.
It's the opposite.
Call the FBI. They want to hear from you. They want as much information as possible. It could be just a little piece of information just with what you saw, your account. It doesn't matter. Give the FBI a call. They are asking for your information. That number is 504-816-3000. I'll read it again, 504-816-3000. That'll put you in touch with the FBI, who is now the lead agency asking for any type of information, large or small, when it comes to this investigation.
Awfully important there. That is very much so the case, as well as any video that you may have recorded out there if you were there. We have seen a lot of video that we know is circulating social media, and often is the time in investigations of the like law enforcement does turn to video to get a better idea of what's going on as far as their investigation stands. So contact the FBI if you do have any information. You're also urged to give the NOPD a call or Crime Stoppers. We share that number with you too, 504-822-1111. Bottom line, if you know something here, say something, as area law enforcement works to also maintain safety, but answer the many questions as to what happened here overnight.
Of course, there's going to be a lot of talk about could this have been prevented? What preventative measures were in place? What should have been in place, and whether any signs were missed. We don't know the answers to all of those questions at this point. That's going to be a large part of the FBI's investigation. But when you hear the police chief talk about the barricades that were up, you have the officers out. There were resources in place to try and prevent something like this. Then you have Councilman Freddie King talk about when you have the evil intention of someone who is this was what they wanted to do. It just goes to show you what can happen when you have that mindset. So whether it could have been avoided, we don't know at this point, but we do know that there was a large police presence. The police chief said some 300 officers out there patrolling, making sure everyone was having a fun, festive, safe time out there celebrating. But then you have this one person who makes the decision to kill people.
Right, and that's why these investigations are important, to figure out the intentions going into this and why this may have happened here. But again, the driver of that truck is dead. Speaking to City Councilman Freddie King III, District C, which does include the French Quarter, he says as far as the briefing that he has received, the suspect may have had an accomplice here. So we are looking into that as well. Investigators are going to give us another update a little later this morning, and our reporters on the ground are sure to ask about that.
And that, of course, could strike a lot of concern for folks who live in the area, not just in the French Quarter, but around the city, if in fact that there was an accomplice or there's someone else out there. We're going to check back in with our Winston Reed now, who is live on the scene. He's been out there all morning, got out there pretty quickly after this happened, and he has just been filtering through so much information. Winston, good morning to you again.
Good morning. I'm here at the corner of Royal and Iberville, and as things are developing, we should keep our focus on the investigation revolving around that explosive device. I just seen a New Orleans bomb detection vehicle make its way through Iberville here in the French Quarter, and look behind me. This is part of the French Quarter that is now blocked off surrounding Bourbon Street, and law enforcement is asking that everyone avoid Bourbon Street and the areas around Bourbon Street throughout the day. But yet the explosive device that was mentioned by the federal agent earlier this morning, it is currently under investigation. The investigation in itself, this entire investigation, is taken over by the FBI. However, that explosive device is something to be focused on, and because it's ongoing, and we don't know to what extent it's going to have an impact on this immediate area here in the Bourbon Street and French Quarter area. So just wanted to give you guys a visual of what I'm seeing. You're looking at law enforcement agents further down Royal Street, staying posted on the nearby streets alongside Bourbon. Again, law enforcement is asking everyone to avoid Bourbon Street throughout the day as the investigation continues and develops. And again, that explosive device that was mentioned earlier this morning from federal investigators, that investigation is continuing to develop. I did see a New Orleans bomb squad detection vehicle make its way down the Iberville street. So we're working to see how that unfolds and where that plays into all of this as well, in terms of this terroristic attack that the federal law enforcement agency is now using that term, terrorism, something that they refrained from earlier this morning, but now city officials and federal agents are now using the term terrorism as it relates to this investigation, where someone drove a vehicle through Bourbon Street, killing 10 people and injuring at least 35 others, as well as shooting 2 police officers who were treated for their injuries earlier today. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about that improvised explosive device possibly found, because that was just something that was just kind of casually mentioned in that news conference from earlier this morning.
And for the record, Winston, you tried to press investigators on the extent to which they had any more information on that IED. Talk to us about that.
Well, we were told that Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, the mayor, as well as the federal agent were not going to answer any questions following that briefing. But as journalists, we can't help but to ask questions, and we were left with more questions after they provided that briefing. And the federal agent did mention the explosive device, but not in detail. And I wanted her to elaborate what's the extent of this investigation related to this device, and where was it found? To what, is it still active? These are questions that we needed to know. At the time, we didn't even get information on the actual suspect, who they were calling a terrorist, and we didn't even know if terrorism itself was the right word to use, because both the federal agent and Mayor Cantrell were making contradicting statements. So we needed more clarification on that explosive device earlier, and we're hoping to get even more information later this morning during the 11 a.m. briefing set to be held at the NOPD headquarters.
All right, Winston Reed, one of the first reporters live on scene this morning, minutes after 3:30 this morning, has been there asking the questions that need to be answered. We do appreciate your work.
Especially since that can become a much bigger piece of this puzzle,
exactly.
Depending on what comes out of this investigation. We're going to go now, continue our team coverage. We've been doing it for you all morning. We're going to go now to our Alyssa Curtis, who is seen there in the French Quarter. Hey there, Alyssa.
NOPD and LSP have blocked off, so we are at Bourbon and Dumaine, and Bourbon is just absolutely empty right now. All you can really see are officer trucks, deputy trucks, and crime scene tape. There has been a few people kind of in this area who live in some of these buildings or are in hotels here, kind of walking out, and some of the LSP deputies have had to go over there and say, hey, you need to get back inside. You can't be, at least in this area, outside right now. If you want to be outside, you need to get outside of the barricaded area right now. We also are seeing a lot more people kind of out and about on the other side of this barricaded area right now, walking around. A lot of people in Georgia gear, I'm assuming heading to the Sugar Bowl later this afternoon. And a lot of people trying to get to work and saying, we have had to walk several blocks to get here. I had to park on this street and walk over here. Again, there is about a half mile, a little bit more than a half mile stretch that is closed off right now, again, from Dumaine and Bourbon all the way to Canal and Bourbon. Again, we do know that suspect was shot and killed. He did, according to Chief Kirkpatrick, intentionally drive through Bourbon Street and try to hurt and kill as many people as he could. He got out and started shooting. 10 people dead. As of right now, we know at least 35 people are injured. At least 2 officers were injured as they were shot at and taken to UMC. Again, we heard Lily Cummings say that a lot of NOPD deputies were at UMC. We know Chief Kirkpatrick often goes to see officers if they are injured and in the hospital. Again, we are still gathering as much information as we can, because there's a lot of unknowns right now. We know that Bourbon Street, a lot of corners on Bourbon Street have those barricades up, especially when there are big crowds. So how did this person get through? Why did this person get through? Who is this person? What was their intention? A lot of those questions still yet to be answered. We will be hearing from officials at 11 a.m. So me and my photographer will be there at 11 a.m. with NOPD. I'm sure, again, other law enforcement officials will be there as well. We do know the FBI is leading this investigation this morning, and we heard some conflicting statements earlier this morning. First, we heard the mayor and NOPD, and they were calling it a terrorist attack. Then FBI was saying it wasn't, but at the latest, we now know that the FBI is calling it an act of terrorism. I'm going to pull up the statement right here and read it to you guys. But again, they are the lead investigators as of right now. They say an individual drove a car into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street, killing a number of people and injuring dozens of others. The subject then engaged with local law enforcement and is now deceased. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. And that was just about 30 minutes ago. So we now know it is being investigated as an act of terrorism. Again, I'm sure a lot of people still have a lot of questions, and we're trying to get to the bottom of this. But as the day goes on, as we're getting later into the morning, people are just out and about. A lot of people, stopping and looking and having confused faces, having concerned faces. This is the start of the new year. It's the start of an exciting time. There's a lot of people in Bourbon on a normal night, but just imagine these celebrations, not just for New Year's, but all of the people in town for the Sugar Bowl. This place was absolutely crowded, and now to see it like this is just a harrowing and staggering a visual right now. A lot of people are really hurting and confused as to how this could happen. So again, we're waiting to get more information. 10 people dead right now and at least 35 injured. Again, the Sugar Bowl is still scheduled for tonight. The Sugar Bowl sent us a statement recently and said their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. There are ongoing discussions with authorities on the local, state, and federal levels, and will communicate further details as they become available. So again, the Sugar Bowl still, I guess, assessing what is happening and what they should be doing and how they should respond, because again, it's just a horrible incident. And sorry, there's the cleaning trucks. The cleaning trucks are still going through the French Quarter. So some of the quarter is business as usual, while there's such a big chunk of the French Quarter just kind of in a standstill. So it is a very interesting juxtaposition here right now. You have on one side of this street people walking around, people enjoying the French Quarter, at least trying to enjoy the French Quarter, street cleaning going on as usual, cars driving by, and then in this about 0.6 mile stretch, half a mile stretch, it's just kind of completely empty, and it seems kind of at a standstill. And of course, we do know with so many moving parts, with the car being driven through the street, with shots being fired, there's also some explosives found. There's so much that needs to be investigated. I'm sure that officers and deputies are really trying to comb this scene as well as they can, as with the most scrutiny as they can, to get as much information. Again, we should be hearing from law enforcement officials in just a few hours, and I will be there to ask some questions. Again, NOPD sent a statement out not too long ago saying if you are looking for someone and you're not sure if they are safe or not, and you know that they were on Bourbon Street and are concerned, you can call 311. They say do not call 911, but get your information from 311. So if you're looking for someone, if you're concerned, you haven't heard from a family member, a friend, a loved one, you can call 311 and they will get you the help that they need. Again, still a lot of questions to be answered. We're going to keep working the scene. We're going to keep calling our NOPD and everyone we can to get you guys as much information. For now, reporting in the French Quarter, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Alyssa, thanks. Of course, we are continuing to get reaction, and we just got one from House Speaker Mike Johnson, of course, the congressman from Louisiana who represents us in Congress, or represents the Shreveport area in Congress. He says, quote, the vicious attack on innocent people celebrating the new year in New Orleans early this morning was an act of pure evil, and justice must be swift for anyone who was involved. Please join us in praying for the victims, their families, and the first responders and investigators on the scene. That, of course, from House Speaker Mike Johnson.
And we're also beginning to get an idea, or a better idea, of the media getting a response from President Biden or what may be going on there. Just reading communications from the pool crew, which has arrived to the president's home where he has been staying there in Delaware. They're scheduled to depart the National Guard base there a little later this morning and then fly to Maryland on their way to Camp David. So working to get more information from him. But as we do tell you, officials telling us to make sure that you steer clear of 8-block area of the French Quarter there. You see it from Canal up to Dumaine, it's been blocked off there, according to the map you see here on your screen, as investigators on the ground work to figure out better idea of what transpired here at around 3:15 this morning. Responses from area officials continue to come in, including a statement just in from City Council President Helena Moreno, who says that, of course, this is a very tragic day in New Orleans. That statement goes on to say, quote, "I want to send my deepest sympathies to the victims and families of those lost and injured in this horrible attack. I want to especially thank the brave NOPD officers who helped stop this suspect, and I hope for a swift recovery of the injured officers and leaders in our community." And we're looking at a statement now from the governor as well.
Yeah, we've read this statement a couple of times, but I'm going to get to something we just got from the White House that CBS has just pushed to us. It says, quote, "President Biden called New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell this morning to offer full federal support following the horrific news that a driver killed and injured dozens of individuals in New Orleans overnight. The president has been briefed on the latest developments by senior FBI and DHS leadership and his Homeland Security team, and he will continue to be briefed on the incident throughout the day. FBI is leading the investigation and is working closely with local and state officials." So we could potentially hear something from President Biden a little bit.
And this from CBS News as of 8:52. So within seconds we received this note. Also hearing from Attorney General Liz Murrow, we told you about this a little earlier too, sending a statement, also saying that she's praying that the victims and families will ensure that they get justice for this appalling act. Please avoid the immediate area at this time and listen to law enforcement officers who are still out on scene. Most officials essentially saying the same thing here as we begin to get a clearer picture of this investigation, what happened overnight. Some 10 people killed, another 35 hurt after a man who is now dead killed himself during an exchange of gunfire with police. And let me fix my language there, because it sounds like I said that he killed himself, and that's not what I meant there. He was killed during an exchange of gunfire with police. Shot 2 officers there during that exchange. Those officers are being treated at UMC. They're doing all right. They are alert. They are talking, according to our Lily Cummings, who is reporting live from the hospital.
And if we could bring back up that graphic of Bourbon Street that's blocked off, if the control room can pop that up real quick, just to kind of give you some context here, that's going to affect a lot of businesses.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be open for New Year's Day, which is a very busy day for them. We heard from the Councilman Freddie King a little bit earlier talking about please have patience if you live in that area, if you operate a business in that area. We know it's going to be very impactful for them from a business standpoint as this investigation plays out, because we don't know how long that's going to be closed down.
Right.
We just know that everyone is being advised to stay away from that area until there's no timeline on that.
Right, and we've been able to get a clearer picture from our reporters who have gotten closer in. Alyssa's there on Dauphine, I should say. Winston was able to get in a little closer as well too, but also as we continue to learn more about those who were injured, our Lily Cummings has been reported, as we mentioned, from UMC, where 26 people are being injured. Lily, what you got?
Brandon, Mike, that's right. We've been at UMC all morning. Right now I'm being joined by Councilmember Oliver Thomas, who's been upstairs in the emergency room praying and speaking with victims. Councilman, just walk us through what's going on up there. What are you seeing and hearing?
Well, I mean, first of all, our prayers go out to the victims and their families, man, especially during this horrific evil event that we wish would not have happened. But they're up there, their injuries are being treated. Of the officers who were involved in stabilizing or neutralizing the threat, 2 are there being treated for their injuries. I want to thank the medical staff here. Man, they have really been on point in making sure that everybody who was involved in this tragic event is being cared for. I'm not aware of some of the other victims who are not law enforcement, but nothing that I've seen seems to be life-threatening right now, thank God, especially with our officers. But the families are there, and there's still a lot of major concern about the potential threat moving forward, or if there's any other concern moving forward. That's what everybody's kind of worried about now.
And I know 26 here at UMC are being treated, and you're saying you're not seeing anything life-threatening, but we don't know at the other local hospitals.
We don't know. All we can do is hope and pray that there aren't any more life-threatening injuries or loss of life because of this. And for the 10 people that I think they have been confirmed that are dead. Our hearts and our prayers go out to them and to their families. But to see the officers who are here, to talk to their friends who are in law enforcement, that we would rank, they've been coming through all morning. I've been here the last several hours. And I just appreciate what the medical staff here has done. They've been exemplary.
And so those two officers, they're in stable condition. Can you say how many officers were involved in that shooting with the suspect?
Well, the two represent, I think, based on the information we're getting, there may have been up to 4 officers that were actually involved in neutralizing the event. I mean, they're heroes.
To our WWL viewers, thank you for staying with us. We do have team coverage this morning for you. And if you're just joining us or just turning on the TV, of course, there's a lot going on. We do know that 10 people have been killed because of an intentional driver who wanted to kill as many people as possible, that according to the police chief.
Yeah, officials briefing us a little after 6 o'clock this morning on what they know now. We can update you, though, to say that the person responsible for this, the driver of that truck, is dead. 9 o'clock here on This Morning as you're joining us live on WWL Channel 4, also WWL Plus online as we continue to cover this very unfortunate circumstance to have taken place in New Orleans on this very busy day. Officials telling us that at around 3:15 they responded to reports of a truck having crashed into a group of people, but not just crashing into a group of people. According to Superintendent Kirkpatrick, intentionally avoiding barriers that had been put in place preventing drivers from driving along Bourbon Street to crash into those people, killing 10, injuring some 35 others. An act of terrorism officially being investigated by the FBI.
And as the police chief put it, hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did, of course talking about the driver there. And we do know this morning that those 2 officers who were shot in that engagement of gunfire are in stable condition. We don't know the condition of these 35 some odd victims who were brought to the hospitals. So we hope that they are able to recover from whatever injuries, whatever the extent of those injuries are, because
definitely.
we don't know exactly how they are.
We are thinking about them, thinking about everyone involved in this. We're also hearing from area leaders. Joined now on the phone by Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Sir, really sorry to speak to you under such circumstances. I've got to imagine that you are in Pasadena, California this morning. Excuse us, the Lieutenant Governor is just taking a couple minutes. He is, in fact, in Pasadena for the Tournament of Roses parade. And that just speaks to all of the many moving parts we had going on right now with people in town for a big event, but also area officials working to continue to get people to come to New Orleans, the point of the float there. If the Lieutenant Governor is there, can you hear us, sir? Mr. Nungesser?
Yes.
Hi there, good morning to you. Sorry to talk to you under these circumstances, sir. First, I just want you to just fill us in on what you know about what happened here.
Well, I started getting texts and calls this morning. I'm in Pasadena. We're 2 hours ahead of y'all, and about the tragedy. And let me first say our prayers are with the families and praying for those in the hospital. The tragic thing that happened, most recently got a call that someone said there was some type of flag on the back of the truck. They didn't identify what that flag said. And the device that they set off recently in the quarter, they found supposedly. But I'm just getting calls out here. We've just loaded 150 people from Louisiana on the bus for the Rose Parade, and it's a real somber mood here as people were calling home to check on loved ones.
I can just imagine the mood that you guys are having to deal with when you're supposed to be out there celebrating and really promoting and putting Louisiana in this spotlight, which you guys do so well out there. How do you navigate that, knowing that this has happened back home?
Yeah, at 6 o'clock this morning in front of the Rose Foundation home, they had a moment of silence for the victims, and then they proceeded to award the Louisiana Float one of the awards for decorations and showmanship for the float. So it's really difficult to juggle, especially having so many Louisiana families out here with their children and all, feeling like we shouldn't be celebrating anything right now. And so it really is a different mood here than it should be.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that y'all are having to deal with that this morning, sir. A lot of your responsibility as Lieutenant Governor is overseeing our messaging, tourism, our big industry here, particularly in New Orleans. Any concern about what this could mean going forward, or is that jumping to conclusions too soon?
Well, we always worry about that every time there's a shooting or something in the quarter. Obviously, this is an isolated incident with some crazy, and we'll learn that in the days to come. But hopefully, I'm sure we will see additional measures put in place. It's horrible that it takes a tragedy like this with more barricades, especially with the Super Bowl coming. You know, it's been talked about before when those barricades were put in, that if there's no balcony adjacent to those barricades, people can drive on the sidewalk around them. So, you know, there's been talk of making Bourbon and Royal pedestrian streets permanently with several things down the street, and it's horrible, but maybe this tragedy will lead to some of those things being implemented. Surely the security teams will take another hard look at doing some other measures for Super Bowl. I'm sure of that.
What type of influence would your office have in any of those measures?
Well, you know, for many years we've been working to try to get the French Quarter under a separate management district, either under my office or where we could do things to clean it up, make it safe, and you know, I'm going to continue to advocate for that because it's such an important part of the state. And you know, I've always said there wasn't enough voters in the quarter to make the city spend the time and effort to make that the best it could be, and that's with safety and everything else. So we still obviously got a lot of work to do, but you know, when you've got a crazy person that wants to cause havoc, it's very hard to stop them. So
this person was probably going to find any kind of way to cause damage.
Yes, sir. Well, we do thank you for spending time to speak with us today. Again, Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, who is speaking to us live from Pasadena, California, with a crew of Louisianians on this day for the Rose Bowl parade. So, sir, we do thank you again for your time this morning on this very tragic day here. We are hearing from New Orleans and Company, which just released a statement, Walt Legere III, the president and CEO, which reads in part, and I'm not going to read it all, but just a couple lines here. New Orleans and Company is in touch with city and state officials and is monitoring the tragic mass casualty incident that occurred on Bourbon Street early this morning of New Year's Day. We send our deepest condolences to all the victims and their families. We defer to the FBI, New Orleans Police, the Louisiana State Police, and city officials per updates on exactly what occurred in the ongoing investigation.
Yeah, we did get something in from Steve Scalise as well. Of course, we're like another congressman here in Louisiana saying, please join me in praying for the victims and their families, as well as our first responders in the wake of this horrific act of violence on Bourbon Street. Of course, you hear a lot of representatives using the word horrific because it really is what this is that we're all waking up to, just horror in the city of New Orleans.
Very much so. Area ERs are busy too. Some 26 people at last check being treated over at UMC. That's where our Lily Cummings has reported for us throughout the morning. Lily.
Brandon, good morning. Yes, UMC has been the hot spot. 26 of the roughly 35 people who were injured in this attack were here being treated this morning. Now here with me is Councilmember Freddie King.
Not familiar to us, so we're working with law enforcement to figure out what happened, why it happened. Enjoy yourself as much as possible to our visitors and to our residents. You know, NOPD acted quickly today to keep us safe, and hats off to them. But again, to our residents, just bear with us, stay vigilant. If you see something, you know, call 911. We'll get through this together.
How quickly could something change as far as the safety and the policy on Bourbon Street? Because we have thousands of people coming to our city for the Super Bowl in less than a month.
It can definitely happen quickly. that's a conversation we're going to have with DPW, the mayor's office, some other colleagues to figure out what can be done in short order to ensure that the millions of people coming down for the Super Bowl are safe in the French Quarter. Not just for the Super Bowl, but for Mardi Gras, for everyday living in the French Quarter. You know, it's unlike any other neighborhood in the city. It's unlike any other neighborhood in the world, quite frankly. So we got to take those extra steps to keep it safe as it pertains to vehicular traffic and foot traffic, pedestrians.
Well, Councilman King, I know you want to get upstairs and speak with those victims. Thank you for joining us here at UMC. We'll send it back to you all in the studio now.
Thank you, Lily. We do appreciate that update from you. Also hearing from investigators on scene as we continue to learn more about what they're recovering from scene. CBS News is reporting from sources there that law enforcement did uncover a long gun there from the scene there on Bourbon Street, working to get more information on that.
We're going to go now to our Amelia Strahan, who is live outside of the Superdome. We have some new information with her. Hey there, Amelia. No, you can hear us?
Hey there. Yeah, definitely an increased police presence out here, and we're told by multiple sources there are law enforcement officers inside sweeping the dome right now. We've seen bomb dogs out here. There are multiple law enforcement agencies. We're told, you know, this is an increased presence from what they originally had planned. Of course, they planned to have more officers out here because of the bowl, but it definitely appears that there are even more in light of the tragedy. We're seeing JPSO officers. We even saw a Biloxi PD car, Homeland Security. These are just what we've been able to see from the outside. And again, we do hear they are sweeping the dome right now. So definitely a heavy police presence inside as well. You know, we're expecting this presence to increase as the day goes on. There are, you know, just a handful of cars outside right now, but we know from those sources that they were pulled off of normal assignments today from other areas, so more than they had originally planned just for the increased security for the big game. You know, there are going to be thousands of people in town for the game, also, you know, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, so having the officers out here securing the area early this morning is definitely a necessity. And we did hear from the Sugar Bowl CEO, Jeff Hundley, who says their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. They said they're in ongoing discussions with authorities, local, state, and federal levels, and they will continue to communicate. But, you know, like we said earlier, the game is on from now. But we are out here talking to law enforcement, and we will keep you updated as we learn more about the police presence out here. Reporting live from the Dome, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Amelia, thanks. I can just imagine how much security, what they're going through right now. But we do want to get to a statement from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who says, quote, "The country woke up this morning to news of a terrible tragedy in New Orleans that killed at least 10 people and injured many more. My heart is broken for those who begin this year by learning people they love were killed in a horrific attack. And my prayers are with the dozens who were injured, including the New Orleans Police Department officers who risked their lives to save others. The FBI is investigating this matter as an act of terrorism. The FBI and the ATF, the Justice Department, National Security Division, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Louisiana will continue to work with our law enforcement partners and will deploy every available resource to conduct this investigation." That coming from the Attorney General of the United States.
Yeah, some minutes ago there, that statement coming in. 9:15 the time here, local time, central time, the world waking up and reacting to this news here in the Crescent City, and it is not a good headline. Some 10 people killed, 35 others injured in that incident involving a driver of a truck who intentionally crashed into that crowd on Bourbon Street, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick. It's 7:16 right now on the West Coast. I say say that because minutes ago we just heard from Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, who was there with a group of volunteers from Louisiana for the Tournament of Roses parade. And the parade is about to get started right now, again, really early there in Pasadena, but there was a moment of silence held as they were preparing for that. Got some video that we do want to bring up as we do talk about that this morning. Actually, as a matter of fact, we just want to cut to it and have you pay attention for a second.
We stand in solidarity with the entire state during this difficult time. Let's take a few moments of silence, please.
Yeah, just a very surreal moment there, and I appreciate it watching it. It does mean a lot that people are still thinking about us. And of course, the Tournament of Roses parade is supposed to be a celebratory moment out there, really putting Louisiana in the spotlight. You heard the Lieutenant Governor earlier talking about how the mood is just very somber for them, and they almost feel guilty out there celebrating when we're dealing with this at home.
Yeah, pretty tough circumstance all across the board, and the point of being there this morning, that moment of silence being held, is to attract more people to Louisiana for tourism. The float there and whatnot, we did have Lieutenant Governor Nungesser on last week, in fact, just talking about the return on the investment, so to speak, as a result of participating in the Tournament of Roses parade and getting people to the city of New Orleans to visit. That's a very important detail as we get to the bottom of this investigation, but also talk more about the perception that this might create here going forward. And a lot of the statements that we've provided to you, a lot of local leaders have hinted at that going forward and what can be done, what should be done in a conversation that's very much so in its nascent stage, just getting started.
Especially when two major events are now at our doorstep. You have Carnival and you have the Super Bowl, both here, essentially. And there's only so much you can do, so much work that can get done before those two events are here. We're going to shift gears now and continue our team coverage here with our Leah McNeil. She was out there early this morning. She talked to people who witnessed this horrific event. She joins us now live again from Canal Street. Hey there, Leah.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we're still out here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon. Still a very heavy law enforcement presence out here. Just see them here behind me. State police still out here. Dozens of NOPD officers out here. And of course, still the Orleans Parish Coroner is out here on the scene as well to continue to deal with this just horrific scene out here on Bourbon as a man plowed into a crowded group of people on Bourbon Street, of course, as everyone was celebrating the new year. As you mentioned, Mike, off the top, we've been out here since about 4 o'clock this morning, just about 30 or so minutes after this all unfolded, speaking to a witness who was just mere feet away from this car as it plowed through the crowd. She said she was lucky to escape with her life this morning. I also spoke to another man who was at the Royal Sonesta Hotel that's actually on Bourbon Street, and he walked me through and described what he saw and he heard early this morning. Take a listen. You're here for the Sugar Bowl, of course.
Correct.
Tell me, what's your reaction to kind of waking up this morning, getting your day started and seeing this?
Well, I got a text my father first, and then that alarmed me. And I looked and saw the news and saw what was going on. And like I told you before this interview, I mean, it's just a certain numbness that takes over. But then I said I'm going to walk down there. So we're a couple blocks away at the Homewood, and walk down here, and it's just kind of surreal. And it's sad. It's sad for America, and it's sad for our people. And all of our money and everything has printed on it. God bless America. And I think it's time the country really turns and listens to those three words strongly.
And you've been down here before, and you said that typically you normally would be out here on Bourbon.
We ate dinner last night at a restaurant right there on Bourbon, and it wasn't a care in the world. This was far from our minds, and like I said, it happens all too often now here, and it's just sad. I mean, there's a sadness, but typically, I mean, I've never.
And now I'm joined by another man right here. We're not going to put him on camera this morning, but I do want you to hear kind of what he saw and what he went through, because he actually left his hotel, went down on the ground to actually help those people who were shot and injured. So first things first, sir, go ahead and tell me what exactly happened this morning. You said about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, so it was about a little bit before 3:20 this morning. We heard loud banging sounds coming up. We're in our room just pretty much closing down for the evening at the end of all the events and everything. And when we looked out the window, we noticed there was a lot of bodies laying on the ground. Truck was speeding away. Immediately ran downstairs to see if there was some people that can help out. And unfortunately, some people did perish during that event. There were some people we put into the hotel for assistance, and it was just, the scene was just horrific. Cops are doing a really good job. EMTs trying to help whoever they can at the time. But then maybe about 35, 40 minutes afterwards, there was a bomb scare alert that was sent out, and the hotel was there, and at that point evacuated, and they started pushing everybody away from the hotel around the back end of the hotel on the opposite side of Bourbon Street.
So you said that bomb threat came in after the shooting had happened, right?
Maybe about 30 minutes afterwards.
Tell me what was going through your mind, 'cause I know you said you are a medic, so you were able to help out people. What was going through your mind when you were seeing all this unfold?
Well, one, being a Marine Corps vet, it felt like, back in Iraq again. Just jumping right in, just seeing the people and everything laying down, not knowing exactly what to do. So at that moment, I just had to do what I needed to do, just go right back into my training and try to see people that I can actually help, and pretty much trying to triage. There was another gentleman that was there with me. He was a trained medic as well. So between the two of us, we tried to help anybody that we could.
And when you're just thinking back about that bomb threat, I know situations like this, you mentioned feeling like you're back in Iraq. I know this can be very triggering for you. That when that bomb threat came in, have you heard any other information about that, or did they just say, hey, get out, there's a bomb threat?
Yeah, so there was no other information provided, timelines or nothing like that. They just pretty much evacuated the area, pretty much everything from Bourbon Street, and pushing everybody. They said, go wherever you want to go, but here. So we went door to door, at least on our floor, the 5th floor, started pushing people out. And hotel security was as well helping direct everybody out, and we're just pushing everybody away from the hotels. We thought it was just our hotel specifically, but it turned out to be more than that.
I appreciate you for taking the time to kind of walk me through what you saw. I know this is a lot, and it's not easy to talk about, especially when you're just ringing in a new year, trying to new beginnings. He is getting ready to finish his PhD, so it's crazy to finish your year, or start your year, I should say, start the ending chapter of that journey. So thank you for taking the time to chat with us. But again, guys, you just hear just how massive and expansive this crime scene really is. I mean, all the way up and down Canal, we see dozens and dozens of police officers, of course, EMS units, the coroner's office is here, and also you just heard this witness describe helping people who were shot, laying on the ground. Ultimately, as you heard, some of those people just didn't. Well, guys, a lot to unpack there, what you just heard. First things first, there was a Georgia fan that you heard from first who was out here, says that he would normally be out here on Bourbon Street, but he just decided to turn things in earlier last night, so he was not on here, out on Bourbon Street, I should say. But when he woke up this morning, it was just really a shock to see this. The second man you heard from was the man that we talked to earlier this morning, who, as I mentioned earlier, was staying at the Royal Sonesta that is on Bourbon Street. He was one of the ones that actually immediately responded after those shots rang out, after that car plowed into that crowd on Bourbon Street. As you heard him describe it, just absolute carnage. As you mentioned, said he felt like he was back in Iraq. So definitely not anything that anyone should be seeing at all. And they also mentioned, you might have heard him say that the hotel actually did initiate a bomb threat, because they evacuated the hotel and also other hotels around Bourbon Street. We did hear from the FBI, who is now leading this investigation. They did say they are working to confirm an improvised explosive device that was found out here somewhere on the scene, so they are working more details to try to iron that out. We are going to be hearing more from officials at NOPD, including the FBI, at 11 o'clock, so coming up in just a few hours. So again, still very active scene out here, dozens of law enforcement out here on scene as they continue to kind of piece together what exactly happened here. The theme is still, and the advice is still, to stay away from the area. They said at least about 8-block radius on both sides of Bourbon, but I think it's probably just best for folks just to stay away altogether if you can. I know there are a lot of Notre Dame and a lot of Georgia folks out here as well, still, of course, trying to get their day going. But if you can avoid this area, please do so, because that's the advice coming straight from law enforcement.
All right, Leah, thanks. We are getting some more information from CBS now that is reporting from local law enforcement as well as a city official, quoting them as saying investigators are probing whether the suspect in this case was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization, and that investigators are also analyzing that potential explosive devices recovered at or near the scene. You heard Leah just talking about that as well.
Yeah, very much so. That question of those that IED potentially recovered from the scene there, according to CBS News, investigators analyzing that. But Special Agent Duncan from the FBI, who's in charge of this investigation, did allude to that, saying that they did find IEDs, an IED at least, on scene, but didn't go into greater detail about the circumstances surrounding that. But also to the point, according to CBS's reporting, about investigators looking into whether this suspect is connected to a foreign terror organization. We did speak to City Councilman Freddie King III. Lily spoke to him live. We also spoke to him live over the phone, and he was saying that one of the things law enforcement was looking into whether there was an accomplice locally. So there are a lot of questions that folks are working to answer right now from area police departments. Also, you've got first responders at hospitals that are busy.
And of course, we don't know any details identifying wise when it comes to the suspect. That, of course, will be answered in time. We're going to go back now to our Lily Cummings, who is at UMC. She's been there all morning, and I believe she's joined by one of our lawmakers. Hey there, Lily.
Yeah, Mike and Brandon, we continue to get more lawmakers coming to UMC to see how these victims are doing. Right now, I'm joined by State Senator Royce Duplessis. And Senator Duplessis, this is not part of your district, but obviously it hits close to home, native New Orleanian. How are you feeling this morning, and what have you been briefed on so far?
Well, no new information at this time, other than the fact that we know that there may have been more than one individual beyond that person who was taken down in the front, the one who caused this act. There may have been others involved. That hasn't been confirmed, but we do believe that to be the case based on information we've received. But my reason for being here today is to really express my heartfelt condolences for the victims, those who we know who have perished, innocent lives lost during a time of celebration, a time of the new year, new life, and those who are here at UMC recovering. I'm grateful to law enforcement for their swift response. I'm grateful to the healthcare professionals here at UMC who are doing their job and their best to try to bring healing during this awful time. And as we continue to assess what may have gone wrong, what we know is that there was an individual who had his mind made up that he was going to cause harm and bring tragedy to a time of what should have been great celebration. And my message to all New Orleanians and everyone across the world who has us on their mind and on their heart is for us to come together and for us to lean on one another during this time as we go forward, which we know will be a moment where New Orleans will continue to be in the spotlight. Sugar Bowl tonight. We have the Super Bowl in a few weeks. We have Mardi Gras. So this is our time to come together, to stand together, and to obviously condemn this horrible act of terror. But now we have to think about the victims and express our love and support for one another.
Definitely, and we've heard from local lawmakers saying that they're looking at ways to improve safety in the Bourbon Street and downtown New Orleans area. On a state level, is there any chatter of what you all are looking to do or change?
Well, we had already taken many steps, as you know, over the past several months. A lot of resources had already been put into making the French Quarter safer to try to prevent incidents like this. So as law enforcement assesses what went wrong in terms of barricades and bollards that try to restrict vehicles from doing this very thing, law enforcement is going to make that assessment and then make future recommendations. Look, we know this is not the first time we've seen something like this happen. Anytime you have a large crowd congregating, it presents an opportunity for vehicles to harm innocent pedestrians, and that's what happened in this instance. So all of the assessments are being done by law enforcement right now, and anything that we can do at the state level, I'm going to work with my colleagues, I'm going to work with the governor, I'm going to work with local law enforcement to put whatever resources are necessary to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again.
your day, I'm sure, completely disrupted like so many right now. What do you do today as a state senator for us here in New Orleans?
Yeah, well, there are obviously going to be more briefings. I'm going to be talking with local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement, everybody who's coordinating to get as much information as I can. I get calls from constituents, I get calls from the media, and I just want to make sure that we're communicating all accurate information and then just trying to look forward through what we have to do, which is to show up, and we have to be there for one another. So I just plan to make myself available for my constituents and for this city.
Well, we thank you for being with us here this morning at UMC, and we'll continue to bring you all updates from the hospital here. Not many things happening. Of course, earlier this morning was when the big rush of 26 people brought to UMC, of those 35 who were injured. And as you heard Councilman Oliver Thomas say earlier, he visited with those victims, was upstairs in the emergency room praying with the families, and he did deliver some good news that most of them are doing well. He said that the two officers who were shot were in stable condition, that they were up talking, and that Chief Kirkpatrick had been here to visit those officers as well. So that's the update that we have here from UMC at this hour. Reporting live from UMC, Lily Cummings, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Lily, thanks. Of course, this horrific attack played out in front of a lot of people who were out celebrating, whether people were just in their hotel rooms, whether they were on the street. They either seen it, they heard it, they're staying in the area. Of course, we are getting a lot of witness accounts.
And some of those witness accounts are telling us that they are being told to stay in their hotel rooms. A lot of this happened, though, right in front of the Royal Sonesta Hotel on Bourbon Street. We spoke earlier to a gentleman who was among the first to go there and help those who had been injured. I want to get now to our Winston Reed, who is live there now. And Winston, I understand that you have another witness.
Yeah, I have another witness here, Boyd Austin, who is one of the residents at the Royal Sonesta, and he was one of the people who had to be evacuated this morning. Boyd, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Can you just describe what was going through your mind and kind of lay out everything that happened this morning that led to the evacuation?
The first inclination we had was when the alarm sounded in the hotel and the voice system came over saying to evacuate, and I've been places before and thought it was probably just somebody pulled a fire alarm, and then it kept running repeatedly, and then they started coming down the hall. We could hear them knocking on doors and knew that there was something happening. When we came down, we were not able to evacuate on the Bourbon Street entrance. We had to come out through the parking garage. So we didn't know anything. They just kept telling us to keep moving, and they kept pushing us further out. And we went down the street, and a security guard at another hotel told us that there had been a car accident. A truck had hit some people, and maybe some gunshots had been fired on Bourbon Street. So evidently it took place right in front of the front door of the hotel. And we didn't know anything more till we heard some of the news this morning exactly what had happened.
How long were you separated from your hotel, and just describe what you and other residents were doing during that time?
It was almost 2 hours, and so everybody was just told to keep moving, and we went and sat in a parking garage on a bench. The Hotel Monteleone did open up their lobby, and we went back down there to warm up because it was rather cold, but there wasn't a whole lot of instructions or like a gathering point that was set up for anything. You was just told to evacuate, and that's where we wound up, how we wound up.
You know, I think I saw you and many other people walking back to the Hotel Sonesta prior to our interview or our press conference with the superintendent,
right.
And we were told that it was a terrorist attack. City officials are calling it a terrorist attack, as well as federal agents. What is going through your mind, and could you get a sense from the other residents who you were with at the time, what is going through the mind of the residents at the Hotel Sonesta, and how this is impacting visitors?
I just think that they did not communicate very well to us, and I don't really blame them. They probably didn't know much more than we did, but we didn't know what the circumstances were. It was very sketchy for a long period of time, and all of that we have learned has come from the news this morning, and then people from all over the country that knew that we were here have been texting and calling and asking, and they've helped fill in some of the details too, but nothing really solid to us.
All right. Thank you for giving us the time, and hope you and your family who you're here with stay safe throughout your time here in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, that was Boyd Austin. He is a visitor here in New Orleans, preparing to go to the Sugar Bowl game today. He is visiting from Texas, and he was just describing the situation where him and many others had to be evacuated from their hotel early this morning following that terrorist attack on Bourbon Street.
Winston, thanks. Of course, we saw from Amelia earlier where the Sugar Bowl is happening at the Superdome. They're doing sweeps of the dome, trying to make sure that it is secure, especially when you hear that an improvised explosive device potentially has been found.
That said, Winston is reporting from Bourbon and Canal. We do have reporters stationed throughout the area. On the other side of this vantage point, we do want to get to our Alyssa Curtis, who is at Dumaine and Bourbon now. Alyssa, we saw you a few minutes ago, and you had the opportunity to see the investigation as it was playing out there from the ground. What can you tell us now?
Dumaine and Bourbon Street right now. So we are on the backside of. Hey guys, I am on Dumaine and Bourbon. We're on the backside of the police perimeter right now. So we are about a little more than half a mile away from Canal and Bourbon, and they really just have this area blocked off. People are trying to come out from their houses here. There's a lot of residential this is a more residential area, and people are trying to walk their dogs or get to work or something, and state troopers are telling them, hey, you can't come out of your house, or if you do come out, you're not going to be able to get back into the perimeter, so you need to kind of decide if you're in or out. We have a lot more people now as the morning is going on walking through the rest of the French Quarter, going to breakfast, getting coffee and things like that. And as everyone walks by this corner in this street, a lot of look of concern and worry and what's going on, a lot of questions. Again, I'm going to go over what we do know so far. We know the suspect is dead. He was shot and killed. We know according to Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, he intentionally drove through the area and wanted to create as much carnage as possible and hurt as many people. He started shooting. 10 people are dead, and as of last update, 35 people are injured. We are expecting to get another update from law enforcement officials at 11 a.m. So in about an hour and a half, we will be over at that press conference, and hopefully they have more information. We know the FBI right now is the lead investigators on this incident, and just a little while ago they said they are investigating it as an act of terrorism. I know earlier this morning there was a little bit of back and forth on whether or not law enforcement officials and city officials were calling this an act of terrorism. The FBI now says they are investigating it as an act of terrorism, but there's still a lot of questions we don't know. There's still a lot of answers that we're hoping to get again at 11 a.m. When you drive down in the French Quarter, and when you're kind of along those side streets next to Bourbon, a lot of these streets and intersections have those barricades up. So to make sure that this doesn't happen, to make sure that when there's a large crowd on Bourbon Street, especially during a holiday and when we have the Sugar Bowl and tourists in town and just a lot of people in general out celebrating and out on the streets, that something like this doesn't happen. So again, we want to know how this happened, why this happened, if he was acting by himself, who is this person? Is he from New Orleans? Is he from Louisiana? So I'm sure a lot of questions. I know I will be asking a lot of these questions come 11 a.m. Again, a lot of agencies are responding and just kind of boots on the ground right now. We have LSP, we have NOPD, we have FBI. You might be able to see, but there is a little bit past that crime scene tape. There are what I believe is FBI investigators out there. There's kind of a group huddled area right now looking, I'm sure, at something. Again, there's about half a mile of Bourbon right now blocked off, and because of all the details of this incident, I'm sure that they are combing through this scene, every single inch of Bourbon Street right now, and trying to get as much information as possible. Again, there's just a lot happening right now. We know the Sugar Bowl is supposed to be in just a few hours later this evening. I'm sure there's going to be an update on that and what the police presence and LSP presence will be over there. We know with these big events that we've had in the past few months and looking forward into the next few months, NOPD has been working really hard on these big events and working to staff these big events and what the police response and law enforcement response looks like for these events. So we're going to be asking, does this Sugar Bowl tonight look different than the plan that they had about 24 hours ago because of this? What does that look like now? Are we enlisting more LSP troopers? Are we bringing in more NOPD, or are we bringing in JPSO, or whatever that looks like right now? I'm sure it's going to be a little bit different, or at least we're going to get an update hopefully at 11 a.m. Again, it's really staggering just to see Bourbon Street pretty much completely empty, minus those law enforcement officials. We see someone walking over here right now. I'm not sure exactly. It looks like possibly an NOPD officer. But yeah, just this morning at 12 o'clock, this was absolutely packed. And on a day like this, usually the French Quarter would likely see more foot traffic. Bourbon Street would likely see more foot traffic. We're not sure exactly how long the street is going to be closed off, but it's been closed off again for hours right now. I'm sure it's going to be closed off for quite a bit. We've had people kind of come up and say, hey, I need to get to work. Hey, my house is right there, or I need to get here. And they've been turned away and said, I'm sorry, but you cannot go through here. This is an active scene right now. They are still investigating this. So we're hoping to get more answers. NOPD said a little while ago, if you are looking for someone, or if you haven't heard from your loved one and you think they might have been here, call 311. They say do not call 911, but call 311, and they'll be able to get you the help that you need and hopefully point you into the direction to find the person. So again, call 311, not 911. We're hoping again to get more information. We're going to head over to that press conference in just a little bit, and of course I'll keep you guys updated as more information comes in. But for now, I'll turn it back to you guys.
All right, Alyssa, we do thank you for your reporting. Of course, we will see you at 11 from NOPD headquarters when the next briefing is scheduled to take place. But we now want to draw your attention. We talked about a lot of the pictures and videos circulating social media. I want to bring up a couple pictures that we found online, and we show them because they're pretty telling about what we've learned thus far about the investigation.
So we do believe, or law enforcement believes, this is the truck that was involved this morning. If you look on the right-hand side of the photo there, you can see actually what appears to be bullet holes in the back windshield of that F-150, a Ford truck with a Texas license plate. We can see it has crashed. If you look at the left-hand side, it has crashed in one of those what you call it, construction vehicles or some type of
a little cherry picker up there, right.
That's where that truck came to a stop, and that is when the suspect, the driver, started to shoot at officers, who then shot back, killing the suspect, who we do know is a man. We don't know anything beyond that identifying wise, but this is right in front of the Royal Sonesta Hotel. You can see in the photo on the left that someone's up on the balcony kind of looking down, just to kind of give you perspective of where these two photos were taken. But this, of course, making its rounds on social media.
And if you do zoom into those pictures, not asking the control room to do so, but if you do look closely, you can see the back rear view of that truck. You can see very obviously what appears to be gunshot holes in the rear of that vehicle. Now, we do not know if those were there before this morning. Investigators have not said, but a picture being as telling as it is, we can tell you that the driver of the truck did die in an exchange of gunfire with police after shooting 2 police officers. With that being said, we're hearing from our investigator, Mike Perlstein, who is speaking to his sources who can confirm that that gun, again described as a long gun, had a silencer. According to Mike's sources, are specifically what's being referred to as a suppressive device here. Also, according to Mike's reporting, he says that scene sources tell him that definitely the attacker was killed here by police gunfire, which we have since been able to confirm. Particularly information involving the IED, the explosive device that was found there. Mike is reporting reporting this morning that that explosive device, or parts of an explosive device, found in the truck on scene were immediately alerted to the FBI to investigate. Mike goes on to say additional evidence, including a profile of the suspect who is dead now, and the case, all of that, the FBI and Department of Justice are now overseeing, which we all know. We read that statement from CBS regarding Attorney General Merrick Garland, who has been alerted to this and overseeing everything as we do uncover.
And part of that investigation is probing, as CBS is reporting, whether the suspect was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization. Of course, the FBI calling it investigation into terror at this point, so that being the terminology that they are using. In continuing our team coverage, we're going to go back out to our Leah McNeil, who has been out there all morning with more updates from her. Hey there, Leah.
Still out here talking to those Notre Dame and Georgia fans, and many of them are honestly still just very shaken up by this situation. As you can see right now behind me, still a very active scene out here with state troopers on scene, also New Orleans Police Department. I've also seen the Levee District out here, so that just goes to show you how expansive their response is from police out here on the scene. EMS still out here, the coroner's van still out here, as we still continue to see a very active scene and a large police response after this horrific attack that happened earlier this morning here on Bourbon Street. People are, again, just moving out and about here along Canal Street, kind of just like normal, but again, we want to stress the importance of not to do that. Police are asking people to just avoid the 8-block radius of this area. Just being out here right now, I know it's very easy for people to kind of just be out and about and kind of just see what there is to see, but the best advice I can tell you right now is just to stay away, because they do not want anyone here in the area right now. So just be aware of that as you all do make your way out and about in this area. Avoid the 8-block radius surrounding Bourbon Street. It just keep those who are the lost loved ones, and of course those who are injured, in your thoughts this morning as we all continue to await more information from NOPD. Again, that's expected to come at 11 o'clock.
Leah, thank you. And Leah also underscoring where our focus should be, just very much so keeping our thoughts with those who either lost their lives today or are being treated in one of the many hospitals that are treating victims of this horrific incident.
All right, we are going to some video now. We showed you some photos just a moment ago of what was believed to be the truck involved in this crime. We do have some video that we want to show you, if we can get that on as well. Or this is another photo actually taken from street level there of the same truck that we showed you. This is on the other side, so you're looking at the hood kind of crashed into the cherry picker there, piece of equipment. With the hood up, you can see the door open as a horde of police officers have surrounded it at that point. We do know that the driver of that truck crashed that vehicle, shot at officers, according to NOPD, who then fired back.
On the back end of that truck, we showed you another image from another source showing what appeared to be bullet holes in the back rear mirror of a rear window rather of the truck. You see that imagery here. Again, can't confirm if that happened overnight or if that was there previously, but again, this picture showing the investigation here. Also, as far as investigators confirming to CBS News that they're looking into whether this was part of a larger terrorism ring here with accomplices from other walks of life. We've heard from two of our local officials, both State Senator Royce Duplessis and City Councilman Freddie King III, that investigators were looking into whether the suspect had an accomplice here locally. So again, we are beginning to see this investigation shake out as far as who was involved here and whether he had anyone else there helping him carry out this attack.
We're going to go back now to our Lily Cummings, who has been at UMC all morning, where the bulk of these injured patients were taken. That, of course, a level 1 trauma center where folks are taken in need of critical care. Hey there, Lily.
Mike, Brandon, that's right. We've been here all morning. As you said, 26 of the 35 reported injuries were brought here to UMC. We also know that 4 were taken to Truro, 2 to Ochsner Baptist, 2 to Tulane, or 1 to Tulane rather. So spread out across all of our local area hospitals, and we don't know at this time if any individuals were taken to the hospital by their own means. But the good news here is that Councilman Oliver Thomas was up in the emergency room speaking speaking with victims and their families, and he did come down here earlier and speak to us live on air, saying that folks up there are doing okay, that there are no life-threatening injuries at this point. The 2 officers who were shot neutralizing the suspect, as he said, he believed there were 4 total NOPD officers who were involved in neutralizing the suspect. He said 2 of which were shot at, and they were brought here to UMC. They're expected to be okay. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick was visiting them here at UMC earlier this morning after wrapping up that press conference, and we're expected to get more details from police around 11 a.m. Now, of course, we've heard from State Senator Royce Duplessis, Councilman Oliver Thomas, as well as Councilman Freddie King. This is Freddie King's district, right in the heart of it where this happened. And so, of course, they're all looking at ways that they can improve policy and safety in the French Quarter moving forward, because, of course, no one wants to see this happen again. So they're already thinking of ways and what that can be done, especially with this Super Bowl coming up in less than a month. So you have Sugar Bowl tonight, Super Bowl in a month, and of course Mardi Gras after that. And New Orleans in and of itself is just a town that brings in a lot of people all the time to come visit. So you have that happening. Councilman Freddie King also spoke to us earlier about how this impacts local businesses in the quarter today who were looking forward to those tourism dollars and those folks that are getting out for New Year's Day and getting out for the Sugar Bowl, and now they're all being asked to avoid the French Quarter as this investigation continues. So you have an economic impact also happening today, but their focus, of course, and everyone's focus is on these victims that are here now. They were visiting with them. Both State Senator Royce Duplessis and Councilman Freddie King were headed up to the emergency room when we spoke to them earlier, and then, of course, Councilman Oliver Thomas was coming down from speaking with them. And Councilman Oliver Thomas, you heard him say New Orleans is a small town. He knew some of the families that were affected by this, some of the victims' families. And you heard Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick earlier this morning say that they believe that the majority of the victims who were injured in this were local. So that just goes to show, you know, he said it himself, Councilman Oliver Thomas, that locals enjoy Bourbon Street and the French Quarter and all the places that the tourists do just the same. And so they were out celebrating the New Year when this tragedy occurred. So those are the updates that we have now from UMC, and we'll continue to follow this here at the hospital and, of course, keep our ears to the ground to see if any more injuries are reported. But it seems at this hour that those injuries, thankfully, will not be reporting any additional deaths. 10 killed in this, but those roughly 35 that were injured are expected to be okay, at least the ones that were brought here to UMC. Now, it's unclear at this time the others that were taken to local area hospitals, and if any were brought to the hospital by their own means again. That's the update we have from UMC. Brandon and Mike, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Lily, thanks. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in different areas of the city when it comes to this, but just to kind of walk everybody back in how we got here now 7 hours later. This happened all just after about 3 a.m. this morning. The city had just wrapped up all the fireworks on the river there. A lot of folks had filtered back into the quarter after seeing the show, seeing the fireworks, still celebrating, still reveling, and then this transpires, you know, right there on Bourbon Street at Canal and Iberville, down towards Bienville and the Royal Sonesta, where it finally ended. And about 3:15, 3:20 is when officers started getting the calls.
And that's around the time that many of us began to arrive here at WWL for the morning shift. Mike, you had noticed the police presence coming into work.
I did.
I'm coming in on the back end from Treme along St. Philip, so I didn't see any flashing lights, but my biggest takeaway there was so many people I saw out. Now, it's not uncommon to still see people mulling about at that hour, especially if there's something fun going on here, but there were just a lot of people and they seem to be in a rush, and so now we know now what that is. Again, we mentioned that tonight is the Sugar Bowl there at the Caesars Superdome. Our Amelia Strahan is live there with the very latest. Amelia.
And there's definitely been an increase in that police presence. When we got here, there were a handful of cars outside, and I would say the presence has doubled, maybe even tripled in probably the last hour or so. We also know that there are officers inside sweeping the dome. We've seen bomb dogs walking outside as well, coming in and out of the building. We've seen multiple law enforcement agencies definitely an all hands on deck approach. We've seen Homeland Security, JPSO officers, of course NOPD, Harbor Patrol, Levee Police, State Police, and even two-lane police. So they have a lot of officers out here, and we've seen football fans already starting to walk up and down the dome, people in their gear, their Georgia gear. We spoke to two gentlemen who actually said their hotel is just a couple of blocks from Canal and Bourbon, and they were on Bourbon Street just about an hour before this morning's tragedy. And, they kept saying, they were asking themselves, what if it had been me? What if I had been there just a little bit longer? I'm sure that's kind of what's going through a lot of people's minds right now. There were a lot of people out on that street. We have the big game today. It's New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. So a lot of people are, shaken by what's going on. The gentleman we spoke to, they said that the heavy police presence that they're seeing, it does make them feel safer, going in to the game this afternoon.
It's kind of shocking. I just lost my daughter last month to a DUI guy, and I just know she was watching over us. So, I know she got us away. Time to go home, Daddy. So, but I feel safe here. I see, all the police and the different authorities around, and we're just gonna go in there this afternoon and watch that ball game and take the Lord with us.
And we did hear from the Sugar Bowl CEO, Jeff Hundley, this morning. They sent out a statement saying their thoughts and prayers are with the families. Of course, like we've mentioned, there are thousands of people coming in town for this game. A lot of them probably stayed in that Bourbon Street area, like the gentleman we talked to. So definitely, there are going to be some people that are shaken by that incident. But like we've said, multiple law enforcement agencies on the scene. They are sweeping the dome to try to secure the area. They are out here. Many of them say they were pulled off of normal assignments, so we do know that it is an increase from what they already had planned for this game. We're going to be out here, all morning, so we will keep you updated as we learn more about this police presence and as any new details emerge. Reporting live from the Superdome, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
You think about something like this, I think the Councilman Oliver Thomas, you said it best earlier, when an attack like this is not just an attack on the city, it's an attack on this country. Because so many people across this country look to New Orleans as a destination, as a place to go. Tourists want to come here, enjoy our city for what we have to offer, the culture, the cuisine, the people, the music, the energy. And then you have something like this on the back end of it, just completely marred.
And there's a question about the reinforcement of safety measures that were already out there in place on Bourbon Street overnight. Some people had contacted us asking about the bollards that had been put up there a few years ago, part of a big multi-million-dollar security initiative down there, and whether those bollards, which had been put in place to potentially prevent a situation such as this from occurring, what was the case with those bollards? We can tell you, our partners over at NOLA.com report that they had not been activated, that they were down as they were in the process of either being repaired or replaced here. So that is a significant question for investigators as we continue to wait to learn more from them. We're supposed to hear a briefing coming up at 11 o'clock.
And those, of course, those big beams that retract from the ground, basically to keep any type of vehicle traffic off of a street. So, as you mentioned, that'll be a huge part of this investigation.
Part of the investigation. And again, as our job here as we're going back and forth between our reporter station throughout the area is to look at where there are some questions that continue to linger here, that being one of them. One of the first reporters there live on scene this morning is our Winston Reed. He joins us now again with what he has uncovered there. Winston, let's send things to you.
I'm here at the corner of Royal and Conti, and this is where the press conference took place early this morning when NOPD provided its first briefing following this terrorism attack. The 8th District station is right across from me, and behind me is the Hotel Royal Sonesta, where many had to be evacuated because of that terrorism attack that took place this morning, where people were plowed by a pickup truck early this morning in the French Quarter area today. So we're just getting a look at the investigation further down Royal Street right now. I did mention earlier that I saw a bomb squad truck make its way down Royal and Iberville earlier about an hour ago. So that explosive device that was found or reported by federal investigators is a key part of this investigation, and we're still working to see how that really plays a role in all of this as well. And we also are seeing investigators working on a table down this way on Royal Street. If we can get a closer look, we saw investigators working on top of a table in the middle of the street. Of course, Bourbon Street and surrounding blocks, about 8 blocks surrounding Bourbon Street, are closed off right now as investigators are working to piece all of this together and piece together as well as the timeline and how this explosive device, if there is one, is connected to all of this. And we're also working to see if that suspect who was killed has an accomplice, or was the suspect working alone. So it's still here over on Royal and Conti, still trying to figure out everything that we can. There are businesses, there are people trying to make their way up and down this stretch of road right here. And as you can see, NOPD is allowing some people to enter in and out of the barricade that you see here as the day progresses. So we're going to keep you up to date, and of course still trying to piece together this entire investigation.
Yeah, it's going to be a lengthy one.
Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Well, Winston, thanks. We appreciate you so much. And of course, we're going to bring in now our investigative reporter, Mike Pearlstein, with some more details as well.
Yeah, Mike, you've had some sourced information here, particularly on the long gun that was found, other information about the suspect.
Right, thanks, Brandon. Mike, I can tell you that, first of all, our thoughts are with all the people impacted, especially the victims of this terrible attack. The police on the scene, both on the ground, responding to the scene, got a lot of information very, very quickly, including some form of long gun, some form of suppressive device, otherwise known as a silencer, as well as either an IED or parts of an IED, an improvised bomb that immediately caused them to alert the FBI. Once the FBI got involved, they very quickly took complete control of this investigation. That's how it stands right now. So there's a bit of a federal lid all the way up to the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., investigating this as a terrorist attack. That has been confirmed. Obviously, we reported on that earlier. We should be getting a lot more information at the next briefing, which is supposed to be at 11 o'clock, which will be led by the FBI, NOPD, obviously also assisting. Some of the on-the-ground information is leading authorities to look at a more expansive situation, including the possibility of an IED found further up Bourbon Street around Orleans. So they are actively investigating that right now as we speak. We've had a sweep of the Superdome for explosive devices, obviously with a Sugar Bowl set to unfold tonight. That is another grave concern. I can just tell you that with the federal authorities, there's a bit of a lid on the information that we would maybe normally get from our normal NOPD sources, but we do expect that our Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, Mayor, and FBI-led press conference at 11 should reveal a lot more of what they have gathered. But I can just say that the initial evidence immediately brought the federal response.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the AG, Merrick Garland, stepped in as well, releasing a statement on behalf of the DOJ saying that all available resources from the federal government will now be tied to this, coming to the city of New Orleans to help with this investigation.
Right, and obviously a big concern are any other follow-ups. Is there an accomplice, other IEDs? So right now we're actually working a very, very active crime scene and scenario for whether this person acted alone or with accomplices. All of those questions, we don't have firm answers yet, but we are supposed to hear a lot more. I would just say that the level of alert has actually elevated since this unfolded. Even though things were gathered very quickly, this happened around 3:15 to 3:18. We've seen video actually of the aftermath of the accident and then gunfire immediately breaking out, police were all over the French Quarter, were able to respond very, very quickly and find these additional pieces of evidence in the white pickup truck.
Right, and you spoke about the potential investigative scene possibly expanding with the potential discovery of a second IED. Again, all fluid here, but I do want to ask, because we did have a couple, we had a city councilman, Freddie King, also State Senator Royce Duplessis, talk about a potential accomplice locally. Have you heard anything about that?
That's not confirmed. We do know that the FBI, as well as NOPD and all law enforcement partners, are looking at that possibility.
Okay.
That's probably the least confirmed. What we do have is an active scene where there's supposedly a second IED along Bourbon. It would fit the profile of a terrorist attack to strike where there would be, I guess, the most people, to strike the most visible target being Bourbon Street, obviously an internationally known area for tourists, especially at major events like New Year's leading into a Sugar Bowl with many, many visitors and tourists in town for the Sugar Bowl game itself, as well as New Year's. So the profile fits a terrorist attack. Like I said, at 11, we should know at least a little more about the suspect in the truck who was killed, but very much an active investigation on the IEDs on the ground right now at Bourbon and Orleans, number one, as well as the possible involvement of accomplices.
And of course,
possible involvement.
All we know right now about the suspect is it's a man. That's it.
Yeah, that's all we have, really. Male suspect, killed immediately. We were able to confirm, because there's always a chance of suicide, self-inflicted, or something like that. It looks like the police response with gunfire from, I'm told, 4 officers on the ground was immediate. It was, almost instantaneous. They call it neutralize the suspect in police terminology. That is what happened. But they are now able to follow the threads of the truck, where it came from. It had those Texas plates. They're able to track, was it rented, purchased, and obviously where the truck might have been seen or spotted on cameras going from Texas into Louisiana. A lot of big open questions. We hope to be getting some answers to those. The federal authorities are controlling the flow of information, obviously in conjunction with the boots on the ground, which would be NOPD, state police, and all the other law enforcement agencies. Interesting that the bomb squad has moved in full force. That's the NOPD bomb squad, as well as the bomb experts from FBI, as well as ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Just really shows the amount of resources that are being put into this. And we're just 7 hours into this, and we've already gotten this amount of information.
Yeah, and expect, from what I'm hearing, that this is likely to become, a bigger and more involved story as we get more information. That's why we're so eagerly awaiting the next briefing, tentatively scheduled for 11 o'clock at police headquarters.
All right, Mike Pearlstein, thank you so much. Investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein. We do continue our conversation this morning, our coverage into this situation. We do now want to go over to WWL Louisiana Chief Investigator David Hammer. He's joined now by City Council President Helena Moreno.
Yeah, Mike and Brandon, we're working as hard as we can to cut through the misinformation, disinformation, and that's why we're very fortunate to be joined this morning by City Council President Helena Moreno, who has been briefed on all of this. But first, this is such a tough way, Helena, to begin 2025, such a devastating turn of events, and so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about how hard you've been working overnight and the information that you've been getting and hearing from families and people who are concerned about their loved ones.
I mean, no doubt, David. I mean, this is a terrible tragedy, and it's been a long night. As City Council President, I've had to be involved in many of the briefings with obviously Chief Kirkpatrick and the State Police and Captain Roberts over in the 8th District. But what's been really tough is hearing from different individuals who are searching for their loved ones. And I'll say this: call 311 if you're looking for information about your loved ones. It's hard when you can't seem to find where your loved one is if they're not at any of the hospitals and things like that. So that's been really, really difficult. horrific situation. And as you know, David, we now have our federal investigators, the FBI is in, and they are the ones who are leading the investigation into this because it is a terrorist attack.
Right, and this is all hands on deck with
All
the
hands on
FBI.
deck.
I know that there are agents who are doing public corruption and other work who are working on this and this only right now. So you've been briefed. Can you talk about what you've learned in those briefings? Any
Sure.
kind of details you can share?
Sure. So, what I've learned is some of the things that you all have already reported. Obviously, we had this individual come in and go around the barricades and go through, and several people were killed. The death count is 10. I do believe that is going to rise, unfortunately, to even more than 10. And we did have officers injured who were shot. They are in stable condition. We are expecting them to be fine. From what I've learned through my briefings, it does not appear that the suspect is local. So we'll get more information on that at the 11 o'clock briefing. The FBI, as I told you, they are the ones who are leading this investigation. They're bringing in people from Quantico. This is going to be a very extensive processing of this scene because it is a terrorist attack. We do not expect Bourbon Street to be open anytime soon. Within the next 48 hours, I would say that Bourbon Street will likely be shut down as this investigation continues. I also want to make sure that people know that there are additional sweeps that are happening throughout the French Quarter and also throughout the city as well. Additional bomb dogs have been brought in to do these additional sweeps. Chief Kirkpatrick requested that this morning. There are additional sweeps happening right now at the Superdome. So I would just, at this moment, please stay away from the French Quarter. And also, even if you're navigating around downtown, you're probably not going to be able to drive to where you're thinking you're going to be able to drive through because of all the different sweeps that are occurring at this moment.
Right, and some of our reporters are telling us who are out around parts of the French Quarter and other areas of the city that, and particularly further down Bourbon Street, further into the heart of the quarter, hearing explosions. We don't know if those are other IEDs or if those are just safety explosions. Do you have any information on that?
Yeah, there are additional sweeps happening for potential IEDs, and so that's happening. Whether or not something has been detonated or not, I have not received that kind of information, but yes, that is happening, and there's the potential that there are also other suspects involved.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know anything more about any other potential accomplices, or do we not know?
So, from what I understand, there is a potential that other suspects could be involved in this, and all hands on deck on determining who these individuals are and finding them.
And we talked about the bollards. When Mayor Mitch Landrieu was in office, a lot of money was spent to put those bollards in. Apparently, those bollards were not there. Do we know why?
So, and speaking with state police, from what I understand is that those bollards were currently being repaired, and so those bollards had not been activated. They would have, from what I understand from state police, been ready for the Super Bowl. But from what I understand, the reason why there were different barricades there is because the bollards at this moment had not been functional.
And they were being repaired, so they were taken out, essentially.
I'm not sure if they were taken out or what, but somehow they were being repaired.
Right, and those were funded with Homeland Security money, so this is precisely what they would have been.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, those bollards, were there for the purpose of keeping individuals from driving down Bourbon Street. But I think now, David, moving forward, we need to come up with an additional plan. And I know that Rodney Hyatt with Troop NOLA is already exploring this right now. What do we do immediately to better secure the French Quarter? Rodney Hyatt with Troop NOLA, he's been looking at different things happening in New York as to different resources that are deployed even for like their New Year's Eve event that they just had last night, and what can be done immediately right now to secure the French Quarter. So whether it's bringing in additional sand trucks, whether that's, bringing in, stronger concrete barricades, like all of those different things, blocking all of the different entrances coming into Bourbon Street, all of those things right now are being looked at and analyzed immediately moving forward.
What about the Sugar Bowl? Is that affected at all by this, or is it going to go forward?
So from what I understand, as I told you, it does appear, and everything I'm hearing is that obviously Bourbon Street will be shut down.
Right.
But as far as the game goes, yes, that is still scheduled to go on. There are extra police officers, police presence from national to state to local, obviously being deployed. Additional sweeps occurring at the Superdome as we speak right now for the game to go on. The perimeter, the security perimeter around the Superdome, from what I understand, is going to be larger than initially they had expected. And so, yes, it is expected to go on.
What is your message to tourists and locals who are just scared right now and don't know whether it's safe to go outside?
Yeah, well, what I would say this is that our federal partners, our state police, and our local police department, it is all hands on deck on making sure the people of the city are safe, and that any additional suspects are gone after and dealt with immediately. And so with the federal resources that we have in right now, with the FBI fully in on this investigation and grabbing everyone who potentially could have been involved, the safety of the people of New Orleans is #1 priority, and safety of people going to the Sugar Bowl today is #1 priority, which is one of the reasons why Chief Ann requested such an excess of the bomb squad dogs coming in to make sure that there isn't anything that has been missed.
And do we know anything else about the truck, about what kind of arsenal that the person had, what kind of, there's this flag, of course, on the back that we can't see what it is. Is there any information there?
So from what I understand and information that I received is that this individual was in, full military gear, that he is apparently not local, and that he was prepared, and that he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain on the people on Bourbon Street. And, in talking with Chief Kirkpatrick, with a situation like this and with an individual like this, as prepared with the ammunition that he had, that even though there were 300 police officers there, someone as determined as this, additional police presence probably wouldn't have been something that prevented this. So that's where it's like we need to now move forward, look at those additional resources as to what are now the specific barriers that we need to put in for entering the French Quarter, Bourbon Street. Is it additional sand trucks? Is it the concrete barriers? What is it? That is being determined right now by Rodney Hyatt being, the head of Troop NOLA and NOPD. I want to make sure that people understand too that the security of the French Quarter will remain NOPD and state police effort. The investigation itself of this terrorist attack will be led by the FBI.
And is there any sense that the threat could go beyond the French Quarter or the downtown area?
So at this point, from what I'm hearing, it's that the initial threat was just to that Bourbon Street corridor.
Okay, because obviously we have a lot more ahead of us beyond the Sugar Bowl, Super Bowl coming up soon.
Look, no doubt, and obviously now with what has happened, there's going to be an much more increased level of alertness, not only from our local law enforcement that's already been very alert, but also from our federal partners as well.
And as we've seen terror attacks around the world and around the country, we were fearful that something like this would happen on a big day in New Orleans, and it appears that now it has.
Yeah, I mean, it's horrific. I think that, you always see things that happen in other parts of the country, and you still have that wish and hope that it'll never be you. Unfortunately, now it has come to the city of New Orleans, and this is a horrific, tragic event. But we are New Orleanians, and we will move forward, and we will make the city safe.
Yeah. Well, Helena Moreno, thank you so much. We'll send it now back to Mike and Brandon because, there's a lot more that we need to do to find out what's going on, and the 11 o'clock briefing promises to bring a lot more information that will be helpful moving forward in this investigation.
Yeah, that briefing's some 40 minutes away, David. Just real quick before Council President Moreno leaves, talked about the bollards and the information that they were being repaired to be ready for the Super Bowl. Fact of the matter is that there were a lot of people here for a pre-planned event, security, safety top of mind. Is it concerning? How concerning is it that they were not there, that they were not in place when we already knew a lot of people would be down there?
Well, I mean, that's the question. We already knew that this was a big event day.
Right,
there was going to be a lot of people this weekend, this week
Sure.
and heading into the weekend. The Super Bowl's still, away. Was this a smart move to have them out for repair at this time?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's like, I think the council's been questioning overall the repairs happening on Bourbon Street just right now anyway. Like, why didn't this happen so it should have happened way far back. Like, we've been questioning that, no doubt. And so I do believe that Captain Hyatt with the state police, along with NOPD, we're looking at the type of barriers that were by the bollards, where the bollards should have been, right? And I guess what they believed was substantial. But no, I mean, it's like, I don't believe that the repairs happening on Bourbon Street should have happened this late. Those should have happened way long ago. And it's like, if you look at the repairs on Bourbon Street, last time those happened, it took forever for those to get done. And so we've been questioning that. Freddie King, who's the councilman from that district, has repeatedly over and over questioned, why are those repairs happening so late in the game? They should have happened forever ago.
Right, and Mike and Brandon, I'll remind you that it was controversial when those bollards were first put in. People questioned whether or not that was going to compromise the ability to enjoy the French Quarter and to really keep its quality of life and the benefits of the French Quarter if there was this blockade of cars, and the whole point of them was that they could be lowered
exactly.
and
that
lifted.
was the point too. So it's like, the bollards are not just bollards that stay forever, right? They rise and then they get lowered. And so, I mean, I think you can say a lot of the different things about the barrier, but it's like, I mean, this person was determined to get in there and inflict harm, pain, death on Bourbon Street. Yeah. And so, I mean, if he was that determined, even if the bollards would have been functioning, he could have picked another time when potentially those bollards were lowered and inflicted this type of terror. So this was a terrorist who was ready to take this type of action.
Does it suggest to you that this person knew that the bollards were down at that time and could take advantage of that?
I'm not sure about that, because maybe he could have picked a different entry point where there are no bollards, where Bourbon Street is still very active. I mean, the bollards are only in the very front of entering Bourbon Street, right? So, there's a possibility he could have picked another way into Bourbon Street. This person was ready to inflict pain and death and harm on crowds in Bourbon Street. And I think he would have tried to find whatever way that he could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so that's it for now from Council President Helena Moreno. But again, this 11 o'clock briefing will tell us more, and we'll continue to try to get as much information out and make sure that it is verified information for the public.
Right.
All right, David, we certainly appreciate you, as well as the council president, for putting some insight on there. A lot of new information, a lot of good information from the council president there. Mm-hmm. She's saying that suspect in full military gear, not believed to be local, and was prepared to inflict pain. And that's exactly what happened. I know we do have a statement now from the President of the United States, President Joe Biden. He says that he has been briefed all morning in regards to the situation, and I want to pick it up as quickly as possible, and to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind. You just heard the council president talk about the possibility of there being an accomplice here, and that law enforcement agencies are going to be using every resource available to try and find anybody else who may be connected to this and get them off the street.
Yeah, both David Hammer, investigative reporter, and investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein also talking about that too through their sourcing. Pearl was here a few minutes ago, and we did ask him about the potential for any other local accomplices here, and he says that he is working with the sources to confirm that. But the fact of the matter is that law enforcement looking into a lot of different things, multiple different areas around here, as we're looking at a closer picture here of the truck. From the front, you can see first responders in front of it, but the front of that vehicle very much so destroyed after it crashed into a device, like a cherry picker there on Bourbon Street.
Of course, there was a big question mark surrounding the Sugar Bowl, which is set to happen today. We just heard from the council president saying that is still set to go on as planned. The perimeter, of course, will be extended. It's going to be much larger than originally expected. There are additional sweeps happening in the dome right now. That's going to continue throughout the day before this game, and fans are, urged to go on about their day and still go to the game, that their safety is going to be paramount in this investigation as the day progresses.
Yeah, Amelia Strahan reporting live from the Superdome this morning, from the Caesar Superdome there, as the sweeps were taking place at the moment. We did hear from investigators this morning during the 6 o'clock hour. We do expect another update in about a half hour at 11, but here is what we know. Officials do confirm that a man intentionally drove his truck along Bourbon Street with the intention, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, to kill people, and that's what he did.
And we do know at least 10 people are dead because of it. And you just heard from the city council president saying that death toll might possibly, she thinks, rise, because there are more than 30 people injured because of this act of violence, this terroristic act of violence right there in the heart of Bourbon, on the French Quarter.
Yeah, busy morning at area hospitals, particularly UMC, which is dealing with the majority of those victims. Some 26 people taken there overnight, UMC being a level 1 trauma center, so doctors, nurses, staff in that ER know how to respond swiftly, know how to respond appropriately to traumatic injuries, such as being involved in an accident where you potentially were hit by a truck, which is serious business, life-threatening there. Again, still working to get more information, awaiting an update from officials that is supposed to happen at around 11 o'clock.
Of course, you heard from the council president as well, talking about how investigators and police are actually doing sweeps across the city, not just on that Bourbon Street corridor and around the Superdome, but they are having to now widen this investigation because they don't know how far-reaching it is outside of the French Quarter.
Yeah, and that's why Council President Moreno said, if you can right now, if you have no need to really be in the French Quarter, parts of downtown at the moment, stay away for now as law enforcement just works to make sure that everything is safe down there, but also that they've gathered all that they need to gather here as this investigation is in its early stages. The FBI federal officials leading it, as we take a look at earlier video from Bourbon Street overnight, where you could see after the incident, no one there other than law enforcement, police tape blocking off access to Bourbon.
And you heard her mention a little bit earlier that this is going to take a while, probably 48 hours.
Yeah, before it
that's
reopens.
2 days before folks can kind of get back into the businesses. Maybe, I don't know if there's any direct residence in that area that's being blocked off, but you assume that folks can get in and out of their homes. And when it comes to people just out and about around Bourbon Street, 48 hours, that's a long time for businesses who are banking on this type of holiday.
Right, and we've shown this video clip before if you're seeing it for the first time and just wondering what we're looking at. So again, talking about Bourbon being closed off, and this was recorded overnight, this video here, so presumably the gentleman there was just trying to look for where to go, and so that confusion. But again, investigators, officials urging folks to avoid an 8-block area of Bourbon Street, beginning at Canal, going back to Dumaine there. As we take a look now at Canal Street at 10:28 this morning, a live view from our sky cam here, you can see that things have cleared up since we first reported this, since things were active before 4 a.m., where you had pretty significant police presence, particularly on the river-bound side of Canal Street there, there where it meets Bourbon. Bourbon's on the other side of the street, of course.
And of course, a lot of folks by now have woken up to the news. Just horrific news out of the city of New Orleans that 10 people are confirmed dead because of a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street when someone purposely, with design, drove to kill people and was prepared, as we've heard city leaders say, with ammunition, military gear. This person, not believed to be a local, died in a shootout with police. So some questions may never get answered, but of course the investigation will be far-reaching.
Most definitely. Chief Kirkpatrick saying that this person was, quote, hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did. Also, officials saying that they're looking at possibly 4 officers were involved in this exchange of gunfire with the suspect here on scene. 2 officers we do know were shot, and they are stable, they are talking, they are alert. Chief Kirkpatrick did meet with them this morning over at UMC, where our Lily Cummings has been reporting. Lily also spoke live to City Councilman District E, Oliver Thomas, a few other officials, just about the response there at the hospital. Also, just what we know potentially about what happened in terms of the exchange between the suspect here and law enforcement.
And in the interview that Lily was doing, I think with one of the city leaders, I don't know if it was Oliver Thomas or Freddie King, talking about the officers who responded and were there and present, they are heroes for what they were able to do and get the suspect, as they call it, neutralized, because you don't know how many more people could have died had that man gotten out of that car or that truck with any type of ammunition or rifle or gun and did more damage.
Right, as far as that is concerned, City Council President Helena Moreno telling our chief investigator, David Hammer, that based on the intelligence that she's received, the briefings that she's heard from investigators there, that this suspect was prepared to go much farther, had the equipment ready to cause more harm than was done this morning in what is being described as an act of terrorism on the streets of New Orleans this New Year's Day. 3:15 the call, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick. Our investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein has also gotten more information about the suspect and the gun. CBS News reporting that a long gun was used. Mike, in talking to his sources, went even further to say that the gun that was recovered there from the truck on Bourbon Street also had a silencer.
You know, and one of the alarming things in this is that there is the potential for other suspects or accomplices in this, and that's why you heard the council president say all hands are on deck in finding anyone who may be an accomplice or a potential suspect on this. We're going to go now to our Meg Ferris as we continue our team coverage on this. Meg, how are you? What do you got going on? You at the Blood Center now?
Yes, well, good morning, Mike and Brandon. As we've long known for many, many years, we've always reported around holiday time, the blood supply in our community gets very low. Why? Because people are out partying, they're out shopping, they're not thinking about it. Now you add in a mass casualty such as this one, and let me just show you the blood supply. Look, right here, this is B positive. I think there's 1 or 2 bags. The shelves are empty there. If you come on down the line here to A positive, A negative, look, you can see there's barely any. And here is the absolute necessary one, the O negative. Now, O negative is so important because anyone with O negative blood can give to anyone in the world, any blood type, whether they're positive or negative. And these shelves are absolutely bare. Now, you heard how many people were taken to UMC, which is the level 1 trauma center in our area. And what they do is they keep a blood supply, especially O negative, on if people come in unconscious and they have to do quick surgery to save their lives and to stop the bleed. They keep that on hand because they don't have time to ask a patient or to type the blood. So that is so important. So you can imagine, because of this, the blood supply is low. Now, I'm going to bring in, we have some breaking news here. I'm going to bring in Billy Wheels, who is the president and CEO of the Blood Center. And this is an emergency. I'm going to turn you this way toward our camera. That the Blood Center has gotten together and decided to do some special drives today. Tell me about that.
We have. We're opening our Metairie Donor Center at 2617 Edenbourne Avenue today at 11 o'clock. We'll be open until 7 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow we plan to extend all of our donor centers rather than normally opening at 11 a.m. till 6, we're going 10 to 7 across the board. Except for Metairie, we will be open from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. We're also doing a blood drive here at our location, co-sponsored by New Orleans Emergency Management Services.
What have they told you? Have they said this is one of the worst situations? Because I know we don't just supply blood here. We supply blood for a whole region. And so when we're low, everyone's low. Mississippi, Texas, correct?
That is correct. And at this point in time, we've had other centers in other areas of the country reach out and say, what can we do to help? O negative, as you mentioned a few moments ago, being universal. Again, people are saying, we can help you with some O positive. We're not doing that great with O neg. So again, we need the citizens of our community to pour out and help make sure that we have adequate supplies on hand. We can't rely on anybody else in the country to take care of ourselves.
And let's be clear, you will take O positive, you'll take A positive,
I will
A
take
negative.
it all. Every
AB,
blood.
you'll take.
Yes, ma'am. Any blood type you want to give me, we'll take it. There's a use for every blood type that we have. AB is the universal donor when it comes to plasma. So there's a need, always a need there as well. So for us, we're willing to take whatever anybody's willing to give. At this point, as you stated, holidays are a really difficult time of the year, primarily because people are out and busy with their own schedules.
So how much blood are y'all moving to these hospitals as they're treating this mass injuries?
As so far we've been contacted, the numbers have not been significant thus far, but we don't know that those numbers may go up. So we're just sitting back and waiting and trying to make sure we stay in constant communication with them to make sure we're meeting their needs.
The problem is if they run out, we've just shown the people what's ready for distribution behind you, which is, I see maybe a handful of pints.
Right. So again, we try to keep 2 to 3 days on hand with them most of the time. But again, the scenario needs to be continuously. Every single day we're using 250 units of blood. We need 250 units of blood to replenish it.
All right, let's go through again. Today, starting at 11 at the Metairie location. Where is that?
It is located at 2617 Edenbourne Avenue.
Okay.
In Metairie.
And 17 and older, if I remember correctly, and you have to weigh a certain amount?
17 and older, 110 pounds is the minimum weight. And again, if you're 16 years old with the parental consent, you can donate as well.
Mm-hmm. I can't think of a better gift to give for post-holiday season.
I agree with you completely. It's a gift that you're going to give that someone can not get anywhere else, so you can't go buy it off the shelf. This comes from your heart.
And so it takes about an hour or so. I will ask that question. It takes about, an hour to donate?
From start to finish, probably an hour when you go through the screening process. Needle in, needle out's about 15 minutes.
So our photographer, Jeff Hackett, had a very good question. Who can't give? If you were out partying and having alcohol last night, if you're on certain medication, who cannot give?
Again, there are different medications, and we have a lot of this listed. So if you have a question about a medication you're taking, pick up the phone and contact us and ask us first. If you've been out partying, it's probably not a wise idea to go and donate today. Quite frankly, we don't need your blood loaded with alcohol, jokingly. But again, it's going to be difficult for you, and we don't want you to get up off the bed and go flat on the ground.
Right, because you become very dehydrated once you give blood if you haven't rehydrated with all that alcohol. What else, Mr. Wheels, do we need to get out to the public?
What we need the public to understand right now is this is a perfect scenario where you see that what the need is in this community. It's a continuous, ongoing need. We seem to continuously tell people over and over, we need it, we need it, we need it. And I think sometimes people believe that we're just saying the same old thing. It's crying wolf. We're not crying wolf. We need this. The patients need this. This is about the people of the community.
And I think it's important to note, as you say, even though the hospitals for right this minute may be okay, there are regular people who go in for plasma and blood for maybe they have leukemia or cancers or all sorts of other blood disorders, sickle cell, who will then be at a shortage if this blood is used for mass incidences.
That's correct. So in these mass casualty events, when you have high usage events, the patients who need blood every day, leukemia, any oncology patients, sickle cell patients who need red cell exchanges weekly or monthly, those people don't have it available.
And one more time, let's go over tomorrow. You said everything's going to be open for an extended period of time. If people are doing something today, just give me very quickly tomorrow's schedule.
Tomorrow's schedule is going to be all of our locations that are normally open, and that information is available on our website.
Okay.
You will see it on there in the address locations. But again, they're open from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m., except for our Metairie location, which will be 7 a.m. till 7 p.m.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wheels, so much. Billy Wheels, who is the president and CEO of the Blood Center. So there you heard it. Go out today. Instead of having your beans and your peas for good luck today, go out and help some of these patients. Reporting live from the Blood Center on Canal Street, Meg Farris, WWL Louisiana. Back to you.
Meg, we sure thank you for that, but also providing us with the visuals to show you the extent to which they do need the blood. Needed the blood before this morning. Before we let you go, show us those refrigerators once more.
It's really telling when you look at those shelves
Oh,
and
yes.
you see
yes,
basically nothing.
absolutely. I mean, I've covered for many decades when the blood center gets low, even just normal holiday lows. But I got to tell you, look at this whole, all the negatives, AB negative, B negative, A negative, O negative, empty. Negative is only 15% of the world population. I know that because I am a negative. I am O negative. So that is even rarer. O, of course, is the blood type that most people have, but when you add in the negative, most people have O positive. But still, please, if you have O positive or anything positive, AB positive, A, B positive, they need donors. They will take from anyone. So remember, they use that plasma as well for people who have other types of disorders. And people come in from counties in Mississippi and parishes and from all over this region to get some of their treatments here at our big medical centers. So as you heard Mr. Wheels say, people say we cry wolf. They are not crying wolf. This is desperately needed.
Meg, thanks. Of course, it's one thing when you get folks to the hospital to get them the care that they need, but they need the supplies, especially when it comes to blood. So, Meg, appreciate your reporting and what you're doing out there.
Most definitely. We do continue with our reporters who are stationed throughout the area here. Our Amelia Strahan joins us now live from Bourbon and Dumaine on the back end of the French Quarter there. Amelia.
Yeah, you can see there's still a heavy police presence out here. Louisiana State Police has the street blocked off, lots of caution tape. I'm going to step out of the way so you guys can take a look at just how quiet these streets are. Now you see, I mean, this is a pretty large perimeter. We've talked to quite a few tourists and even some folks that live down here that cannot get back to their Airbnbs and their homes. They're not even letting residents through because, as you can see, it's still a very active scene. Some of them are saying, they have to check out of their Airbnbs. They have to, get back to their homes. Some of them have been out all night long. But of course, the police are out here making sure the scene is secure. Investigators are still on the scene trying to keep the area as secure as possible. It's, important to note just how different the feel is out here on Bourbon Street right now, especially on a holiday weekend with a big game like this. Even early in the morning, this is usually a very lively place for a weekend like this, a joyful place, and unfortunately it is much more solemn right now. We're waiting to hear another update from NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick so she can share the latest, hopefully some new information about the suspect. But right now investigators are still out here at the scene, just gathering what information they can. We're out here talking to people that live in the area, kind of trying to find out, what they heard, what they saw. But the feel on Bourbon Street, like I said, is just so different. It truly was such a tragic incident, and it seems like even the people that are trying to get back to their homes, trying to get back to their Airbnbs, are being extremely respectful of the law enforcement officers. You might even have just seen someone tried to walk down, and the police stopped them, just trying to keep everyone as safe as possible. But we are going to be out here on the scene all day, and of course we'll bring you any updates as we have them. Sending it back to you guys.
Amelia Strahan reporting for us this morning. She is at Dumaine and Bourbon there on the backside of the French Quarter, seeing the response.
Exactly, eerily seeing that nobody's out there, but for a little bit of inconvenience as this investigation goes on is nothing compared to the lives lost and the people who have been injured in this horrific attack.
We're beginning to learn more about the suspect here as we do await a press briefing from officials that is set for 11 o'clock, so stay with us as we continue to monitor that. It has been delayed until 1 this just in, but as far as that is concerned, we are hearing from our reporters who are well sourced, also hearing from CBS News and their reporters who are getting more information. We had City Council President Helena Moreno here a few minutes ago, and she mentioned that the suspect suspect, who again was shot and killed in an exchange of gunfire with investigators, was prepared, had the capability to go even farther here if law enforcement didn't get in the way. CBS is reporting that sources tell them that he was wearing body armor, also other information about him and what he had on his person when they responded to the scene, including a flag on the truck.
Now, I don't know if we still have the photos that we can bring up with the truck that we showed a little bit earlier in our coverage. Of course, you may have noticed a flagpole on the back of that truck, on the bumper of it, that white Ford F-150. CBS is reporting that they are looking into whether that flag is connected to some type of terrorist group, particularly ISIS in particular. They don't have any confirmation on it, but they think that it may be connected in some way. If you look on the right-hand side, the right photo there, you can see on the tail hitch, there's like this pole, this white, almost like a PVC pipe that kind of comes up. Around the top of it is a black flag that's kind of folded up. And that's what we're talking about here. They believe that may be connected to some type of terrorist organization. It's unclear if the suspect was acting alone at this point or with others, but there is the potential for some accomplices, which is why you heard the city council president say all hands are on deck trying to find anybody involved. Now, a person familiar with the investigation has told CBS that at this point, neither ISIS nor any other foreign terror organization has claimed responsibility for this attack, but investigators are looking into whether they were involved directly with it, and that flag could give some insight into whether that was the case.
An important detail there as we do work to answer the many questions here. City Council President Moreno saying that according to her briefings, she was able to confirm that the suspect, who again is dead, is not from the New Orleans area. The truck there, also information about it, you can see the plates there are Texas plates as we work to learn more information about it and where it may have been in the days and hours leading up to mass carnage in the French Quarter on New Year's Day. 3:15 the time, 10 people killed, 35 others hurt, but again, officials saying that both the death toll and the number of those injured, but not fatally, could increase here as area hospitals are busy this morning.
All right, we're going to bring in Dr. Corey Hebert to really talk about the mental side of this, because we've heard all morning, we've been going for a little more than 7 hours now, folks who have witnessed this, who have seen this type of horror play out in front of them. We even heard from a Marine Corps veteran who says this brings him back to Iraq, seeing the bodies like that.
Yeah, well first thing I want to say is just we have to be resilient, but damn, how much more resilient do we have to be in New Orleans and things like this happening? This is not something that usually happens in our city. But what I do want to make sure that we understand is that we are resilient. My thoughts and prayers go out to not just the officers, not just the people that were injured and obviously the people that were killed, but this impacts all of us. Not just their family members, not just their immediate family members, but everyone who lives in this city, who goes to that French Quarter and has so many fond memories of things that their families, and all these things that we have done in that beautiful place, that is going to affect you. And my job today is to let you know how that may affect you, what it may look like, as well as what you need to be doing so that it doesn't affect you so much. So headaches, stress, anxiety, all these things, because this is a very particular place for us that we hold dear. So as we move forward, you'll start thinking about, am I safe? Am I safe? And our NOPD did so well just trying to contain that. That could have been such much more horrible incident. So I want to commend them. And right now, what do we need to do? We need to make sure that our children are not just watching this on the news all day, okay? I want you to stay off of social media unless it is something, a website that is one that you trust. And that's not some, fly-by-night type, these social media blurbs that you're seeing about all this other type of nonsense. Stay informed, because we know that they have copycats that that can do things that are still possibly out there. We doubt that, but that is the reality. So that all these things will play into your mind. And furthermore, when you start to be watching this all day, you can have insomnia. You can have the feelings of that you will never really be safe. So what do you need to do? Okay, you need to make sure that you can sleep. You need to not drink alcohol or take a lot of drugs, because that exacerbates this entire fight or flight syndrome that you're going to feel from this discharge of this fear. Okay, that's very important. And if you have a history of mental illness, we really don't want you to be exposing yourself to this, because all those things can also trigger your mental illness. If you take medicine, okay, do not forget to take it, because what you will do is get caught up in this coverage, and then you won't take your medicine, and then your physical symptoms will exacerbate. Sleep will be a problem, and the concentration that you will need to have, especially if you have to go to work today, especially like the people in the studio have to go through this and see this and relive this all the time in the next day and week to come. You know, we have to make sure that we step back a little bit and just thank the Lord that we are okay, but the bystander trauma that you're gonna feel from watching this over and over is something that in the next few days, I will make sure that I'm here to give you the tools that you need to get through it.
And talking about the fight or flight aspect of it that you did mention here, people looking at this, thinking about downtown, they spend some time there, they go there, talking about the future down the way, potential fears about safety. What do you say to people there and where their headspace may be?
Yeah, well basically what you're thinking about, man, is like, you know, will I be able to go on Canal Street?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, because see, the thing that the Superintendent Kirkpatrick stressed here is that this was an intentional thing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So there's no way that our city or any other city can stop someone that's driving down Canal Street at any point, at any time, because on any Saturday night in any major city, there will be people walking around on major thoroughfares. There's no way. So that's why, you know, when you start thinking about, in reality, that part of you being safe or not, that's an overwhelming fear. Because every time for a while, you're gonna be walking around, whether you're in this city or another city, you're gonna feel like, is that car gonna run into me? You know, these are the types of things that we have to live with now in this world, which is a shame. But the reality is that you have to stay vigilant. You know, I have a 10-year-old daughter, and I tell her all the time when we're walking around, and I hate that I have to tell her this, but I can't have her just lollygagging, just, oh, let me look at all this stuff, and that's the time that we live in. She needs to be vigilant. And right now, in the next week or so, up until next week, I need people to be vigilant. Because if you see something, don't say, oh, it's probably all right. You need to say something. But don't immerse yourself in 24-hour coverage of this, because this is obviously a national story. You're going to be getting calls from all your friends around the country, which I have as well. Were you there? Are you okay? Don't rehash this every time someone calls you. Just say, you know, if you want to know what's happening, you can watch the news, but I don't want to retell this story, because every time I retell this story, it makes it very personal. But we will get through this, just like everything else we've gotten through. But like I said at the beginning, enough.
Yeah.
You know?
What makes it really personal is that this has happened on our doorstep this time. And you kind of mentioned the ripple effects that something like this can have down the road, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's a week from now. I guess my question is, don't be afraid of those, correct?
You have to welcome the fact that you know that these things can happen. But think about this. When you are going to French Quarter Fest next year, and you're standing on Bourbon Street or standing on one of these streets, that image is going to come back into your mind. And the more you watch it over and over, that image will return. And that is something that we have as a community, as a police force, as, you know, everyone that has to look at this all the time. We have to heal ourselves as a community. We've done it before, but we have to be very vigilant about that. And so we can't just sweep this under the rug like, you know, 2 months from now, it's like this is over. This is something because, and see, if it happened, you know, some other place, or even some other place in the city, it wouldn't be as bad in my mind as far as our mental psyche as New Orleanians, because, you know, you may not go to a side street in Metairie as much as you might go to the French Quarter. And that's a personal attack. If you talk about New Orleans and someone, you know, addresses us and hurts us in our personal space, that's like somebody coming into your house.
Right.
And that's how personal we take this, and that's how personal you will have to bounce back from this.
You bring up a good point, though, starting now in terms of maintaining your sense of self here is one thing to help you is getting those text messages, people asking about your well-being. You don't have to go into great detail about what's going on, because that is reliving the trauma every time they respond.
That's correct.
Because that's going to happen.
And it's going to happen. It's been happening to me all morning, and it's going to happen. And what I need you to do, okay, is really just try to exercise some wellness. If you don't know what wellness is, that's what I want you to be Googling right now. Go and look at wellness and mindfulness, because you have to stay in this moment. Don't start thinking about the past, because the past is over. Don't start thinking about the future, because it hasn't happened yet unless you can control it. So what can you control in this situation? Control, just like when we're preparing for hurricanes. What I always tell you, you control your variables, and that decreases your anxiety. So what are your variables that you can control? You can keep your door locked. You can make sure that you are not in these giant spaces if you start feeling anxiety. You have to do things that you can control, and that will decrease your anxiety for the present and also for the future. And that's the only thing that you can do, which is a sad state of our time.
Yeah, lots of good information there, especially because it's always important to take care of yourself, especially in situations like this.
Absolutely. I just commend the officers, man. That I mean, we don't do that work, but they do it. And can you imagine how they feel right now?
Right.
You know, it's a scary time for all of us. But you know, we have to have people to keep us safe.
All right, Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Corey Hebert, we do thank you for your insight this morning.
Appreciate you, sir.
We are also hearing from the press pool that is responsible for keeping up with President Joe Biden. We told you earlier that they were working to get a statement from the president as he was able to leave on Air Force One. And we are hearing from the pool, the president saying that he doesn't want to talk about specifics about this situation, but that he has been briefed on the matter, and that his thoughts are with those who were hit, but we're still waiting to get more information from what reporters asked the president. Again, the president not answering specific questions about the identity of the driver of the truck, also any information about the suspect there. Again, waiting to hear more from that from investigators. A press briefing here locally, at least, set for 1 p.m. It was initially scheduled for 11, but it's been delayed now until 1 p.m.
Can I add one more thing with that information? You know, when you have a situation in New Orleans, remember we had the thing at Mardi Gras when someone ran into the crowd? Yeah. That's a very different mindset than someone having a terror attack here. Because, you know, that an isolated incident when someone is drinking is a horrific incident, right? A horrific accident. However, when there's an intentional group of people or one person that is trying to harm another person intentionally, that plays much more into your level of anxiety and your feeling of you being safe or not safe. And that's the real rub of this that makes this so egregious and heinous.
Because you heard the council president talk about it earlier, when you have someone with this type of intention, it's hard to stop somebody with that intention.
That is correct. And that's how, one more thing I would like to say about this is, that's how you know as human beings, we're all generally good people. Because this type of thing, if someone intentionally wanted to do it, could happen every day on every street in America. But it doesn't, and that's the thing I want people to think about. Don't start thinking about, you know, if this is gonna happen to me tomorrow. What I want you to think about is if, in reality, this could happen on every street, every day, in every city, but it does not. And that's a very important thing to talk about when you start talking about humanity and what we are as a city, as a nation, and as a world.
All right, Dr. Hebert, we do thank you for that this morning. We do want to get to our Winston Reed, who is live this morning. Winston, where are you? What can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm at the corner of Mandeville and Murray, and behind me is really what seems like an expanded investigation from what started in the French Quarter is now over here across the Rampart Street, and we are seeing New Orleans Fire in the area, NOPD, ATF, FBI, and other agencies in this area. Neighbors did tell us that they believe that they saw a white truck in the area prior to that terrorist attack over in the French Quarter, where suspect did drive a vehicle plowing into a crowd of people, as well as firing at officers, injuring at least 2 officers in that incident. So we're here behind the yellow tape. This is as far as we can make it past this intersection here, and I believe that the actual investigation is taking place at the 1200 block of Spain, and we are working to figure out why the investigation has expanded across this way that started on Bourbon Street. And we also seen investigators on Rampart as well as we made our way over to this area. But again, neighbors are telling us that they believe that they saw a white truck, and a white truck is the vehicle that plowed through those people tragically in the early morning hours around 3 a.m., 3:15 a.m. So this is what we are seeing right now. This is the visual we are seeing. This is the closest that we can get, but we're working to figure out why agencies have now set up over here in this area near the corner of Mandeville and Murray. So still working to gather more information on that. Brandon, Mike.
All right, Winston, we do thank you there. And I know that there was a bit of a delay with Winston, so I'll watch my questions. But I will say this just to fill us in right now. Where Winston is at Mandeville and Murray, as he told us, where there is a very large law enforcement presence, as you can see toward the background of his shot. Winston says that investigators appear to be surrounding a house on the 1200 block of Spain in the area around the corner, but exactly why they don't know. It's believed linked to the suspect who was shot and killed in an exchange with investigators. But Winston, let's bring you back now, and I want you to yet again just explain to us where you are and what appears to be going on, just to be clear.
Yes, so we are at the corner of Mandeville and Murray. That is where our camera is set up. That is where the yellow tape is stretched across, but we are looking more so at the corner of the 1200 block of Spain, and we are here because a presence had began to develop over here with New Orleans Fire, as well as ATF, FBI, and NOPD. They are set up in this area, and we are not sure why, but we do believe that it is connected to that terrorist attack that took place over on Bourbon Street. And we also want to add that law enforcement is investigating explosive device that was a part of this investigation, and we're trying to figure out where an explosive device, whether it's just one explosive device that's under investigation or multiple. We don't want to speculate, but we're still trying to figure out where that plays in this entire investigation as well. And so, I mean, if you are going to see law enforcement presence all the way from Bourbon Street, Canal, through Rampart Street, and over here on the other side near the Marigny St. Roch area as well. And we do believe that law enforcement and the fire department is surrounding a home here at the 1200 block of Spain, although we again are standing at the corner of Mandeville and Murray because this is the closest that we can get to that investigation over here on this in this part of town.
All right, Winston Reed reporting live again, Mandeville and Murray there. Winston's fourth scene of the morning, one of the first reporters to respond to this scene overnight.
And you know, this kind of lines up with what we heard earlier, that this investigation doesn't just center around Bourbon Street, but there are investigative agencies, as we now see, across the city and other areas as well, believed to be connected to this one person, the driver of that truck, who we know has killed 10 people.
It is now 11:02 on this New Year's Day, this Wednesday morning, as we do continue to follow breaking news. The world watching the city of New Orleans this morning, the scene of an absolute act of terrorism, confirmed to be terrorism by law enforcement. Some 10 people killed, 35 others being treated at area hospitals after a man behind the wheel of a pickup truck crashed into them just after 3:15 this morning on Bourbon Street.
We were told this was done with intent, with the purpose to kill people. That suspect, we're told, was wearing military gear and had ammunition with him, shot and killed by police after he crashed that truck and got into a shootout with those officers. Of course, those officers being called heroes by city leaders this morning.
2 NOPD officers shot by that suspect during that exchange. Sources telling our David Hammer and our Mike Pearlstein potentially 4 officers involved in that exchange with the suspect. More information we do hope to confirm at 1 o'clock when officials do brief us on what they know. Those 2 officers who were shot, though, are at UMC, according to our Lily Cummings, who is there on scene, according to Ann Kirkpatrick, who did go to the hospital to see them. Lily and other officials reporting that those officers are okay, that they are responding, and they are stable after being rushed there to UMC, involved in a shootout there with the suspect this morning.
We also know that an explosive device was found. It is being examined as to see whether it poses any type of threat, and also the FBI is trying to determine whether there are more explosive devices. We don't know exactly where it was found, other than with the suspect, near the suspect at some point. We heard the City Council President, Helena Moreno, talking a little bit earlier about those bollards that were installed on Bourbon Street to kind of keep traffic out, or vehicle traffic from going down Bourbon Street and injuring people. Those were not operational. Those were being repaired, so those were not up at the time of this crash. And she's mentioned that even had they been in place, this attack most likely would not have been prevented anyway.
And that's because of the intention of the suspect here wanting to carry out this act of violence, as officials have confirmed to us. However, as we do talk about those bollards and questions about where they were being repaired in time for the Super Bowl, we did in fact ask President Moreno, David Hammer asked about what is the cause for concern here, considering that we knew that thousands of people would be in the French Quarter, and that these bollards were put in place by way of federal dollars, a $40 million Homeland Security project to put those bollards in place and other forms to keep the city safe, to prevent situations like this from potentially happening here. So just questions about what was going on there too as we continue
and to point out, those bollards, of course, are just on a certain section of Bourbon Street. They're not up and down the entire street.
That's true, but if you pass through on the side streets, if you try to turn down when the bollards are activated and they are lifted, you cannot pass down those sections, at least in the first 6 blocks or so of Bourbon Street. And that's the concern, is that maybe he could have accessed from another location but not caused as much damage if those bollards had been up. You know, I'm continuing to get information from law enforcement sources and getting more details about these bomb threats or the concern about IEDs. We can now confirm that the bomb squad has detonated at least 4 suspicious packages along Bourbon Street. Don't know yet whether those were IEDs or they were concerned to have been IEDs, but they're being looked at right now to try to confirm whether they were explosive devices, and another was being investigated at Jack's Brewery. So we know that there's concern about multiple locations in the French Quarter. We have also, I've seen a photo confirmed from the scene from law enforcement of the suspect lying deceased in the street, and you can see that he was wearing fatigues, and that his fatigues, that the shirt was torn open, or the top of his fatigues was torn open by the hail of gunfire or something else. We don't know what, but that is what we see in that photograph. But the key here is that there were multiple locations along Bourbon Street and in other parts of the French Quarter where there is concern, and there was detonations, controlled detonations done to make sure that those would not go off as a part of this attack.
David, I do want to ask you, just based on your reporting from what you've been able to amass thus far, with those multiple investigations going on, how important is the video that we've seen just on social media, documents that people have recorded out there for themselves as they work to piece this together?
They're extremely important. I think Mike Pearlstein reported earlier that there's a series of cameras that are available to law enforcement that also paint a picture of what happened, and we see from the images that we've been able to see so far from citizens just taking videos exactly how this happened, with the truck going in along Bourbon Street and mowing down people.
This being one of those telling pictures.
Yes. Exactly. The details, also we know that hitting that that piece of equipment there that was in Bourbon Street prevented further access into the 400 block, 500 block of Bourbon Street that could have caused a lot more damage. We also know that because that they're doing preparations for the Super Bowl and there's work being done further down past Orleans and that section of Bourbon Street, that you couldn't have passed through there because there's only enough space to walk basically single file because the whole street is shut off in that area. So again, this is the issue with having the bollards in place, which, as you mentioned, they paid $40 million. They got $40 million in federal Homeland Security money to put up during the Mayor Mitch Landrieu administration, and that is critical to establishing a safe pedestrian-only pathway there on Bourbon Street.
And of course, up and down Bourbon Street, there are plenty of surveillance videos, so they're not going to be shy when it comes to what they need.
Exactly, exactly. And we've seen this before when there were shootings in the French Quarter where there was mass casualties. The use of the various local networks of cameras security cameras were able to give us an image of what was going on, allowed law enforcement to track down the perpetrators. In this case, they'll be able to see more about what happened here, but the investigation now is really focused on whether this was a coordinated attack with other potential perpetrators, people coordinating with this specific attacker, this one attacker that we know about because he was shot dead by police. Now, I also know that these two injuries, a little bit more details that I've gotten from my police sources, is that the two injured officers were shot, one in the leg and one in the buttocks, and those are minor injuries, relatively speaking, and that they are expected to make a full recovery.
I'm so glad that they are.
Yeah, most definitely. Just real quick, and I'm not sure that you have the answer to this, but we just had Winston there at Mandeville and Murray. You know anything about what they're looking into there?
I do not know what the connection is on that incident, and I think that he'll be able to get us more information about that immediately. Right now, looking at the information about what was done in the French Quarter, but again, I don't think that, and we saw this in my conversation with Helena Moreno, I don't think that they're ruling anything out, which is why I think there's so much concern about safety, not just in the French Quarter. They're making sure that they have put all the resources into this, federal resources, local, state, to make sure that they don't miss anything else that could happen. That's why there was a sweep, for instance, at the Superdome as we prepare for the Sugar Bowl.
All right, Chief Investigator David Hammer, lots of information there. Appreciate your work, and I know you got a lot more to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. We're going to shift gears and continue our team coverage.
Yeah, our Alyssa Curtis is live now from the Superdome, from the Caesars Superdome, where we know that there was an additional sweep that took place earlier. But Alyssa, we do hear that you are now with Councilman Troy Carter.
Some things I simply can't talk about for obvious reasons, but what's most important is know this: every resource possible is being used to make sure that we secure the area and bring anybody else, and at this point we don't know if there's been anybody else to justice.
Let me ask you this: you were talking with John and Meg this morning about those bollards that came about while you were at City Council. I remember when they were installed in 2017 for New Year's Eve celebration, right, to harden it because a similar attack was made for this exact situation. To know that they were not working, and I mean, you live here. I haven't seen those things working in years. To know that that's the case right now, and now we're told that they were under repair, I mean, what does that say to you?
If in fact that's correct, that they were not operable, that's unacceptable. And if they were not operable, there should have been a plan B. There should have been a tow truck. There should have been a fire truck. There should have been some other item or something steadfast there to disallow any vehicles from being able to plow through the crowd. I don't know the facts on that, but I will tell you, many years ago I served on the City Council. I'm intimately aware of the security features that are in place for downtown and for the French Quarter. If those bollards were operable and working properly, no one would have been able to get to the 400 block of Bourbon Street.
Congressman, I want to ask you, there were hundreds of police officers, LSP officers, Troop NOLA, not just for Bourbon Street, but we also know Sugar Bowl is tonight. What does that say, knowing that there was so much presence down there, and this still was able to happen, and this man was still able to commit this attack?
Well, listen, we know that terrorists, and that's what we're classifying this, are pretty crafty. And we will continue to push back as hard as we can with every possible resource to make sure that they know that we're not going to surrender to terrorists or to terrorism. we're going to continue to use our resources to fight and push back. I have every confidence in our local law enforcement, our FBI, our state police, and Homeland Security to make sure that the area is secured, and anybody else who may have been involved with this will be brought to justice. What we need now is the citizens to cooperate. This is not a time to come out and to sightsee or to look and to see what's going on. Please stay home. Stay in secured settings. Stay in your hotels, in your homes. Look out for loved ones. Do safety checks to make sure that people are in fact home and well, and let law enforcement do its job.
Do you believe that the Sugar Bowl will be played tonight behind you?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will tell you that safety is number one. This football game is important. It's a major event. People have come from all over the country, but nothing is more important than public safety and making sure that we're protecting the citizens and visitors alike. Until that's ascertained, that we can deliver that, it remains an unknown.
Obviously, there was hundreds, if not thousands, of people out there on Bourbon Street. It was a few hours after it struck midnight, people partying, celebrating. What do you want to say to those people who are safe now, but were out there?
Our heart goes out, obviously, to those who lost loved ones, to the 10 or 12 people that we know died in this horrific act of terrorism, for the 20 or 25 that are injured, that are in local hospitals. Our prayers, our thoughts go out to the survivors, and know that we will not let their deaths and or injuries go in vain. We will bring them to justice if there are others outside of the one that is now deceased, to make sure that we send a powerful message to others, to copycats or others that may be associated with this. Not on our watch.
What does this day now look like for you and other state and local leaders?
We're going to be working around the clock to ascertain as many facts and information, to get out of the way of law enforcement, to allow them to do their jobs, to identify if there are other people that may have been a part of this, to scour social media, to look for any other clues that may be out there. And for the public, if you saw something, say something. If you know something, please let local and federal authorities know. Also know this, the president was on live just a little while ago, ensuring that the full faith and credit of the federal government and all of its resources are here to protect the people of Louisiana and New Orleans.
All eyes are on New Orleans right now, not only because of this, but Super Bowl is coming up. We've had a lot of people kind of wondering what this is going to look like. Even before this attack, what do you want to say to the people watching around the world who have their eyes on our city?
No one does security for major events better than New Orleans Police Department, our state police, and our surrounding law enforcement agents. We secure Super Bowl, Sugar Bowls, Final Fours, Mardi Gras, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and many, many events forever. Unfortunately, one incident is too many. But my confidence in NOPD, my confidence in the FBI, my confidence in Homeland Security and all the surrounding sheriffs and law enforcement agents is that no one does it better than we do. And we will make sure that every resource that's humanly possible will be used to protect the citizens and residents alike.
Considering, we mentioned the Bear case and everything, is there any belief or any information that maybe the suspect parked his vehicle in a parking garage overnight or something like that to get easier access?
There'd be no parking garage that will allow him access between the 100 and 400 blocks of Bourbon Street. Either he made it through one of those entry points because it was inoperable or some other mechanism, but there would be no other way to get to it.
But Troy, just to be clear,
the police response. I know there was obviously a large police presence down there last night, and I don't think that could have helped mitigate anything that happened. So what do you have to say about that?
I think the police department acted immediately. I mean, they were Johnny on the spot. I commend our law enforcement agents for doing the best they could under the circumstances. Listen, terrorist attacks are terrorist attacks for a reason. They catch you off guard. They use resources that we aren't necessarily ready for. And that's why they operate. They're cowards. They seek to attack you at a time when they think you're vulnerable. But hats off to all of our law enforcement, those who put their lives on the line to make sure that we're safe. Listen, one incident like this is way too many. 10 lives, 12 lives, one life is way too many.
Troy, just to be clear, I mean, obviously the 300 officers down there could have mitigated this. the bollards that you worked to install could have. We do know that since November, they have been under some sort of a repair project, so they were not operable. You said that if they were operable, it would have saved lives. Do you think that the city dropped the ball in not having something there to protect the crowds in this way that you worked to protect them several years ago?
Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I do know that if they're unoperable, there are other means that could have been employed. There are other means that could have been employed. There are other temporary means. We could have put a dump truck there. We could have put an RTA bus there. Even if, let's assume that's the case, there should have been a plan B. Listen, this is not our first rodeo. We know how to secure people. We know how to secure our French Quarter. Someone dropped the ball if there was not, in fact, a plan B to address bollards that may not be working properly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
You guys just heard from Congressman Troy Carter. He still has a lot of questions, just as we do. He is heading into police headquarters right now. Earlier, again, we were supposed to hear from law enforcement officials and other leaders at 11 a.m. That has now since been pushed to 1 p.m. But while we were waiting in the lobby of police headquarters, we saw Mayor Cantrell walk in with not just her team, but 2 tactical SWAT members. We believe those SWAT members were from NOPD, but they were in full tactical gear. It looks like to protect the mayor. She was heading in there, and I can tell you just from the expression on her face, very serious, very solemn, very... She gave the expression that we're going to get to the bottom of this and I'm going to figure out what's happening. After we learned that that press conference was pushed, we've come outside to kind of assess the situation. And I'm telling you guys, in every single direction that I can see, there are every type of law enforcement official. We've seen unmarked units. We see JPSO, OPSO, actually Sheriff Hudson walked in just about 30 minutes ago. We've seen TSA, we've seen Department of Public Safety, there's NOFD here. This place is really locked down in every single direction, and really it seems like the whole entire city. About 30 minutes ago, give or take maybe 20 minutes ago, we saw about half a dozen unmarked units drive out of here, headed away from downtown with about 2 or 3 marked vehicles. I'm unclear exactly where they were going, but it happened very quickly in an instant. They were here kind of all up and down Poydras and this side street into leading into NOPD headquarters, and all of a sudden they left. We know that there are so many moving parts right now. They could be headed anywhere right now. As Council President Helena Moreno said, that there are sweeps and additional sweeps all throughout the city, the French Quarter, everywhere. So really they could be headed anywhere. But again, a lot of questions left unanswered that we're hoping to get more information about at 1 o'clock when that press conference is supposed to be held. Again, right now, Mayor Cantrell is in there. We know OPSO Sheriff Hudson is in there. Congressman Troy Carter is in there. I'm sure more people were in there before we even got here to set up for that press conference. We know that this person, the suspect, he is dead now, but Helena Moreno told us that he was in full military gear. He was ready and prepared for this. And as you heard from Congressman Troy Carter, there are things in place to help avoid these situations like those bollards. We are told from our partners at NOLA.com that those bollards were down and not working. They were being repaired. Congressman Troy Carter is saying that something else should have been in place. We know that not just the French Quarter, but Bourbon Street was really secured, or seemingly secured, with NOPD, LSP, Troop, NOLA. There were so many law enforcement crews out there because, again, it's such a big event. You have New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. That in itself brings hundreds, if not thousands, of people down to Bourbon Street. On top of that, you have the Sugar Bowl, which is set to happen literally right next to where I'm at right now in a few hours. We're hoping to get an update on the Sugar Bowl and what that's going to look like. It's a quick moving situation. Earlier, when we got a statement from Sugar Bowl officials, they said that, they're working to talk to officials, but it seemed like it was still going on. We don't know what is happening right now. We're, again, hoping to get an update at 1 p.m. Anything can change, guys. This is such a quick moving situation. We're getting information. Information is changing. We're getting new information by the minute. So there's still a lot of things up in the air. We're going to be out here for the foreseeable. We will be inside at 1 p.m. for that press conference. And of course, that will be a lot of information from a lot of different people. We know FBI is handling this investigation right now. They are the lead investigators. I have not seen any FBI out here at NOPD headquarters, but they're likely inside or at least on the phone with NOPD right now discussing the situation. So we're going to get a lot of information. Of course, we'll bring that to you as soon as we know anything. But for now, reporting live at NOPD headquarters, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Alyssa, we do appreciate your reporting. Alyssa is going to be at that briefing that is set for 1 p.m. there. And we have learned that Governor Jeff Landry, the FBI assistant in charge, Duncan there also will be joining Superintendent Kirkpatrick and other officials to brief reporters here. So again, the update, the governor will be with officials at 1 o'clock as they brief us.
We were told he was briefed early this morning about the situation. We knew we'd hear from him at some point, so now we know that he is now in New Orleans, going to be there at that 1 o'clock news conference. Now we are actually hearing from President Joe Biden on this attack, so we're going to listen to what he had to say just a little bit earlier on the tarmac.
You've all got my statement. I'll have more to say in the next hour or so following what's going on in New Orleans. I'll be happy to do that.
Do you understand if the person crossed the border?
I'm not going to comment on any specific at all. I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. They're all coordinating to get to the bare facts. We know what the facts are.
Can you say if you're a foreigner or if you're domestic?
I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the. And I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And there you hear the comments from President Joe Biden. You heard him mention that he had issued a statement a little bit earlier. In that statement, he had pledged all resources from the federal government behind this investigation.
Right, and that is the line from the statement where he says, I have directed my team to ensure every resource is available to federal, state, and local law enforcement here. I want to get to our Winston Reed, who continues to report from a second scene there along Mandeville. Winston, you got any updates for us?
Yeah, we're continuing to see more police presence, and we've also seen 2 canine dogs, ATF canine dogs, make their way onto Mandeville Street. And I want to correct myself from my previous live hit, because I did say this was 1200 Spain, but I'm at the corner of Mandeville and Murray, and we saw 2 canine ATF dogs make their way down Mandeville Street, and further down Mandeville is where you will see that large police presence, both federally and locally. And also, New Orleans Fire is on scene. We've also seen some law enforcement investigators go door to door here in the nearby area. We've had neighbors tell us that they recall seeing a white truck in the area before that terrorist attack that took place earlier this morning. And again, a white truck is the suspect vehicle connected to that terrorist attack early this morning that plowed through a large crowd of people. The suspect, we are also told, shot at officers and struck 2 officers who were treated for their injuries as well. There have been reports of the suspect's name. I think we may want to refrain from using the suspect's name until we get confirmation, but there have been reports of a potential name of the suspect, and so we're going to temporarily refrain from using the suspect's name until we get more confirmation. But right now we're working to see why the investigators made their way to this part of town between Marigny and St. Roch, expanding that investigation from Bourbon Street over in New Orleans, as well as, over in the French Quarter, as well as Canal Street, and bringing that investigation over this way. There is a slew of and plenty of law enforcement investigators in the area from the French Quarter, near Rampart Street, Bourbon Street, Canal Street, as well as over here on Mandeville near the St. Roch and the Marigny area as well. So we're still working to gather all of that information, and we will, again, provide you the latest when we get those details coming in.
All right, Winston, thanks. Yeah, thank you. You heard Winston talk about that white truck that is the suspect vehicle here. We've been looking at photos of it all morning. You saw the bullet holes in the back as well as the flag pole on the back. They, of course, an investigation into whether that flag has anything to do with any type of terrorist organization, which at this point they haven't seen any type of terrorist group claiming responsibility. But we do have, this is from ABC News, that truck in question right there was actually rented. It was rented through an app called Toro, which is like a car sharing company where you can put your car on there, somebody can rent it for whatever use. Well, investigators have gotten in contact with the owner of that truck, who says that he had rented it to an individual through the app, and he is now currently working with the FBI, and that he and his family are devastated over this, waking up to see their truck used in this type of attack. So we do know, according to ABC News, that truck was rented through a car sharing type app.
That truck does have Texas plates. We're working to confirm exactly from where it did originate, but it is believed to have come from Texas. Hope to learn more at 1 o'clock when we do hear from officials. But as far as the ground reporting is concerned, our Leah McNeil, one of the first reporters there live on scene overnight this morning, joins us now from Canal Street with the latest as far as she sees it. Leah.
Well, Brandon and Mike, still a very active scene out here in the intersection of Bourbon and Canal Street. I just saw quite a few FBI agents make their way out of an unmarked car toward where the scene of this terror incident unfolded just after 3:15 this morning. The coroner's vans that were here earlier have since left, assuming they have started that process of removing those 10 people who were pronounced dead on scene here, where that man intentionally ran through a crowd of people here on Bourbon Street, again, just around 3:15 this morning as they were celebrating New Year's, bringing in the new year. Again, as a lot of folks have been mentioning, I mean, this is a really huge weekend for us here in the city of New Orleans. Of course, we have the Sugar Bowl game with Notre Dame and Georgia here. I've been speaking to those fans since earlier this morning, and many of them are really just in shock. I don't think the true gravity of what exactly happened here has really hit a lot of people yet. I mean, we're talking about a terror attack. 10 people dead, over 30 people injured here, still in the hospital, 2 officers shot. So just, I really don't think that the gravity of what has happened here has really hit a lot of people, let alone us out here reporting on it. So again, still a very active scene out here, still seeing dozens of NOPD units, still seeing several state troopers out here. Again, FBI investigators just made their way out here on scene. We're still, again, waiting to hear more from police with that briefing expected to come at 1 o'clock now. So I'll continue to stay out here speaking to some of those Georgia fans, Notre Dame fans. One man did say that he feels a sense of he feels guilty for being excited about the game or being here at all because of all things surrounding it. So just a lot of just really conflicted emotions for today, especially for people out here in this area who came down here to have a good time, and one individual decided to take that away. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Leah McNeil, thank you for your reporting there and offering perspective from people who are in town to see the game tonight, people who were downtown when this did happen just at around 3:15 this morning. A lot of attention on the Super Bowl this morning. We're also hearing from the Saints and Pelicans.
Yeah, and for a lot of folks, this is their first view of New Orleans. This is their first experience in the city of New Orleans. It's just a tragedy that it's something like this. Now, we do have this statement from the Saints and Pelicans saying, the New Orleans Saints and the New Orleans Pelicans are deeply saddened by the tragic events that occurred on Bourbon Street early on New Year's Day. Our hearts go out to all victims and their families during this difficult time and express our deepest gratitude to the first responders who acted swiftly and bravely on the scene. New Orleans is a city built on resilience, and this heartbreaking event reminds us of the importance of coming together to support one another, to honor those affected, and to work toward healing as a community. In times of tragedy, the New Orleans community has always shown extraordinary courage and compassion, and we are certain that this time will be no different. You know, I echo those sentiments, but of course, it hurts, you know, to have to deal with something like this on our home turf, a terrorist attack. And like Dr. Corey Hebert said a little bit earlier, this is more personal.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a collective grief, also an individual grief. You know, Councilman Thomas talked about this too, in that most of the victims here are locals, and while there really isn't a need for a distinction there as far as a pedigree, as far as who has been hurt here, he's talking about just the extent to which we as a community here in New Orleans are tied to this tragic event that took place here in our city, in what is the crown jewel of how the world knows our city overnight. Councilman Thomas saying that he knows some of the victims, he's heard from some of their families, and that's where we are right now at 11:33 with those 35 people at least who are being treated in area hospitals right now, wondering how they're doing, their road to recovery, but also where we stand as a community in getting these questions answered about safety and security, but also the road ahead as far as that emotional recovery goes.
And of course we know that this was done intentionally. It was done with purpose, and we are getting the identity of the suspect, which we can report according to our partners at NOLA.com as a 42-year-old man named Shamsuddin Jabbar, if I'm pronouncing that first name correctly, spelled ShamSuddinJabbar. 42-year-old, as you heard the council president earlier saying, not believed to be a local of New Orleans, wearing full military tactical gear whenever he committed this heinous terrorist act.
Yeah, NOLA.com reporting law enforcement sources there on the release of that name. We are working to learn more. Again, there will be a media briefing at 1 p.m. over at New Orleans Police Headquarters downtown. Coincidentally, across the street from the Superdome, our Alyssa Curtis reporting there. Governor Jeff Landry also set to join Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, Mayor LaToya Cantrell, and other officials.
And you know,
we're changing batteries, Ryan. If you
We'll get to Lily in just a moment. You know, a little bit earlier, they were looking into whether this was directly tied to any type of terrorist organization. And NOLA.com is reporting now that the source that was had given the name that there was an ISIS flag on the back of that truck that the suspect had with him.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about that truck. We showed you the picture of the truck from Bourbon Street, and you could see the back end of that truck there. And on the back end, you saw what appeared to be like PVC piping and a gray or black, what we believe to be a flag there wrapped around, but you couldn't see what was on the back of it. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser even brought that up when we spoke to him at around 7 o'clock this morning. Here is that picture right now, and what we're talking about. Mike brought this to our attention when we first saw these pictures. You see the flagpole there in the center, drawing your attention to where that Texas license plate is. That's the flag in question.
So right on the right-hand side, you can see kind of the black material up there on the top of that PVC pipe is what we're talking about when we're talking about the flag. All right, we're going to go continue our coverage with Lily Cummings, who has been at UMC all day. She still joins us there. Of course, that's where most of the victims were taken after this tragedy. Hey there, Lily.
Excuse us for a second. We're just regrouping there. We'll get to Lily in a second, but Lily has been reporting from there. She is.
Go ahead, Lily.
Yes, Brandon and Mike, I did want to bring you an update here from UMC. The hospital is asking families of victims to please go to the UMC Conference Center on the first floor. That's across from Tower 2, which is the midpoint of the hospital. That is a reunification location for victims' families. Now, they posted that to Twitter not too long ago, and I just wanted to make sure that you all or anyone watching knew that, because of course, as you all mentioned, the majority of the victims were brought here to UMC, 26 of the 35, and we know that others were taken to Truro, Ochsner Baptist, and other local area hospitals. And at 1 p.m., we're hoping to get an update from NOPD and the FBI to understand if there's any more injuries or if anyone was taken to any other local area hospitals, because it is possible that folks went by their own means to the hospital and weren't transported via ambulance. So at UMC this morning, things have died down now. It's a lot more quiet, not as much law enforcement activity. And then, of course, earlier this morning, we saw several lawmakers come out here and talk to us live from UMC. They were here visiting victims and their families upstairs in the emergency room. As you all were mentioning, you know, New Orleans is a small town, and so Councilmember Oliver Thomas knew some of these folks. He said he knew one of the officers who was shot. He did give an update that those 2 officers who were shot are in stable and good condition. They were up, they were talking, they were good. Chief Kirkpatrick was here this morning as well, following the initial news conference they gave this morning with their updates. She came out right after to see those officers as well. So I'm sure they'll be bringing those updates to you all again at 1 p.m. from NOPD headquarters, where we expect that update to happen shortly. Other than that, not many updates from here. Like I said, it's really died down from this morning when we saw JPSO, State Police, NOPD, several law enforcement cars coming and going constantly this morning. It's been a lot more quiet as we approach the afternoon hour. Guys.
Lily Cummings reporting live for us at UMC. Lily has been there throughout the morning, speaking with city officials who have been responding there to get a better idea of what's going on at UMC. That's where those 2 officers were taken who were shot. Also, some 26 other people who were injured there as well.
And you just think about the families who now have to show up to the hospitals to try to find their loved ones. Maybe there's families who don't even know if their loved ones are still alive.
Right.
I cannot even imagine what they're going through in that time of uncertainty, especially if you know that your loved one is a victim of this in some regard.
And with that, and we will get to the statement in a moment, y'all can keep it up for a second, but I just want to follow up that point with Mike. Lily pointing out that if you do believe that you have a relative at UMC, you're being asked to go to the UMC Conference Center, and that's where they are setting up an area for you to learn what you need to know.
All right, so here is now a statement from the Georgia Bulldogs playing in the Sugar Bowl today. We're going to go ahead and just read this for you because we're going to give it some credit here. We are deeply saddened by the senseless violence that occurred in New Orleans. All team personnel and members of the official team travel party have been accounted for. Currently, we are in contact with local law enforcement as well as representatives from the Sugar Bowl and college football playoff and are continuing to gather more information. Our prayers are with all those who traveled here for the Sugar Bowl and entire New Orleans community. Of course, ours right there with them.
Most definitely. Our investigative reporters have been able to fill us in by way of their sourcing here on the scope of this investigation. We did tell you that there were multiple sweeps underway in search for information. Our investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein does say from an update that he did receive from the New Orleans Building Corporation, that's the city agency, to all business tenants of city buildings. Mike reporting through his sources that grounds patrol officers and other law enforcement have already swept and cleared several properties, which we've told you, but here is where: St. Roch Market, French Market, also some shops there, Cafe Du Monde and other locations, the French Market, after reports of suspicious activity in the area, including St. Roch Market. But all of that just initiated as a precaution. No word on whether anything was found there, but they did sweep all of those areas, which also are in location or near where Winston Reed is reporting this morning there on Mandeville Street.
Of course, this investigation is going to be far-reaching, probably perhaps even beyond the city of New Orleans, because we know that that truck was rented somewhere else. It was brought here with intention to kill people. We have heard that from city council members. We have heard it from representatives in this area about the sheer intent that someone would take it upon themselves to kill people in New Orleans in this type of fashion, wearing full military gear and being, what they say, prepared, having lots of ammunition. And we are so thankful for the officers who were out there, the ones who were able to stop this man from doing any further damage to the people in the city that we love.
Yeah, we've learned that 4 officers potentially were involved in an exchange of gunfire with that suspect on Bourbon Street last night. 2 officers shot. They're doing okay this morning, though, thank goodness, as we've learned from our reporters on scene there. But again, had it not been for those 300 officers already working overnight in what was a busy night here in New Orleans, officials saying that things here could have been much worse than what they are, and they're already bad here. But there was a pretty significant police presence there downtown and in the French Quarter already leading up to this, and it was because those officers were there on the scene that they were able to respond to the situation as quickly as they did, according to investigators, as this information comes into our newsroom.
Of course, we've been covering this for hours now, and we're slowly, getting bits of information throughout the day, kind of putting this puzzle together. But there's a much larger puzzle that's going to have to be put together when it comes to security not just in New Orleans, but around the country.
Yeah,
And
most
you have
definitely.
especially spectator events like the Sugar Bowl, New Year's Eve. You know, New Year's Eve was not even broadcast live from New Orleans this year. But we still have so many people who came here to celebrate, who would just do that on a normal weekend. And then we also have the Sugar Bowl that is here, you know, every year that people look forward to, no matter what teams are playing, and it always brings in a large crowd.
And it does call to question potentially down the line, Mike, as we look at cities such as New Orleans, where in the past questions about a terrorist attack, using that specific language there in terms of how law enforcement is investigating this right now, something that wasn't necessarily on our radar locally. But again, conversations about our future and safety and events and whatnot, going to have to be taken into account after this investigation here, this situation this morning, some 10 people killed, a couple dozen, if not 3 dozen others injured, being treated this morning at area hospitals, that number at 35, if not higher.
Because we always think an act of terrorism can't happen here. But here we are waking up on this Wednesday morning, the first day of a new year, a lot of people celebrating, and terrorism is at our door.
And you mentioned NOLA.com confirming the suspect. CBS News is also confirming the identity of the person believed to be driving the truck that is responsible here, identified by CBS News as Shamsud Din Jabbar. Again, Shamsud Din Jabbar is the name that CBS News reports, also in line with the name that NOLA.com reported as well, our partners over there. Now, with this news from CBS News, one source through CBS says that there was no one else with the suspect at the time of this event. Now, that doesn't mean that there wasn't anyone here locally potentially who may have helped carry this out, and that's why we did hear from several local officials about the potential for at least a second accomplice here. We did ask our investigators about that, and they said that there is the potential for that, but they haven't been able to confirm specifically who that person may be, where that person may be, but again, a lot of questions on the table.
And they have to operate under that mindset, right? Because you don't know how far-reaching this crime could go, especially when they found what they believe to be explosive devices.
Right.
And you heard David Hammer talk about earlier that they have now detonated 4 suspicious packages in different areas that they believe may be linked. We don't know whether those were viable devices, but we know that they were suspicious packages that needed to be disposed of by the bomb squad.
Yeah, pretty frightening. Another one of those devices David mentioned over at the Jack's Brewery area they were looking to. I mean, that's pretty much front and center as far as New Year's celebrations are concerned. That is where the fleur-de-lis drops, etc. But again, still looking into where those locations are. David Hammer, though, telling us again 4 suspicious packages detonated by the NOPD's bomb squad as they do continue to investigate downtown.
Of course, we do know Bourbon Street is still closed at this hour. It's going to be closed for the foreseeable future. Helene Marino was saying possibly 48 hours. So this will in fact affect a lot of people who maybe have to do business down there. We're looking to go do something today, enjoy the new year, or maybe you live in that area. You're going to have some patience here, which is nothing compared to what other families are having to deal with the loss of a loved one or the injury of a loved one.
Most definitely. This video you see right here of Bourbon Street was recorded overnight. This is a video showing people running. That looks like law enforcement there running to respond to the incident, presumably right around the time it took place. According to Superintendent Kirkpatrick, that was at 3:15 this morning. Looking at this earth cam shot of Bourbon Street, you saw that first responder, that massive police presence, run toward what we believe to be where the truck came to an end, where it crashed into that, we're calling a little cherry picker there. But you also see there in this video, you still see a lot of people there on the street. So again, some people, more law enforcement there running toward where the incident was, other passersby there here for the night, here for the holiday, presumably trying to get out of the way there, knowing not what's going on.
And of course, it all ended right there in front of Royal Sonesta, which is on Bourbon Street, just a couple blocks in from Canal Street. So that's how much distance this truck was able to go and create this type of carnage in its path, which we now know was absolutely intentional. And when we looked at the photos of it, the truck crashed into that piece of equipment, we don't know if that was a crash that happened on purpose or if something happened or if he was just not able to continue going and that was his last stop before that shootout with law enforcement officers happened.
Most definitely. Our reference point there being those pictures that we've showed you that have been posted on X by witnesses there on scene, showing the back end of that truck, also showing where it came to a halt there after crashing overnight here, 3:15, according to Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. That picture, other video, other information from the scene there, important to this investigation. Authorities are also saying that if you may have anything that proves helpful as far as this is concerned, reach out to them, be it the FBI, be it NOPD, be it Crime Stoppers, and they'll lead you, they'll get that information to where it needs to be.
Because they're going to want to get all the information that they can, given the gravity of this type of investigation and how far-reaching it can be, because the federal government is heavily involved in this, and they're going to be looking to see whether this may be connected to other cases across the country, maybe even across the world, and maybe there's some type of terrorist cell or network. There's a lot of questions still they have to answer, because when they start talking about investigating this as an act of terrorism, it's usually more than just one person acting alone on behalf of some terrorist organization. There's a connection there. So law enforcement agencies are going to have to really spend some time trying to connect the dots on this investigation.
And as far as connecting those dots are concerned, you're also connecting the lines of plots on a map. Our Winston Reed reporting from a house you saw there in that shot on Mandeville Street, another location where police presence was working to get to the bottom of why investigators are there, possibly the discovery of an IED device, as Winston mentioned, but he's still working to get confirmation. But you see a heavy police presence there at that scene too. Mike, you mentioned that federal investigators are taking the lead on this. The FBI, we have heard from Attorney General Merrick Garland, who released a statement this morning saying that his heart is broken for those who began their year by learning people they loved were killed by this horrific attack, going on to say that, again, the FBI is investigating this matter as an act of terrorism. The FBI, the ATF, the Department of Justice's National Security Division, and the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Louisiana, they're all going to be working with local law enforcement to lead this investigation here.
And we know that suspect to be a 42-year-old man at this point. That, of course, reporting coming from Olo.com as well as CBS. We do know that he is not a local. That, of course, according to city leaders who say that this man came in with a purpose, wearing military gear, with the purpose of killing people, and that's exactly what happened. At this point, 10 people have died. City Council President Helene Moreno believes that number could actually increase as the day progresses, because we have more than 30 people who are in the hospital right now trying to recover from their injuries. You know, great care teams are looking after them, and hopefully all of them can recover, but we never know, given we don't know the extent of their injuries right now.
Right, and the latest breakdown of that count, some 26 people being treated at UMC, where Lily Cummings has reported live throughout the morning for us, another 4 over at Turo, 4 at Oshner Baptist, 1, if not more, at Tulane, at least according to the latest number that we got, and this was during that 6 a.m. or 6:30 press briefing from investigators there over at the 8th District. Hope to get more on where those numbers stand at 1 o'clock when we do have a briefing. Governor Jeff Landry joining local officials for that.
You know, we read a statement from Georgia a little bit earlier, one of the teams playing in the Sugar Bowl today. We also have one from Notre Dame, of course, their opponent in that game. And I'll just kind of read that. It says, "Our prayers are with the family members and loved ones of all those impacted by the terrible attack in New Orleans early this morning." It goes on to say, "To be in solidarity with those who suffer is to exemplify the spirit of Notre Dame. Today we are in solidarity with all those impacted by this tragedy." That coming from the president of the University of Notre Dame today.
And that point about solidarity is extremely important here as we work to get the answers to the many questions that many of you have. We're not talking about any particular location. We're talking about the heart and soul of our city here. And a lot of people are touched by this situation, whether you know any of the victims there, whether you've been watching us since 4 a.m. when we've been live here on this story, or whether you're watching from another city and curious as to what's going on here, because you do have a love and appreciation for New Orleans, crown jewel of this country. In fact, looking at Bourbon Street right now, a very different image though than the more jubilant scene that we're used to seeing here. Bourbon Street now covered in a traipse of crime tape.
And you can see like the street sweepers not even having a chance to get in there and clean things up. This is just still kind of how it was left when officers rushed in there telling people to get out of the bars, get out of the restaurants, go home, move away from the area, do not come in. Hotels were put on lockdown. People couldn't leave, couldn't get out. And of course, this now being reported on news outlets around the world. While watching New Orleans, of course, we know New Orleans and hold it dear to our hearts as a place of culture, as a place of love, a place of acceptance. And now we have to deal with something like this. It hurts us all.
It does. And those who were down there at the time of this incident describe the hurt that they felt. Some of them, though, working to put that hurt aside for a second to go help those who very desperately needed it. Our Leah McNeil spoke to a gentleman just after 4 o'clock this morning who was staying at the Royal Sonesta. He told her that he heard that boom at around 3:15, looked out his window, in fact, overlooking Bourbon Street to see what was going on there, and he went out to help those who very needed it, but also said that he did see casualties there on scene.
Yeah, said he just saw bodies just there in the street. He likened it to his time spent in Iraq as a military veteran in the Marine Corps. We're going to check in with our Winston Reed. He has been following this all morning long with us. We're going to go back out to him now.
Yeah, I'm in the St. Roch neighborhood, rather, where the scene seems to develop over here. We have a developing scene of federal and local law enforcement agencies gathering near a home that we believe is an Airbnb, according to our partners at NOLA.com. And according to our partners at NOLA.com, an alleged fire broke out this morning, which forced many residents in the St. Roch neighborhood to be evacuated this morning. We are still working to get confirmation from that from local investigators as well as federal investigators here on scene. Again, this is a scene that has expanded from the terrorist attack that took place in the French Quarter and Bourbon Street earlier this morning, and now you see investigators are surrounding a home believed to be an Airbnb, according to, again, our partners at NOLA.com, and it is believed to be connected to the suspect involved in that terrorist attack, who was shot and killed by police following plowing a vehicle into a crowd of people in the French Quarter. We're still working to gather more information. We're also told that a bomb squad is in the area as well. That's according to our partners, but we are again waiting to get more confirmation. This is the closest that we can get. We are at the corner of Mandeville and Murray, and the investigators are about a block ahead, as you can see, but we can go no further than the yellow tape that is sitting right in front of us. Reporting live from the St. Roch neighborhood, Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Winston, thank you for that. We do now want to get live to a phone conversation. City Councilwoman Leslie Harris joining us by phone.
Councilwoman, thank you for being with us. When did you become aware of what was happening?
This morning, waking up as everybody else was becoming aware of it.
And what went through your mind, as a leader in the city, when something like this, of this magnitude, happening?
It's really unimaginable that this could happen in the city of New Orleans. We pride ourselves on throwing big events and making sure that our visitors and citizens are safe. And so this is really an unimaginable and tragic event to happen to our city.
Based on your vantage point, ma'am, and the purview that you do have as an official, as a city council person, District B here in New Orleans, when we talk about the impact that this does have on our city, as you mentioned, what is that impact? What is your concern? Where's your head right now?
Well, my concern is for the victims of this tragic terrorist attack. My concern is for their families and making sure that their families are safe and secure. I also just want to let our visitors know that we have law enforcement on site, FBI, state police, NOPD, and other law enforcement agencies who are ensuring that we will continue to make sure that that the game tonight is safe and that our people remain safe throughout the city.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilor Harris. Again, just making sure that everyone is safe there, and that is the concern on the minds of many here. You got a briefing set up at 1 o'clock, as you do know. The governor and other officials are going to walk us through on the very latest. What are some of the questions you have?
My questions really are for how we ensure the safety of folks going forward. I, again, know that we have law enforcement on site and coming our way to make sure that there is a safe game for this evening. I know that we have safety measures in place for the Super Bowl. And so really, I just think that we need to maintain good communication with our law enforcement partners to ensure the safety of everybody, not only visiting, but our citizens who live right here in the city.
What are you telling your constituents and real citizens across the city who are afraid? Because here we have a terrorist attack right in our backyard.
I would tell them that this is a random event. This is completely, unexpected and, of course, unplanned. But we did have good law enforcement response. The terrorist was taken down by 3 NOPD officers and apprehended and, killed. And so I think that we are doing the best that we can to ensure that our citizens stay safe right here in the city.
All right, City Councilperson Leslie Harris, District B, we do thank you for your time here this morning as we do stretch into the afternoon. I know that there are a lot of questions, a lot of people calling your office and asking for answers here, and I know that it's a rough morning for you too, so we do thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to go to our Leah McNeil, who of course also been on the ground all morning long since early hours, probably 30 minutes after this happened, following and sifting through a lot of details and information for us as well. Leah, how are you?
Well, I think Mike, really just like everyone else, still very much in a state of shock, still not really have had the time to process exactly what has happened here. And neither have investigators. They continue to still have a very strong law enforcement presence here on scene. We still see quite a few state trooper units out here, still the same NOPD unit that is right at the base of Bourbon where it does meet Canal. We have shifted our spots just a little bit, and we were able to peer down just a bit into and along Bourbon Street, and still again a very heavy law enforcement presence on this stretch of Bourbon Street. We've also been seeing a lot of movement with the Orleans Parish Coroner's vans making their way onto and out of Bourbon Street. Again, 10 people were killed when that man plowed into a crowd on Bourbon Street, killing those 10 people and injuring about 35, 36 other people, including 2 officers that were injured when shots rang out when that person ran through the crowd. And of course, officers shot at the man when that person also pulled out a gun. So a lot of different details that are coming out of this, and still information that is actively coming out of this this incident that happened earlier this morning, again just after 3:15 in the morning. I've been speaking to witnesses all throughout the morning, and the first woman that I spoke to says that she was actually on Bourbon Street and was just sitting along the side near the CVS. I just saw her sitting there, and I just had to talk to her. Something told me that something had happened to her just by the way she would look. You could tell that she was shaken up, clearly shaken, and she was literally within feet of that car that ran into the crowd. She told me that it was literally by the grace of God, she says, that she was able to escape and run with her life. Another man that I spoke to, who was actually in the Royal Sonesta, which is actually a hotel on Bourbon Street, he said he was inside. He heard some popping and banging that he initially thought was fireworks because, of course, it is New Year's. And he quickly realized that it was not that. It was, in fact, gunshots. Ran outside and, of course, did see quite a few people laying on the ground. He did see some people who were deceased. And, of course, he jumped into action, being a military veteran, to try to help those people who were injured after this horrific attack. He says that, unfortunately, some people just did not make it out and off of this street alive. Others, of course, were able to make their way to the hospital, where they are continued to be treated here at hospitals across our area right now. That man also described the scene. He said he felt like he was back in Iraq. So that just goes to show you the true scope and the gravity of what people saw out here. You heard Chief Ann Kirkpatrick say that this individual absolutely intended to cause harm. He intended to kill people. He intended to just disrupt the peace and just cause carnage here, in the words of Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. And I would say he did just that. Of course, we are still waiting to hear more from law enforcement. Again, that latest update will be coming in at 1 o'clock. They've since pushed that back. Governor Jeff Landry will be joining Mayor LaToya Cantrell, Ann Kirkpatrick, and of course FBI agents who are now taking over this investigation. I know a lot of people have been speaking about the barriers on Bourbon Street. Were the barriers up? Were the barriers down? I did talk to one witness out here who says that when they were out and about on Bourbon Street, the barriers were not down. As we all know, there's a very expansive project that's happening right now to repair those barriers here on Bourbon Street. But again, we're still waiting on more information from the city of New Orleans to figure out exactly if the barriers were down here in the quarter on Bourbon Street or not. But again, this is a very fluid situation. We are having information come in by the minute, so be sure that you are staying connected with us. Again, a lot of information circulating on social media, and it's very hard to sift through it all. We are sifting through it all, so you don't have to, and you can make sure that you are receiving the correct and accurate information for you as you continue to try and wrap your mind around what exactly happened. But again, the basics of the information that we know right now: 10 people are dead, and at least 35 other people were injured after a man plowed into the crowd here on Bourbon Street as they were celebrating for New Year's. Of course, as always, we'll continue to keep you guys up to date as we will bring you more throughout the rest of the day. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Pot, I think.
All right, Leah, thank you so much for that update. We are jumping in for Brandon and Mike. Sharice Gibson and Devin Bartolotta here, continuing to cover this mass casualty on Bourbon Street, where you have 10 people dead, 35 injured after a person drove a truck down a very crowded Bourbon Street during New Year's Eve weekend, as well as the beginning of Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, this is beyond tragic. We've been talking about this all morning now, and things are changing so quickly. We are learning so much more as the minutes go on here. We know at this time that this happened right around 3:15 at the corner of Canal Street and Bourbon Street. We know that the suspect has been shot by police, and also that 2 officers were shot and injured, but we do know that they are stable in the hospital.
Of course, there are many other victims that are in the hospital right now. We're going to get an update on those victims and more about the suspect, who we just learned his name that has been coming out recently, that has just been confirmed for us, rather. And they have more information about this suspect potentially coming from Texas, but we do know that he was driving a truck that was rented through a Turo app. And if you guys are not familiar with the Turo app, this is a kind of peer-to-peer rental system where you can rent cars from other people.
Yeah.
You just exchange the keys and you have a truck with a Texas license plate. We're told that the suspect possibly came from Texas, but we're still working and hoping to get more information about that. But again, 10 people dead, mass casualty here, 35 people that are inside of the hospital, and police are currently investigating a fire that happened in St. Roch that may be also connected to this.
Yeah, there potentially is that second scene that we know that police and federal agents are handling right now. That's near Mandeville Street and Urquhart in St. Roch. We're told that the FBI and the ATF are there with canines, and that some people have been told to evacuate homes near that area. In addition, law enforcement has swept several properties in the French Quarter, some of them after suspicion, some of them as a precaution. That includes the St. Roch Market, the French Market, the Colonnade Shops, and Café du Monde. Again, some of them because there was some suspicion there, some of them just as a precautionary measure.
Yeah, we heard from our David Hammer a little bit earlier, one of our chief investigators, telling us a little bit more information about the potential IEDs that were found. They said they did detonate devices that they weren't necessarily clear was an explosive device, but out of necessary precaution, obviously wanted to detonate those devices as they investigate. So this calls into question if there will be any more closures within the French Quarter. We do know that right now New Orleans Police Department is saying that people should avoid the French Quarter as they continue through this investigation. And of course, this is very early, and now that we do have a suspect and we do have people who are giving us a little bit more information about what happened in the early morning hours on one of our most popular streets in New Orleans, Bourbon Street, we are getting a clearer picture of exactly what happened here and how tragic this truly was.
If you have, this is an important note for those of you who are maybe families seeking information about someone who you can't find after this incident. NOLA Ready is posting a lot of information on its official website, but we do know that at this this time, there is a reunification center set up at UMC, at University Medical Center. They're asking you to go to the UMC Conference Center, which is on the first floor across from Tower 2. That is the midpoint of the hospital there. And that will allow you to find more information about your loved one if you're looking for them. They're also saying that if you're a resident in Orleans Parish looking for assistance regarding this incident, you can call 311.
And we, of course, mentioned that the suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Den Jabbar. This is according to NOLA.com and our sources with CBS News as well, that this suspect, again, 42-year-old Shamsud Den Jabbar, not necessarily clear on that suspect's first name, but of course that might possibly change. Now, we do have today the All-State Sugar Bowl. Of course, we know New Year's Eve is a huge tourist attraction to New Orleans, especially with people, revelers on Bourbon Street going into the early morning hours. Bourbon Street is a street where people at any time of the day you may find a lot of people, but especially people there who go from the New Year's Eve celebrations right into the Sugar Bowl. As far as we know, and as far as we've heard from the Sugar Bowl committee is planning to continue with that game today, but there are sweeps that are happening at the Superdome, obviously out of precaution because we have a number of people that are in town. The Sugar Bowl attracts more than some 60,000 fans. You have from Notre Dame and you have from Georgia. So you have people that are in town from all over to attend this game, and this stokes a lot of fear with those people going to the Superdome and with people who are staying in the French Quarter, whether it's hotels, Airbnbs, wherever they are in the city right now. So we have a lot of people that are in town, and they're carefully watching us so that we can give them the most accurate information. And joining us right now on this ed, we have Councilman Oliver Thomas. Thank you so much for joining us. Obviously not the way that we want to start the new year.
No, I've spent the last several hours since wee hours of the morning in the emergency room, there with victims, there with the law enforcement officials who were there recovering from their injuries, there with the medical professionals, and shout out to them at University Hospital, as well as the families. One of the young men, police officers who was shot, his family comes from the neighborhood we grew up in.
Right.
We grew up in.
Yeah.
So that was extremely tragic. They were extremely concerned, but the medical professionals there were doing everything. When I left the emergency room, the one officer was finally resting, and the other was there with his dad, who is a law enforcement official, talking about how heroic they are. The two who were nursing their wounds, along with the other two who neutralized the suspect, had they not done that, thousands of other lives and injuries could have been at stake and were in jeopardy.
This is one of those things that you see in headlines around the world. Something similar just happened in Germany shortly ago at a Christmas market there. And it's one of those things that you always hope never happens in the city where you live. And when you see that headline, when you see the news like that, it is just, it's horrible.
Well, Bourbon Street is one of the most iconic destinations in the world. New Orleans, this little glorious, hard-knock city, as small as it is, we host more visitors per capita than cities 2 times and 3 times our size. So it was definitely intentional what happened here. But we're not only resilient, Sharice, we're very strong people.
Yes, we are.
You're not going to frighten us. You're not going to take away our culture and our freedom, and I think people need to know that. And this was not just an attack on New Orleans and not just an attack on this game. This was an attack on our country and our freedom, and at some point, these people have to be brought to justice. They have to find them, whoever they are, and they have to know that you're not going to take away our freedoms. You're not going to threaten our events and our culture. And whatever we need to do, then we're going to stop you. And I just left a briefing, and I'm so proud of Chief Kirkpatrick, Colonel Hodges, our federal partners there. They are reassessing the situation, hard sites for pedestrian and vehicular access. So what the public needs to know at this, they're working right now to make sure that we can not only prevent or mitigate this. Now, bollards wouldn't have stopped this individual. They drove around the the barricades.
I was wondering because I've spoken to police sources who say that there were units that were stationed at Canal and Bourbon Street, as they typically are when we have a major event. I know that when you have a major event that's happening in New Orleans, whether it's Sugar Bowl, Bayou Classic, New Year's Eve, it feels like French Quarter is like Fort Knox. It's hard to get into it, and you have intersections that are blocked off, and it's carefully orchestrated with multiple hundreds of officers, I'm told, being out there, and it was enforced. So we saw plenty police presence. This was someone who's determined. But there is the question about the bollards. You know, some people question the timing of the bollards necessarily being down right now or being removed as they're being replaced.
First of all, it's not the time to question what if, who coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Right.
The time for us to come together, have faith in our law enforcement officials, and talk about what they are doing, and be prayerful, right, for the families and the victims right now. I'm not a law enforcement official. I'm not going to question what was, what is, or what could have been. But the briefing that I was just in, our public needs to be confident that all of our federal, state, and local partners right now are doing everything they can to make sure that we're safe and safer moving forward, period. One of the most touching moments, Sharice, that happened this morning was a young woman who graduated from the academy with a young man who grew up in our community.
Yeah.
She made her way there to see how her comrade was. And it was a tearful moment, right? So the other thing we also have to understand is that what are they going through?
Right. Do we know, as you were in the emergency room, do we have a sense of who these victims are? Because we heard someone that mentioned that they were mostly local. We're hearing from people that were law enforcement. Do we know if these are a lot of people from our community or mostly visitors?
Well, what you and I know, it's a good thing about being authentic New Orleans, is that portion of Bourbon Street is usually us.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that time of night.
Yes.
Is usually a lot of locals, but whoever they are, wherever they're from, they're getting the very best care from UMC. And law enforcement officials right now are doing everything they can to make sure we can minimize and eliminate these kind of threats moving forward. How do you harden locations for vehicle and pedestrian access? That's the briefing I just left, and I'm confident. But we also can't forget that our law enforcement team, state and local here, we train other people around the world how to deal with crowd control in major events.
Well, because we handle these events every single year. When you think about Mardi Gras.
Well, there's so
more
many
festivals
coming up,
per
too.
capita than any other city.
Jazz Festival, French Quarter Festival.
French Quarter Fest had almost 1 million people. Jazz Fest broke records last year.
Well, with so many things coming up, I mean, you've got the Super Bowl in just about a month, then
Absolutely.
you've got Mardi Gras, then
French Quarter Fest.
Yeah,
then
French Quarter
Jazz
Fest, St. Patrick's Day, all these things coming up. How do you reassure not just locals, but also visitors who are seeing these headlines from around the world that this is a safe place to be?
I think that knowing that our federal, state, and local partners are on top of it. Just like what happened with 9/11 in New York City, right? It didn't shut down our world. They wanted to shut down our economy. They wanted to affect our freedom. But we came together, and Sharice, you know better than anybody, from Betsy to Katrina and everything in between, from the 1927 floods to now. One thing about New Orleanians, we're tough. We're not just resilient, and you're not going to stop our traditions.
I have to ask you, you know, in the French Quarter, obviously we talked about IEDs potentially being found. Before I ask you that question, I want to switch on over to Sheriff Susan Hudson, who's given us an update right now. Sheriff Hudson is here.
Is available right now. We also want folks to know that, because I've gotten had people reach out to me about they're looking for their loved ones. They could be at a number of area hospitals. We put out on our social media about our victims unit, where family members can reach out to get resources and to find out information. And if you can't find your loved one at that particular hospital, reach out so we can try and help you find out where they're at. So we want to make sure people can check on their people and make sure their folks are safe. Gut-wrenching. I woke up to this morning. I've got deputies in the quarter. We had our booking bus in the quarter, so I'm reaching out trying to find out how's our team. Is everybody safe? We had officers respond to that. We got to check on them, make sure they're all right. So right now I'm in a couple of different modes. Number one, making sure we're part of the process for keeping things safe. And number two, making sure all of our team is all right and we're ready.
New Orleans knows how to prepare for major events with large crowds of people. We know the bollards weren't working under repair currently. How come there wasn't a plan B in place to make sure that something like this wasn't going to happen?
Well, so all questions about the investigation have to go to the FBI and the city as they're conducting that investigation. We're here to support the policing function moving forward, make sure, whatever happens with the game, whatever happens with folks who are here in our city, we've got a lot of people here, making sure that we take care of that. All questions about the investigation need to go through the FBI and the city.
How is the Sheriff's
whatever
Department?
happens with the game, do you expect it to happen?
I'm not sure. And again, that's not my call. Again, my call is to be here to support all our law enforcement, all our first responders, and to help support this community and keep it safe.
How is the Sheriff's Department moving forward with ensuring safety?
Yeah, we're a part of all these discussions. Number one, making sure we have assets available. So for instance, if they need more deputies, if they need any resources from us, we have a number of resources. As you know, the Sheriff's Department is a mini city. So if we need extra cars out on the street or something of that nature, we're just making sure that we are a part of that, helping secure the city that we love so much. And I want this community also to know that Sheriff's Department from all over the state, the Sheriff's Association have reached out and promised help and support if we need that. But we have a lot of sheriffs right around us who are helping as well, and they were in there too talking about it. So again, public safety is job number one right now.
Can you talk to the unified command right now? We saw, like you said, JPSO parked out here. There's, I think, like every single type of law enforcement agency I've seen in the past hour.
Yeah, and we want our community to know that. We've come together, state, federal, local, our surrounding parishes, all the sheriffs in the state have offered resources if we need those. So yeah, we're ready to deal with this issue, keep people safe, and whatever happens moving forward. We have got a big year planned, right? And we're going from Sugar Bowl to Super Bowl to Mardi Gras. So we're, the planning, looking at what we're going to do, but most importantly, coming together. And that's what we're doing.
Can you talk?
Is anything swept for anything, like other explosive devices from your understanding, anything like that?
Well, again, all questions about the investigation or that response need to go through the FBI and the New Orleans Police Department. They'll know what they're able to release and what they're not. And again, we're supporting them 100%.
Anyone in your command injured from this morning's?
Not injured, but affected, right? Right. It was absolute just chaos when that man went through there and did what he did. And so, that affects everybody. The first responders, that affects them as well. And seeing what happened down there, So job number one, securing the city. Job number two, taking care of our team.
Can you talk to what that looks like? This has impacted the whole entire city, and first responders really are right there. They're seeing this carnage. What does that look like for you as the sheriff, as the head of this department, to make sure mentally and emotionally that your people are okay?
I got to take care of my team. I reached out to all of them personally. They're up all night, right? Some of them are trying to get some sleep right now because they were up all night and just exhausted trying to keep the community safe. But I checked in with all of them, right? I want them to know their sheriff cares and that I'm supporting them 100%. This is not easy work, right? And seeing this type of thing go down can be tough. I got to support them 100%, and that's what I want this community to know. I'm doing that. I want the men and women of this department to know I'm doing that. Reaching out to all of them. I've already reached out to them all just to let them know I'm here. When they're able to talk, I'm going to do that as well. I got to check on them personally.
What are the next few days going to look like for you and for the city?
Being on ready. We have our chiefs here, majors here, all of our assets, whether those are our investigative services, those are our patrolling functions, those are our reserves who are out in the streets every day for this city. Making sure we have that, any other assets we may need to support, equipment we may need to support, we're pledging to give 100%.
Let's talk about tonight after the game, celebrations, fans celebrating the win. What's that going to look like for your team out tonight patrolling or keeping people safe?
Vigilance, right? We got to be keeping a lookout about what's going on, making sure we're safe first, that we are prepared, safe, We got all our safety equipment, and we're being very vigilant about what's going on, and I know our team will do that.
Any message to fans, people just out and about and here for this big event?
Look, everybody in this unified command here loves the city. We love the people of the city. We love what it represents to this community and to this country. And people from all over the world come here. We love the city. We're here to protect the city. We're putting everything at our disposal to do that. And we want our community to know that, and all our visitors here as well.
My last question, at least for me, obviously there's a lot of talk about tourists and visitors, but there's a lot of people here, people who this is their home, and they're tired of being resilient. This is really hurting them. What do you say to people who love this city because they're born and raised here?
Yeah, we would say, I want my messages to both our community, right? Because this culture is what makes people want to come here, and it's the people of the city that drive that culture. And yeah, we're tired of being resilient, but this is the way the world is. We did not create this, but this is the way the world is. People extremists want to send a message in a horrible way, and this is the way the world is. That doesn't mean we're going to give in to them, and we are going to fight back with everything we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
OPSO Sheriff Susan Hudson just giving us an update. Obviously, as we said, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and leading this investigation right now, but it is a unified command here in New Orleans, not just here at NOPD headquarters, but all around this city. When I was over on Bourbon Street earlier a few hours ago, as they were still sweeping through Bourbon Street and looking at every single corner, there was FBI, state troopers, NOPD, and again, here at NOPD headquarters, in every single direction that I can see, there is every single type of law enforcement agency. Earlier we saw TSA, we've seen state troopers, Troop NOLA, NOPD, OPSO, TSA, Public Safety Department. Again, every single type of law enforcement agency has their eyes and their efforts on what happened this morning. Of course, working to make sure that the city is safe, tourists are safe, residents are safe, making sure that do they have all the pieces together. We're expecting to get an update from all these law enforcement agencies in about 30 minutes here at NOPD headquarters at 1 p.m. That was supposed to be at 11 a.m. Again, that was pushed back to 1 p.m. We have a statement here from the FBI that I'm going to read part of it. This came in just before Susan Hudson came out and spoke with us. They said, again, we have that identity of the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came into possession of the vehicle. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and a potential IED were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. Again, every single law enforcement agency is working on this right now. We're hoping to get more information. A lot of questions still left unanswered. How did this happen? Especially, why did this happen? What was the motivation behind this? I'm not sure if we'll get that answer, but we're definitely going to ask once we get to that press conference in about 30 minutes. This situation is such a fast-moving situation. From 1 minute to the next, we're getting more information, more things are coming out. We're hearing from different people. I think the overall message here from everyone is we want to make sure, and they want to make sure, that the city is safe and that nothing else is going to happen. And they got every single corner of this investigation. Every stone is being turned over. As we heard from Congressman Troy Carter earlier, they're putting, again, every single effort into making sure that they have all the questions answered and they leave nothing left unturned. a lot of people really hurt by this situation. You just heard from Sheriff Susan Hudson that this is really affecting the department, as I'm sure other departments as well as first responders. You see the carnage that Chief Kirkpatrick was speaking about. So yeah, a lot of moving things right now, but we're about to head inside to get that update from law enforcement. For now, reporting live at NOPD headquarters, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. And as Alyssa just mentioned, at 1 o'clock, we're going to bring you that news conference live from FBI officials, of course, local law enforcement as well as city leaders. We have one city leader with us right now, again, joining us. Oliver, you listened to what Sheriff Susan Hudson had to say, and you were inside of the emergency room as people were being brought in and having conversations with people who were impacted. Can you tell us what you saw there?
Well, I want to thank the sheriff. She's also been part of the briefing about how we move forward this morning. But the medical professionals at University Hospital, many who were off, came back in. I didn't see any life-threatening injuries while I was there. Everyone seemed to be stable. The 2 officers who were there seemed to be stable. But man, we were so fortunate to have our medical professionals not only there and ready, but those who could help come back to service our community. And as I said before, to see other men and women of the police department come by to check on their colleagues, right? And I'll share a little funny story. One of the officers who was there because of his wounds, when we asked him what he wanted, he said he just wanted to get a Sprite.
Okay.
He said, to somebody, just bring him a soft drink.
Right.
He'll be okay.
Something to comfort him.
Yeah. And he was, his family was there with him. The other officer, his dad, was there. And one of the officers finally went to sleep and he was getting some rest while the other guy was there with his family members.
I mean, it's certainly such good news to hear that they are talking and you know, engaging in that way. I also know that you mentioned that you were in that briefing with some law enforcement officials earlier this afternoon or earlier today. I would like to know, what can you tell us about what happened in there? How are we going to move forward? What kind of discussions?
I mean, that's a great question. For the citizens out there, you need to know that they're assessing the situation, reassessing the situation now. How do we take a look at making sure the perimeter is safe?
Yes.
How to access pedestrian, vehicular access. And I was real comforted about what I heard from NOPD officials, federal officials, as well as state officials, is that how do we give access, pedestrian and vehicle access to the dome? How do we funnel people through checkpoints to make sure that there isn't anyone else like this individual, but also while the investigation is going on, to comb every square inch of that area to make sure that there aren't any other explosive devices and that there aren't any other potential perpetrators.
I was going to say, since they had explosive devices, potential explosive devices that were found in different areas of the French Quarter, is the French Quarter on a lockdown right now as you guys assess this situation?
Great question. There's still a crime scene on Bourbon Street right now. They've extended out a certain perimeter to certain streets, but there are parts of the quarter that are accessible. There are people trying to do business.
Right.
There are merchants there who wanted to take advantage of this celebration and all the people coming in town. A lot of the people they're going to make their money because of these special events that sustain them and their families throughout the year. But they're reassessing everything based on what they find and the information that they gather. I was comforted with the chief, our federal partners, Colonel Hodges and our state partners. They're on top of it, and they're looking at every square inch of that community and at every safety measure that can make sure we're safe moving forward.
Councilman, thank you so much for your time, for being here with us. We certainly appreciate it, and I know that the officers likely really appreciate you stopping by the hospital as well to send your well wishes.
Thank you so much. Councilman Oliver Thomas joining us now as we continue to follow this breaking news of a tragedy on Bourbon Street. 10 people killed, 35 people injured, and several hospitals across the area because of a person. This person, 42-year-old, if I can get this right, Shamsud Den Jabbar, driving down Bourbon Street, a crowded Bourbon Street, early New Year's Day, around 3:15 in the morning, which if you know Bourbon Street, I always say it's a street that never closes. It's a street that is always open all the time. So at any time, you can find people on this street at that hour.
But especially on New Year's Eve.
Right.
We know it was very crowded at that time.
Right.
We do have some new information this afternoon from the FBI that just came in. We know that suspect, Shamsud Din Jabbar, is a United States citizen. He is from Texas. The FBI is saying that an ISIS flag was located in his vehicle along with a potential IED, and there were also other potential IEDs located in the French Quarter. So the FBI is leading this investigation, but we do know that local law enforcement is playing a huge role in supporting them in this effort and in the investigation.
I know we talk about local law enforcement and what they're doing, as well as the ATF, the FBI. They are currently right now on Mandeville Street. That is where our reporter Winston Reed is right now, and that is where Winston says apparently they were drawn to this location because of a fire at a home the suspect potentially was renting as an Airbnb. Winston, what more can you tell us?
Right now, residents who live in this St. Roch neighborhood, they've been forced to evacuate their homes because of that reported fire earlier this morning. The investigation has expanded from Bourbon Street in the French Quarter over here to the St. Roch neighborhood off of Mandeville, and I'm here with Jeff Gonzalez, who's one of those people here this morning who had to evacuate the St. Roch neighborhood. Thank you for joining us. Now, tell me, Jeff, where is the house that you were at and you were staying at in accordance to the Airbnb that investigators are surrounding?
I'm the house right next door.
You're right next door. Okay, can you just walk me through this morning, just play out what happened?
I left the house about 5 o'clock to bring my sister to the airport, and I noticed that the smell in the air was what we thought was fireworks the night before. You could smell it even at 12:30 when we got home. But it was really strong at 5 o'clock in the morning, but I was on my way to the airport and didn't stop. When I got back from the airport at 6 was when the fire trucks were there.
Were you able to get back into the home after you came back from the airport?
I was. At that point, they had contained the fire. There were still hoses going into the house, and one of the residents there said the damage was minimal and no one was hurt. And so I went into the house and talked with my partner about it for a bit, and then we went back to sleep and woken up a couple hours later to a knock on the door saying that the area was being evacuated.
And walk me through that evacuation. What were you told by law enforcement, and where did you have to go after that evacuation?
They explained only that it might be in connection to the events that happened on Bourbon Street last night, and that the Ring camera footage from our place was of great interest to them. So I left with the dog, but my partner is still there in the area of interest with the footage, going over it with the police.
And so he's over, your partner is still at the house?
There. And I left without my phone, so I have had no contact with him.
No contact. Can you tell me, have you seen anything suspicious? You know, neighbors have said that they've seen a white truck in the area prior to that terrorist attack over in the French Quarter. Have you seen a white truck? Have you seen anything suspicious? Have you seen the suspect at all?
No, I haven't. And honestly, I was going to get my sister to the airport, so I wasn't really paying attention to the vehicles that were around the area.
Nothing suspicious over the past 24 or 48 hours?
No, just that smell when we got home, but we attributed it to fireworks.
And that is an Airbnb, so oftentimes there are transient people visiting the area who are staying at that house besides.
Yeah, my boyfriend's parents stayed there at Thanksgiving.
Any idea on the extent of the damage of that home right now? We aren't able to get a clear visual of the house from where we're standing.
What I was told was that it was minimal, and there was a 2-hour gap between when the firemen had said that it was contained to when we were evacuated. So my understanding was that they found something that made them evacuate the neighborhood, beyond it just being a regular fire.
Right. So is everybody in your home, and do you know of anybody in your neighborhood who, any reported injuries, anyone hurt?
I have not heard of anybody hurt, but again, I have no contact with my boyfriend right now, so.
Jeff, thank you so much for that update. So that's Jeff Gonzalez. He was evacuated earlier today following the report of the fire at an Airbnb right next door. He was in the house right next door to that Airbnb that had the reported fire, and that is where you see all the law enforcement agents and New Orleans Fire as well in front of that home. And he did say that his partner is going over video footage with law enforcement to get more details and more clarity on this investigation. Of course, we now know the name of the suspect, and perhaps we are able to see the suspect on video. I mean, what direction is the Ring camera? Well, it's facing forward, so will we be able to see the suspect at all?
It's possible, but I was evacuating with the dog when they were just getting the footage. That was 4 hours ago, but I've had no contact, so I don't know what's on there.
All right, so again, his partner is going over that Ring doorbell camera footage. So hopefully we'll be able to get an update on what investigators see on that footage, and we will keep you up to date. And again, law enforcement, NOPD, and other law enforcement agents and agencies are going to hold a briefing at around 1 o'clock. So less than 30 minutes, about 25 minutes from now. So that's the latest here from the St. Roch neighborhood. Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Winston, thank you so much. Now, we were talking about this earlier. There are multiple locations and in regards to where there's a potential attack could have happened. So you had this on Bourbon Street where the car attack happened. They said that the suspect was found with a long gun with a silencer, as well as being found with a potential explosive device, 2 devices that actually had to be detonated, and several devices were detonated around the French Quarter, whether that was near Jack's Brewery in certain locations. So this is a situation where people are, and even what's happening over on Mandeville Street, it's still a very active situation, a situation where it's very fluid and it could change at any moment.
Yeah, we were just speaking with Councilman Thomas here. He said that law enforcement is working very diligently to, first of all, figure out if this person acted alone or if there are potentially other people involved in this situation. We know that the law enforcement has swept several properties in the French Quarter. That includes the French Market, the St. Roch Market, Colonnade Shops, also Café du Monde. We know that there were, as you mentioned, those potential IEDs found in other places in the French Quarter. We don't know for sure
if they were
where they were,
devices,
or if they were explosive devices. There is so much here that is changing so quickly, and so much that we're learning right now.
All right, we have our coverage continuing. Leah McNeil has been out all morning for us. Leah, do we have any updates from where you are?
Well, guys, I just spoke to a business owner who actually owns a business right here behind me, the Kilwins Chocolates and Ice Cream. He says that they were actually closing up shop this morning when he just heard all of the screaming, the shouting, and even some of those shots that were fired out here on Bourbon Street for this morning. As you can see right now, still a very active scene out here. He did go inside to try to retrieve some surveillance camera video. He said his cameras didn't capture enough the way they were angled, so unfortunately it won't be any help to police. But he says that it was just unfortunately not a sight that he is not used to seeing. He says unfortunately there's always a lot of crime that he experiences having his business in this location, especially when it comes to people coming in and out of Bourbon Street. But nonetheless, he said he's not worried about the business that he is going to lose today. He's worried about the people, those 10 people who lost their lives, and also those other people who were injured now trying to recover in the hospital this morning. So business owners are, again, he says he was grateful for the swift police response, but he is, like many other people I've heard today, say that they are really want to know more about what the city is going to do when it comes to making sure that Bourbon Street is more secure, that the French Quarter is more secure. He did mention that, of course, we have Mardi Gras coming up, the Sugar Bowl today, and also other events that we always have all year round. So he says he's very interested to see what the city's going to do more to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again.
Leah, thank you so much for your reporting down from, she's at Canal and Bourbon Street right now.
Yes.
Certainly so active. We see lots of law enforcement behind her.
Yeah, so we talk about the Sugar Bowl that's coming up, which that is a lot of conversation actually, and I think we're going to hear a little bit more about what happens, as that game usually is an evening game, so it hasn't happened for a few hours. We can tell you that the Superdome has been swept, or is currently being swept by police, but I can say we are talking about one of the biggest games that's coming up in the city of New Orleans, with that being the Super Bowl, and the NFL did issue a statement, and I'm just going to read this in part. It says the NFL and the local host committee have been working collaboratively with local, state, and federal agencies the past 2 years and have developed comprehensive security plans. These planning sessions will continue as they do with all major NFL events, and we are confident attendees will have a safe and enjoyable Super Bowl experience. That was a question that we posed, that we've been posing all day. We heard from Sheriff Susan Hudson, and that we posed to Councilman Oliver Thomas to talk a little bit more about how do we ensure the safety of not just the people who are visiting the city of New Orleans, but at its core, you know, still the French Quarter, while it is a very fun tourist destination, it is still a community, a neighborhood where people live. So ensuring the people's safety there as well, local safety.
And not only that you are safe, but that you feel safe, because the perception of being safe in a city when you have seen things or heard of things like this happening, that's so important, because you want people to come to your city and enjoy it and again, feel as though they are not in any danger whenever they're out on places like Bourbon Street.
Yeah, a lot of people are just joining us now from around the world, actually. We're finding out that there is a terrorist attack that happened. A truck drove down a very busy Bourbon Street, 3:15 in the morning, with 10 people being killed, 35 people in the hospital right now, and we now have a name of that suspect.
Yeah, we just heard from the FBI a short time ago confirming that name. That is Shamsuddin Jabbar. He is 42 years old, and we know at this time he is a U.S. citizen from Texas. Now, this information is coming from the FBI. They're saying an ISIS flag was found in that vehicle, and also a possible explosive device was found in that vehicle as well. That was a Ford truck that was rented from an app called Turo. So he was not the owner of this vehicle, but rather rented that vehicle. It had a Texas license plate. And at this time, we are trying to learn more about where that truck may have come from, where it had been in the days and hours leading up to this incident.
Yes, and I want to just jump back to the the Sugar Bowl, actually. We've been talking about possible delays in the Sugar Bowl, but what could possibly happen? We can confirm that the Sugar Bowl officials and law enforcement, they are in talks right now to possibly delay the Sugar Bowl until tomorrow. We don't know if that's going to happen, but there is a conversation that is happening, and rightfully so, given the situation that's gone on. And unfortunately, also the tragic situation, we also found out that according to the University of Georgia, they're one of the teams that are playing tonight and potentially playing tonight in the Sugar Bowl. One of their students was critically injured in that French Quarter attack. They released a statement just a couple of moments ago saying, at this point, we have learned that a University of Georgia student was critically injured in the attack and is receiving medical treatment. This is from the president of the university. They said they spoke to the student's family and they shared their concerns, support, and well wishes on behalf of the entire UGA community. Again, Sugar Bowl brings in more than 60,000 fans, and you're talking about that in addition to our New Year's Eve celebrations and the people locally who enjoy what's happening in downtown New Orleans.
And we've been talking so much about what we're learning about the suspect, but we really don't know at this point very much about the victims of this attack. We know that there were 10 people who died and at least 35 people who were injured, and lots of families who are trying to find their loved ones as well. I anticipate in the coming hours we're going to learn more about them.
Right, and of course I just told you about this Georgia student that was injured. We did hear from Georgia fans earlier today. Here's what they had to say.
Can you describe what it was like last night, having to be evacuated? What time did it happen, and how were you notified?
We were notified over the intercom of the Hotel Sonesta. It was about 3:45, 3:50, somewhere in that range, and so by the time we got up and got clothes on, they were coming down the halls, knocking on the doors, trying to make sure people were out. We thought probably somebody pulled a fire alarm or what have you. And then when we got downstairs, the Bourbon Street entrance was blocked, and it looked like something may have happened in that lobby or whatever. We couldn't go out that way, so we all had to just disperse, come this way.
What did they say to you when they were trying to evacuate? What did they say exactly happened?
They told us nothing. They just said evacuate the building. Most people gathered in the parking garage and was just standing there to stay out of the cold. And then they came down and said, you have to get out of the building and move towards the river. And then we came out and went up towards Canal Street here and sat in the parking garage of the Wyndham for about an hour.
So you went from the parking garage for about an hour before returning back to the Royal Sonesta?
It was an hour there, and then it was all total about an hour and 45 minutes before we could get back into our room.
Where are you visiting from?
Dallas, Georgia, outside of Atlanta.
Being a visitor here this weekend, I imagine you're going to the Sugar Bowl game today. Can you just describe, what's going through your mind as a tourist here in the city? I'm sure you were expecting a fun and exciting weekend, in New Orleans, which is a city that invites a lot of tourists in.
Well, I love New Orleans, and we're happy to be here. And, it's one of those things, you never expect it. We've always stayed in a balcony room there, but they didn't have one available this time, and so I'm kind of glad that we weren't right there at that time. But, nobody has a way of knowing what's going to happen and when, and just kind of have to live with that in the world today.
right. That is a Georgia fan that is in town, like many other fans. I think they're playing the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and it's a potential. We're standing by to figure out if those talks are going to continue on if that Sugar Bowl game is going to happen today.
Yeah, kickoff was supposed to be set for 7:45 tonight, and typically Bourbon Street, the French Quarter, would still be partying today.
Yes.
It would typically be a very lively scene, but obviously incredibly different. We're going to go now to Amelia Strahan. She is at Dauphine, on Dauphine Street at Bourbon Street right now, and has been kind of keeping an eye on the police presence. What are you seeing down there right now, Amelia?
Still about a lot of the same, a heavy police presence. They have, quite the perimeter blocked off. I'm going to step aside so you can take a look. We're learning more about the victims of last night's attack. Our partners at NOLA.com identified 18-year-old Nakira Dido. She is a Mississippi teen, and we also got a tweet from the University of Georgia saying one of their students was injured in the attack, and they are in critical condition. So there are, talks of postponing the Sugar Bowl. Of course, nothing has been decided just yet, but having that student involved, of course, in the attack is going to hit home for many of those fans. You can probably see there are some FBI agents still down there. Officers are still just surveying the scene. There are some evidence markers still down there as well that we can see. Just still trying to find out, exactly what happened. There are a lot of questions going around, and of course we have that police presser where hopefully some of those questions will be answered. I've heard some concern from people walking by about, should the Sugar Bowl go on, are they going to be safe out there? I think that's something that a lot of people are concerned about. I even talked to a few fans who will not be going to the game. They decided to go ahead and wrap up early. Now, whenever we were down at the Dome this morning, we can confirm there was a really heavy police presence. We've been reporting they were doing sweeps of the domes. They had bomb dogs out there just securing the scene. So we do know that there is a heavy presence with multiple law enforcement agencies, and that's kind of what I've been telling some of the tourists who seem to be concerned about should they go to the game. It does seem to be heavily secured, but of course you can't blame anyone for feeling very nervous at this time. The quarter during a big event like this, a big weekend like this, is generally bustling. It's a very happy place, a joyful place where people are ready to celebrate, and it definitely is definitely a more solemn scene out here this morning as investigators they survey the scene and see just what happened. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
Amelia, thank you so much for that. We are continuing to learn more about, every time we check in with one of our reporters, we're learning a little bit more about the investigation, what's happening going forward. As many of them have mentioned, and as we have mentioned many times, this is changing really quickly.
Yes, we do have, again, the security measures that are being taken place and conversations that are still happening. Councilman Oliver Thomas just confirmed for us that there are still conversations happening as to how to prevent this from happening moving forward. We are not going into a period where we don't have a lot of people in the city. During this season, we go from New Year's Eve, we're going straight into Mardi Gras with some of the earliest Mardi Gras balls happening this Saturday. And some of them happening at the Superdome. You go into parade season, you're going into the Super Bowl, and then you're going into the season of festivals. So, of course, this is top of mind for everyone who visits any event that contains a large amount of people, in which for us, that is half the year.
Yeah, and there's a parade scheduled for the French Quarter on Monday night with the kickoff to 12th night. So this is, like you said, not something that there will be time to heal from and to really spend time reassessing the security measures for. This has to be solved now.
Yeah, you have to act right now, and that conversation is happening within 10 minutes. At 1 p.m., we are going to get a live news conference that is from federal officials, FBI, which have taken over this investigation, including New Orleans police, ATF, and many people who are investigating what happened here. And again, you just heard from Amelia Strahan here. We now have our first reported victim.
Yeah, we know at this time that there have been at least 10 people who have died in this incident. This is Nakira Dedro, and she is the first name that we're hearing of someone who died during this horrible attack. We know at least 35 people in addition were injured.
Right, and right now, unfortunately, we did again just hear from Amelia Strahan and spoke about this a little bit earlier about a University of Georgia student that is a part of those injuries that are in the hospital right now. Oliver Thomas giving us an update a little bit earlier about what he saw. 2 police officers are in the hospital, of course, that were injured by gunfire. And people who don't realize, when you think about how this can happen and where this happened, this truck drove down a very busy Bourbon Street. It hit 10 people, injured 30 others, potentially more. And apparently, when there was an exchange of gunfire between the suspect and police officers, the suspect was killed in that exchange of gunfire. And when they arrived to the suspect's vehicle, they saw that he had full body armor on. They found IEDs in the car. They found him to have headgear on as well. So he was prepared for a major attack.
Yeah, this could have gotten much worse than it did, and it was already such a horrible incident. I can't imagine this being worse. Councilman Thomas talked about those 2 officers being heroes for taking the suspect out before any more damage could be done. And we know that those 2 officers were shot and are in the hospital, but are awake. They're talking. He said one of them was asking for a soft drink. So we know that hopefully they're on the mend and will recover from this.
I know. We just talked about the Sugar Bowl, and let's talk Super Bowl. We just got a statement in from the president and CEO of the New Orleans Super Bowl Host Committee. They're in contact again with local, state, and federal public safety partners, and they're actively monitoring this situation. And they say fan and event security is a priority for Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, the NFL, the Saints, and the state as well. And they've been collaborating with the public safety partners in the NFL for more than 2 years on the comprehensive security plans for the 2025 Super Bowl. I can only imagine that those security plans might be altered slightly. One of the things that we've talked about throughout the day, this is something that I brought up to Councilman Oliver Thomas, and though we didn't speak very heavily on it, were the bollards that were not there. The bollards that were in place in 2017 and were in the in progress of being removed and replaced and upgraded apparently so that they can stop incidents like this from happening. That didn't happen until November of 2024. That's when the construction began, and it was supposed to be finished by February of 2025. But those bollards were put in place by former Mayor Mitch Landrieu, and we've attempted and made attempts to reach out to him. Hopefully he can get back to us. But those bollards are put in place to prevent incidents like this from happening. But I think even outside of these bollards, there needs to be a larger conversation. Who needs to get access to Bourbon Street, to the French Quarter when we have these things happen? Usually the police department has protocols in place. You and I, we can get in because we work here. But we've seen during major events, there's usually some sort of protocol where police officers are blocking access from entrance.
And also, how robust does that block need to be? Is it one police car? Is it multiple? Is it a truck full of sand, which you've seen at some other events? Are the bollards enough even when they are in place? Is there a way that people can get around them? But like we've mentioned, they were not in place for this, and we know that this was a huge weekend. It was a planned well in advance. We knew that this was going to be a big weekend in New Orleans, and those safety measures were not in place. So what can be done to make sure that not just for the Super Bowl, but for every event that we have coming up, that things are locked down tighter?
I know that right now, again, they're still investigating on Mandeville Street and the St. Roch neighborhood, a home that could potentially, or that was potentially being rented by the suspect. They have the vehicle that the suspect came in. We did confirm that suspect is from Texas, drove that vehicle to New Orleans with the purpose of doing just what he has done early in the morning hours on Bourbon Bourbon Street. And right now, people are all over the world are sending their condolences. We've heard from every single local, state, and federal official, including President Biden, who did issue a statement and say that he is being updated and has spoke to Mayor Cantrell and other local state officials about what happened here. And I'm actually just seeing here that Peach Bowl today, there's another game, a bowl game in Atlanta that they held maybe a moment of silence to honor and to think about the people who were injured and killed in this attack on Bourbon Street.
And we also have mentioned there are potentially tens of thousands of people in the city right now who came here to have a wonderful and memorable, positive, fun weekend. And there are also people who are not very familiar with our city. They're not from here, they're coming in from out of town. And so this is not only terrifying to people who were out there last night and were witnesses to this or were potentially staying in hotels nearby, but also to people who want to go to the game today, if that game does take place as planned, and are nervous and don't know if everything is totally secure. So Councilman Thomas says they're really focusing on sweeping the dome, making sure that those things are safe.
Yeah, rightfully so. Everyone should, really be nervous, especially as this is an active investigation and there were potentials for these IEDs to be placed throughout the city. Hopefully, they're likely, if I can just say this, they're probably making sure that there are no other potential devices or possible devices that could possibly go out. I want to hear a little bit more. I think we spoke with someone visiting, talking about safety and security, with that being top of mind after this incident.
It's kind of shocking. I just lost my daughter last month to a DUI guy. And I just know she was watching over us. So, I know she got us away, time to go home, Daddy. So, but I feel safe here. I see, all the police and the different authorities around, and we're just gonna go in there this afternoon and watch that ball game and take the Lord with us.
When you're talking about anything of this magnitude within New Orleans or with any area, safety is usually top of mind, given the fact that we've just recently had, as we just spoke about earlier, in Germany at the Christmas market, multiple people mowed over by a vehicle that drove through that market as an attack there. And we've seen potential attacks, and not necessarily, a couple of years ago, there was not necessarily an attack. This was a DUI, someone who ran over maybe more than 24 people. I don't know the exact number, but you think about all of those possibilities and how do we keep every person safe? The people who live in New Orleans, the people who are visiting New Orleans, and continue to attract the major events that we do. And I think when Oliver Thomas was here telling us about that meeting, that's the conversation you have to have. And those need to be put in place, not tomorrow, but it's probably being put in place right now, which is why I question if the French Quarter is open for business or if they are only allowing residents or business owners to come in. And
it does put officials in kind of a hard spot here, because you have all those business owners who support their families with the money made from these very busy weekends, and they anticipated a huge busy day today. Typically this street today leading up to the game tonight at 7:45 would have been packed with people eating and drinking and all those celebratory things on New Year's Day, and these businesses are shut down for now, and much of the French Quarter right now is off limits to many, many people.
If you're joining us in about 2 minutes, we will go live to a press briefing that's being held by local law enforcement, state law enforcement, the federal government as well, the FBI joining us now to give us an update on where they stand in this investigation. We know that there were multiple areas where people are investigating, and they still have a lot of this taped off. And obviously, this is a situation that it's not just open and shut. You don't know necessarily where these possible devices could have been, where they might be, or what he had planned, or what his motivations were. But they did mention that there was an investigation into a flag, and we've shown you video and pictures of the truck that was used in this attack. and a flag was on the back of that truck, and we're being told that this is potentially a flag dedicated to ISIS.
Yeah, that was one of the things that the FBI told us just a short time ago, along with some potential IEDs that were found in that car and other IEDs discovered, potential IEDs, I should say, discovered around the French Quarter.
All right, and if you guys are just joining us, we are waiting right now for a press conference to start in just a minute or so to give us an update, a desperate update that so many people would like to know. A lot of you, if you were likely out for the New Year's Eve holiday and New Year's holiday, you probably are just joining us or just waking up after being with family and friends, but it's unfortunate we have to wake up to such a tragedy. A vehicle driving down a crowded Bourbon Street, 10 people dead, confirmed dead, and 35 people injured in the hospital right now, mostly at UMC Hospital. And unfortunately, these people, we're hoping, some of them, they have critical injuries, but we're hoping that they can recover. We do know as this person was driving down Bourbon Street that 2 officers exchanged gunfire with the suspect and killed him.
Yes, at least 2 police officers involved in that shootout, and we know that they did shoot and kill this suspect. The FBI has confirmed that suspect is 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. He's a citizen from Texas, and we know that he drove a rented truck here from Texas in order to do this. We have heard from law enforcement again and again today saying this was a very intentional act and that this suspect knew exactly what he was doing and was intending to cause as much damage as possible and was stopped in his tracks by several officers.
There was a conversation about how he could have gotten on Bourbon Street. Usually when you have the events of this magnitude, Bourbon Street is blocked off. We've had conversations, I've saw many of your conversations about the bollards that were there, or rather the ones that weren't there as they were being replaced and was supposed to be done by February 2025 before the start of the Super Bowl. But apparently there were also police units, but this person must have gone on the sidewalk, driven around those units so he can do as much damage as possible.
And what we have not seen a lot of yet is video of this truck, because it had to have been driving somewhere around New Orleans before this incident happened. And so I'm sure in the coming hours we're going to likely see some surveillance video, some other video of this truck being seen around the city and how exactly it got onto Bourbon Street and did so much damage.
Yeah, you're getting a look at a picture that was taken on Bourbon Street of the suspect's vehicle. When police did go in after there was an exchange of gunfire, the suspect apparently had tactical gear on. I was told that he had a helmet on, and he was found with a long gun as well as IEDs, and there were potential devices in other places. And because there were potential devices in other places, a lot of businesses, including French Quarter businesses, are taking precautions and asking people to report anything they may find suspicious right now.
And because there were those potential IEDs or explosive devices found other places in the French Quarter, that implies that either he had some help doing this or that he was in New Orleans planning this before he got behind the wheel of that truck.
And it's not just impacting people in New Orleans. I'm just seeing something now from New Orleans City Park due to the New Year's mass casualty attack in downtown New Orleans and the need to direct important resources elsewhere. Celebration in the Oaks, it is canceled for the remainder of the season, and the ticket holders will be contacted if they have any more information. So you have people taking precaution everywhere, and it's very shocking. I will say this, to see an attack like this happen in New Orleans, but and we've had several things happen before, but I don't believe we've seen anything of this magnitude.
No, and I'm sure many of us in New Orleans had the same reaction. You wake up, you check your phone, or somebody calls you, and it's unbelievable. It's one of those things you hope it never happens in your backyard, and when it does, it feels very surreal.
All right.
Certainly such a tragic day for so many here.
All right, we're awaiting a press conference to happen right now where federal officials and local officials will give us an update. The FBI has taken over this investigation, and they're going to give us an update on where they stand on this investigation. I know that Congressman Troy Carter is going to be there, including Sheriff Susan Hudson, and Governor Jeff Landry.
Yes, we know at this time, so we've been going back to Amelia Strahan, who is on Bourbon Street. She's been kind of keeping an eye on things, and it doesn't seem like there is all that much action, for lack of a better word, happening on Bourbon Street right now. However, there is that second potential scene, the Airbnb that they're suspecting that this suspect may have stayed in the St. Roch neighborhood, and that's at Mandeville and Urquhart, where we know that they have evacuated several neighbors, and the FBI and the ATF have been there with canines this morning and early this afternoon, checking into what was going on there.
Yeah, now what we're hoping to hear from in this press conference, because there are a lot of unknowns here, though we have our suspect down, what was the motive for the attack? You know, was he actually connected to any terrorist organizations? Did he act alone? And that is a big question that was even mentioned by Councilman Oliver Thomas on whether he acted alone, or if there were other people potentially who were participating in this. We don't know if that explosive device was operational. I know we heard from David Hammer earlier that there were two potential devices that were set off, but we don't know if it was operational. And we're still learning a little bit more about this suspect. As far as we know, we have his name and the fact that he came from Texas, rented a truck via Turo, and came to New Orleans specifically. I'm questioned, and I know that there were large crowds everywhere. You're coming from Texas, you know, you're passing up some major cities here. What brought him to this city? New Orleans? Yeah, what brought him to this city and to Bourbon Street in particular?
And also, what stops did he make between Texas and Bourbon Street?
Yes.
Where did he stop? Did he stay? Did he possibly place any type of device that was intended to cause more tragedy and more damage? There are so many things that we don't know at this time, and I'm hoping that we learn more at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we know right now they're setting up for that press conference, and hopefully we'll get more information. And as far as I can see, it seems like every top official within the state and the city is joining several local law enforcement and federal law enforcement officers on that press conference. It's going to start in just a couple of minutes, and what we're hoping happens is we can get answers, more answers as to what brought this here, what kind of attack, why he brought this kind of attack here, and what his motivation was. So let's listen in right now. Hopefully we can get some answers.
We'll open up and then do a follow the run of show, and then we'll take 1 or 2 questions afterwards.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge here in FBI New Orleans. Thank you for being here today and for your patience. First, I want to acknowledge the victims of today's horrific attack. The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find answers on behalf of the victims, the citizens and residents of Louisiana, and everyone visiting the city. I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do know. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers, but this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire, and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Samsud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject became in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI Special Agent bomb technicians, as well as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We're aggressively running down all of the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Samsud Dimjabar in the last 72 hours that you contact us. The FBI is asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statement or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Cantrell. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we are taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place, especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want to thank this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community, and we're strong in that regard, and I will say second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing right here with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address it. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl. Jeff Duncan.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the College Football Playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame. All parties and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan, that we're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy.
I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything that's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people of New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this. I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible. Or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning. Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The President has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. To our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together. To our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, It can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers. We don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, we will find you. We will bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events, Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those 2 officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Thank you, Congress. Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call last night, early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, you know, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the City of New Orleans, to the District Attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the City of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the Chief of Police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay. We have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you. And I promise, as the chief of police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else. That fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were saying, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter, and FBI acting director, and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Weiss with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer?
I can speak to it, I guess, unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharged, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel?
At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state, and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospitals, if we could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects, and right now with the FBI, we do not want to rule anything out. So that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours. Provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
NBC's over here on the right.
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually, I promise you, okay? Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know that there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot, and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing this city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to just have more of the same, as the governor just said, we're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. And if you have a quick, different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay?
My question. Hold on. There's an orderly fashion.
You say there are multiple.
Ma'am. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Then who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you were confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, yeah, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me, okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued, from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department, and Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out, so we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
A follow-up, if I may.
Let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Sugar Bowl postponed till tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Potentially.
Potentially. With Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence, that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. Yeah. These are our citizens that we're bringing in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kirsch with NBC News. Thank you for holding this press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. You were just talking about bollards that are being repaired, talking about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement?
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had that, we knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And for the lift gate, what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? That's what we've heard from Whip.
Captain. The reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LaJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have a vehicle strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Yes, of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for you in the same way? For all
Okay.
Yes.
All right, look. We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
That's right. No, right.
So that's,
Right.
Hold on a second. We're gonna move on. Chelsea, go ahead.
Just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can. Yeah.
Yeah, Chelsea Fraser with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs, they were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us. That way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you,
press conference.
Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How many MPs would be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's General Freelo, 100?
100.
100, and, yep. All right, Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe? Right.
I'm going to be there.
Me too.
You're all saying you're making improvements, sir.
Yeah, we're going to be there.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back live in the Channel 4 studios here on WWL TV and WWL Plus. I'm Katie Moore. And just to recap quickly, this is a news conference with a number of investigative agencies after this terrorist attack that happened in the French Quarter early this morning. Some of the high points of new information that we received out of this press conference. First, the FBI says they do not believe that this suspect acted alone. This 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, they do not believe that he acted alone in this, and they are actively searching for other suspects and potential connections that he may have had. That is new information. Additionally, he was a U.S. Army veteran. Now, the FBI did say in this press conference that they believe that they're trying to figure out whether or not he was honorably or dishonorably discharged from the Army, but that is something that a lead that they're continuing to follow. In addition, they confirmed that 2 IEDs have been found and neutralized around the French Quarter and New Orleans. That is the number that we have at this point. Investigative reporter, Chief Investigator David Hammer with me here. We were thinking it may have been more than that earlier today, but now the FBI saying that there have been 2 found.
That there were 2 IEDs, additional IEDs found and rendered safe. That's specifically what the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Alicia Duncan, said at the press conference. But that doesn't mean that there weren't others that could potentially have been IEDs, and we know that there were at least 2 additional charges when they were looking at suspicious packages along Bourbon Street and at the Jack's Brewery.
Okay, so we don't know if those were actual IEDs. We just know that they were suspicious packages and that they were fully investigated. The FBI said they're continuing to try and sweep New Orleans, lots of different areas, anywhere that they're getting tips about, and they are actually asking for additional information. They clearly need those tips, again, because they are saying they do not believe that this suspected terrorist acted alone.
Yeah, Katie, I think that's really the key, that we can see how fast this is moving.
Yeah.
From the press conference earlier this morning, Alicia Duncan, the FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge, initially said that it was not terrorism. Now they are saying it is definitively terrorism, and that's what this investigation is. And we had references in this press conference to catching additional suspects. So they are continuing to search for additional people, and as you said, Duncan now says that they believe that he did not act alone.
Yes, I've been hearing from my law enforcement sources all morning that there have been different operations that have been going on in different parts of the city where law enforcement, the FBI, the NOPD, other investigative agencies have been following leads. And you can tell that's happening because we're hearing buzz that, there's police activity in different neighborhoods that we just haven't been able to confirm. We do know that that's happening, and obviously the FBI is telling us that is in fact what's been going on throughout the morning, and they're going to continue that effort as we go on throughout the day.
Right, and we have heard of additional actions going on in other parts of the area, not just in Orleans Parish. We also, of course, know about the Airbnb on Mandeville Street that was being swept, and that the ATF, FBI, other agencies were there dealing with the bomb squad as well. So this is well beyond just these 3 blocks of Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, for sure.
Yes, and we also heard out of that press conference just a few moments ago that a military police force is being deployed by the governor. He has asked the Louisiana National Guard to send 100 military police officers down to New Orleans to assist the NOPD and the FBI and all these other agencies just with additional manpower. We know manpower is an issue for the NOPD. It has been for several years now, and the governor announcing today that he is activating a military police force with the Louisiana National Guard to come assist.
Right, and we've seen this in other incidents where the governor can use his authority as the head of the Louisiana National Guard to deploy troops, obviously, after Katrina and other emergencies. And so he's declared a state of emergency in order to get additional resources. And on top of that, he's deploying these additional 100 military police for the safety of the community and potentially for this ongoing investigation.
Now we want to talk about the bollards, and those are big poles basically that come out of the ground in order to secure that entrance to Bourbon Street. There are a couple of locations where those were installed, 10 years ago. They are under repair at the moment. Mayor LaToya Cantrell said at the press conference today, after she was asked about this, that they're under repair and they're part of the infrastructure package that they are, conducting right now for the Super Bowl that's coming. And they are expected to be completed by the Super Bowl. But in the meantime, the NOPD has been deploying police units to block that intersection. And we do have some surveillance footage that was taken by a nearby business that we want to show you. Look at this. You can see the white truck there that's in this footage. That is the truck that is allegedly tied to this mass casualty event in New Orleans. And look at the NOPD cruiser right there on your screen. The truck approaches that cruiser, turns around the NOPD cruiser onto Bourbon Street, and just hits the gas. This was just a terrifying scene when you watch this, and you can kind of see it unfolding.
And I think it is important to point out that Chief Ann Kirkpatrick says that this vehicle went on the sidewalk in order to get around these, barricades or makeshift barricades in the absence of the bollards. So then the question becomes, would the bollards have stopped this truck if they had been in place? But I think the other question here is, why were the bollards out at this time when we knew that there was going to be a huge pedestrian event on Bourbon Street for New Year's Eve and for the Sugar Bowl coming the next day, that there was going to be huge crowds on Bourbon Street? That would be the exact time when you would want to have the bollards up to make sure that there was no vehicle traffic getting onto Bourbon Street. The question then becomes, would it have been effective? We heard Mayor Cantrell that they were deemed inefficient and therefore did not work the way they were supposed to. And that's what they were trying to correct with this update. What we've heard, of course, from Michael Hecht from GNO Inc. over these many months, as he's been trying to coordinate or deal with infrastructure issues, is why are these things 6 months out, and now as we get even closer, 1 month out from the Super Bowl, not getting done earlier? And so the question is, why were we all the way up to New Year's Eve and still dealing with these bollards problems?
Yeah, you asked Helena Moreno, the city council president, obviously running for mayor this morning. David asked her about this very thing. And what she said was, we, including Freddie King, the council member from that district, have been pushing to get these fixed sooner. They should have been fixed a long time ago, were her words this morning. So this is obviously something that's been on the radar of our tourism, our business, and our elected officials, because the bollards apparently have not been functioning properly. I think what they have said is that there was a lot of debris in the holes that the bollards go down into, Mardi Gras beads, all that stuff that you see on Bourbon Street when you walk around at night ends up in those crevices. And so they haven't been functioning. Obviously, the city has deemed them ineffective or inefficient.
And again, these are 10-year-old pieces of equipment. They can have these issues, but then the question becomes, why is it now still being dealt with, as we see in other infrastructure projects around the city are still being dealt with at this point, this late in the game, and right up on New Year's Eve and the Sugar Bowl, which are huge tourist events here in the city.
Absolutely. And we did hear from Mayor Cantrell in that news conference that, again, this was part of the infrastructure package that received a big chunk of money from the state in order to carry out a lot of these infrastructure projects around the Superdome, in the quarter, in the areas where, the most work needs to be done and done quickly in order to host the Super Bowl. So they're shining the parts of the city that need to shine.
Right, and 10 years ago when the bollards were implemented, that was part of a Homeland Security project that was funded by the federal government specifically for this kind of safety precaution. So, whether they would have been effective in stopping this truck is a separate question, but it is a fair question, and you see the defensiveness from both the governor and the mayor in terms of how this was handled when our Alyssa Curtis asked the question about why they were not functional at the time.
Yes, absolutely. Now, we did hear from the FBI that they are continuing to try and find additional suspects who may have been tied to this suspected terrorist this morning. Whether or not he acted alone is something that the FBI has very clearly stated that they do not believe that he did. Now, Jeff Landry was asked by reporters at the press conference why they think he did not act alone, and of course they wouldn't answer that question. It's part of an ongoing investigation that is very active and involves not only the NOPD, but our Homeland Security agencies, the FBI, and federal resources. So it's something that's very active at the moment.
And we did hear from both Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter calling on these officials to get going and find the additional people that may be involved here, because this could still cause safety concerns for big events as we move forward if they're not located, those additional suspects, potential suspects.
Now, the FBI has also said in a statement earlier today that they released that this suspect had an ISIS flag tied to the truck. And they're trying to figure out what his ties may have been to any sort of international terrorist organization. They're not confirming that he was necessarily a member. I think that's something they're still really looking into right now, is to try and figure out what his ties are, if any, to any sort of international terrorist organization. And that is a very important distinction in terms of our national security, in terms of the federal response to this very, very burning question.
And if this is a military veteran, as we heard from the Assistant Special Agent in Charge from the FBI that he is, then, was he radicalized? How was he radicalized? These are all things that are going to go into the investigation. We're gathering information as we speak about Shamsuddin Jabbar and what we can find out about him, other than that he's from Texas and that we've found some information about him, and we're trying to trace that down right now. But we need to be careful, just as the law enforcement agents do, in terms of providing information before we can absolutely positively verify that it's true.
I know that our sister stations have confirmed, our sister station in Houston has confirmed that he lived in the Houston area, and so that is one thing that we know about this suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar. And again, the FBI is trying to nail down exactly what his ties may have been to any terrorist organization, what his motives may have been, especially given that he is a U.S. Army veteran. Now, we have had crews all across the metro area this morning trying to cover this, as this is a massive situation that's been going on. Amelia Strahan is joining us now. She was in the French Quarter. It looks like she still is at this hour. Amelia, what's the latest from where you are?
Yeah, I'm still here in the quarter, and as you can see, they're still actively investigating the scene. Now, we just heard from local and federal law enforcement who brought us some new updates. They say they are investigating this as an act of terrorism, and they don't think the suspect acted alone. They also said they located multiple potential IEDs here in the quarter. I'm going to step aside, actually, so you can get an update of the scene. You can see there is a large black truck over there. They've put up a tarp. What's going on behind that tarp, we aren't sure. Like I said, it's still an active scene. Law enforcement has quite the perimeter, a lot blocked off over here, so we're not sure exactly what's happening, but there is a tarp, seems to be concealing whatever is going on the other side. Now, the FBI says they're working to see, if there's any potential terrorist affiliation, because we know an ISIS flag was found on the suspect's white pickup truck. So, like you mentioned, a lot of questions around, how widespread is this threat. We've learned more about the victims in last night's attack. We know that Nikira Dido, a Mississippi teen, has been identified by our partners at NOLA.com. The University of Georgia also tweeted saying a Georgia student was injured in the attack, and he is in critical condition. As you can see, there's you can probably hear a lot of traffic with these streets blocked off. We know now the Sugar Bowl also has been postponed until tomorrow, so many people are, rightfully expressing concern over, are they safe out here? But like you can see, a very heavy law enforcement presence. We also have confirmed another victim. That would be Tiger Beach. We're still learning more. We've told you guys, we're updating every few minutes. There are 10 people confirmed dead, 30 injured. So definitely a devastating day here in the city of New Orleans, and a really dark start of the year. Reporting live from the quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
Amelia, thank you so much for your reporting. We have just received the update at 1 o'clock from the FBI, and we're starting to kind of piece together some more of this. As Amelia mentioned, we're starting to learn the identities of some more of the victims.
Yeah, we want to go to Alyssa Curtis, who asked a very pertinent question. I know that we're in the middle of this investigation with the FBI finding out more about this suspect, but Alyssa, you talked a little bit about the protections that should have been in place already on Bourbon Street, and they did address that and where it failed. Can you tell us more about that, and tell us more about what happened today?
Yeah, they had, of course, those bollards are usually up, but they are having some repairs right now, as you heard the mayor say, in preparation for the Super Bowl. That is part of the package of the infrastructure projects that they have been working on to get repaired in time for the Super Bowl. They say that they had barricades and an NOPD car blocking that intersection, but they say they weren't expecting this person to come up and around the sidewalk. As we know, some of those bollards really are not on the sidewalk, they are in those streets. So they're saying this is not something that they expected. Of course, now this is just a shock to the city, but we have every single law enforcement agency, every part of government here working to get to the bottom of this. I have Attorney General here, Liz Murrow, with us. Can you speak to just your initial reaction to all of this?
Well, it's a terrible thing to wake up to this morning for a lot of people. And, I think my first thought was with the parents of the victims. I've got kids who've been out here, and they've been on Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve and on Christmas Eve, and well, not Christmas Eve, but they've been out there on New Year's Eve, and I think that you're just always kind of holding your breath till everybody gets home. And unfortunately, some people didn't come home last night or this morning, and so I'm just, it's a terrible thing to wake up to, but I'm here to see whatever we can do to provide support to both the governor and the city.
Can you talk to the Unified Command? We've seen, this room was absolutely packed just 30 minutes ago on both ends with the press as well as just all the leaders here showing support. What does that look like as a state official? What does that look like for everyone to come together?
Well, it's a very coordinated effort to bring some people to justice initially. We need to secure the city. We've got a big football game that's underway with a lot of people here. We want to make sure that they are comfortable going to the game tomorrow. So there is a lot to do. At the end of the day, it was a heinous, cowardly attack. I'm confident that we are going to find all the people that were involved, and we are all committed to doing that. And so, it's a federally run response at this point, but we still have a lot to do at the state level and the local level.
Talk a little bit about you and your office. What support does that look like? What support are you giving to this investigation?
Well, the governor's declared an emergency, so we provide support to the governor's Office of Homeland Security and to the governor's office during any kind of declared emergency or disaster. So we're doing that. I have investigators and I have prosecutors in my office, and so we'll be looking at any of the support that this city needs on either of those fronts. And of course, we will also coordinate with the federal government.
Obviously, there's a lot of talk about the right now of making sure we catch this person and anyone else. But long term, this is not ending today, tomorrow, next week. What does that look like? Just give us some perspective on what the future looks like in this case.
We're not the first city to experience an event like this. Or the first country, and I think that we have been planning for events like this. It's still a shock when it happens. I don't think that anybody's ever fully prepared for an event when it happens, no matter how much planning. It's still a shock to the system. We will continue to make plans and to harden the city and make sure that it's safe, and the state. So, it's just a constant moving process, and people who want to commit evil crimes like this, they're going to find a way to do it. There's been a lot of discussion about the bollards, but the truth is this person could have mowed a bunch of people down on Canal Street as well, or in any number of other places. They could have tried to access a point where there were a lot of people. So, we just have to continue to do the best that we can to try and prevent these things from happening. We'll never know how many times we have stopped someone from committing an act like this, but when they are successful in doing the kind of thing that happened early this morning, we just have to double down and work harder to protect everybody. And again, my prayers are with the victims and the people in the hospital who are still fighting for their lives right now.
Obviously, the main suspect, they killed him, and we heard FBI saying that there might be more suspects. They're looking into every single aspect. If there does come that there are more suspects, are they looking at state charges, federal charges? What does that look like in justice?
Well, the FBI has acknowledged that this is a terrorist event, and so there's no doubt in my mind that there would be federal charges. There can also be state charges. We have a state terrorism statute as well. It is a mass casualty event, and there is no doubt in my mind that if we can charge this person with the death penalty, that we would do it here and that we would carry it out.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and we appreciate, the unified effort here today. Thank you so much. Attorney General Liz Murrill, there is, again, a lot of moving pieces in this right now. We now know Sugar Bowl has been postponed till tomorrow, and we asked, even tomorrow, maybe tonight, people are going to want to go out after that game and celebrate. What does that look like? Will Bourbon Street be reopened? And, of course, right now, it is still an active crime scene. Bourbon Street is blocked off and shut down so they can continue investigating and combing through that scene. But they say once they're done with that, they will open it again, and there will be another unified command down there, more officers to make sure that everyone is safe and everyone feels safe down there. But we heard from the mayor, we heard from Governor Landry. I'm pulling up my notes right here. He says, we have made public safety a priority. Any issues in the system, and we will address them. Again, speaking to those bollards. Again, Sugar Bowl moved to tomorrow. There's, again, a lot of information that we still don't have because this is an FBI-run investigation. This is a federal investigation now, and they are keeping this very tight because they want to be able to get to the bottom of this and get all the moving pieces into place before they give us any information that may jeopardize that. So any information that we get, of course, we'll bring it to you as soon as we can. But for now, reporting live from NOPD headquarters, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Alyssa, thank you so much. I know there are a lot of sidebar conversations that are happening. Earlier, we had Oliver Thomas say that there was a meeting amongst those leadership officials about what potential security measures can be taken as early as tonight, as early as right now. Did anyone mention that during the press conference, or is anyone talking about that on the side with you?
They are looking honestly right now at all options to keep everyone safe. Again, we don't know exactly what any of this looks like, especially tomorrow at the Sugar Bowl, or how many officers or LSP will be down on Bourbon or anywhere in the French Quarter. I think, again, this is just a very active and fluid situation right now. We're getting information. Even right before this, we had an FBI statement come in, and then 30 minutes later, we're in here getting more information. So I think we're just kind of they're taking it as everything comes right now.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. And of course, Alyssa was talking at that news conference. You're talking about this information being fluid. We still don't know about the situation on Mandeville Street. And really, we are still learning a little bit more about this suspect. There are a lot of questions, especially when you hear that the FBI is looking into the potential of there being other suspects involved in this terrorist attack.
Obviously, we have a huge gap in the timeline. Where did this person go? After renting a car and leaving his home in Houston, which we've now confirmed that's where he was living, to New Orleans. What happened in between there? We now know that there were some devices found elsewhere in the French Quarter. So when were those placed there? Who placed them there? And I'm sure that there's a lot to learn with this investigation going forward.
And I'm almost sure that, and our investigators could really speak to this too, but you have the NOLA crime cameras, you have the police cameras that are all over the city that capture a lot of that information, obviously not readily available to a lot of people, but they have those cameras that are placed all over the city. And as Katie and David showed you a little bit earlier, and I don't know if we can rack that back up, but the video of the truck that is coming down Canal Street, because that was the big question. How did it even get on Bourbon Street? Typically when these events happen, take a look at your screen here, that's that white truck. It makes its way and speeds, hits the gas extremely fast. going around a New Orleans police unit. So typically, as we said earlier, when these events happen where we have large pedestrian foot traffic, and really we always have it all the time, but for events, we have even more than we usually do. That truck went around, and the police unit that was put in place to stop stuff like this from happening. So again, we understand that the ballers weren't up. We understand that they went around the police unit. But I guess the big question for a lot of people who are visiting our city, who live in our city, is how do we keep everyone safe from acts like this happening in the future?
Yeah, and we did know that we've talked so much about those bollards that were not up because they're being repaired for the Super Bowl. But we heard from the 8th District Police Captain of NOPD, who said that those police cars that we saw in that video were parked strategically to prevent something like this from happening. But to quote Chief Kirkpatrick, the terrorists defeated it, and that's because he drove onto the sidewalk around those police cars. But that was always a possibility.
Yes.
So going forward, we've got to figure out how to keep people safe.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate part about the news conference today is we were hoping to learn more. We need a motive, trying to figure out who this person is. He's coming from a major city, if I'm not mistaken, one of the top 10 major cities in America, Houston, Texas, and coming all the way to New Orleans, which is about a 4 or 5 hour drive to New Orleans for this particular event. We're hoping to find out, as we learn more about his past and learn more about his military history and his military background, who this person was, why he decided to choose this moment at 3:15 in the morning. Essentially, how long was he here? You know, and also too, the Airbnb that was potentially rented by him. What happened here? Did he intentionally set it on fire to not find any evidence, or you know, there were so many unanswered questions. And again, understandably, that this is an open and FBI investigation, so they can answer all of those questions once they've determined that there are no other threats. But still, it puts a lot of people at unease if you don't know exactly if you're in danger right now or not.
And what we're also facing right now as a city is that this is just the start of a major time of events, and not just coming up. Today was supposed to be the Sugar Bowl. Kickoff was scheduled for 5.5 hours from now. And then you've got Saturday, you've got some of the Mardi Gras balls that are scheduled. And then Monday, you've got Carnival starting with a parade in the French Quarter. It does not stop. There is no time to stop, to heal, to think about ways to keep people safe.
Yes.
It needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed right now.
All right. Well, if you just heard from the news conference from Melissa and from David and Katie a little bit earlier, the New Orleans attack suspect's name, Shamsud Din Jabbar, a 42-year-old. He did have on the back of that white pickup truck an ISIS flag that has been confirmed by the FBI, but we don't know his affiliation to ISIS, or if this is someone who is just a sympathizer or someone who was involved in any sort of way. But we do know that he was formerly a member of the U.S. military, and he drove here from Houston, Texas, where he lived.
Yeah, and that truck that was used in this attack was not owned by him. It was a truck that was rented from an app called Toro. It's kind of an Airbnb for cars, if you will. You can rent somebody's car and use it for a while, but that truck was driven here from Texas. Right now, we're going to go to Rachel Hanley, who has been keeping track of some things for us today. Rachel, what can you tell us?
Well, we've been talking about the bollards a lot today, and we wanted to kind of step back and give y'all some sort of visual aid so you can know exactly what we're talking about when we say this. Those are the small movable posts that are on Bourbon Street, and they're meant to block traffic from coming onto the street. What we've seen in photos and videos and what NOPD said, the driver entered Bourbon Street at Canal, drove about 3 blocks down, and then he crashed a little bit past Bienville, and then that's where the shootout happened between him and officers, and they killed him. And again, what we discovered earlier today is that the bollards that would normally block cars from getting on Bourbon Street were not up overnight. This is old video we have that we took whenever some of those bollards were getting installed and the city was demonstrating how they work. And this is where those bollards would have been on Bourbon Street, near where it meets Canal Street. They weren't up overnight because they had to be taken down and upgraded. This photo is from a city's website showing this kind of new project that they're doing, that they're trying to get done before the Super Bowl, where they're upgrading them. We just heard about that a lot in that press conference, and they also confirmed again that the bollards were not up at the time of the attack. Governor Landry was very adamant that we don't know whether they would have made a difference, though.
We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
That's right.
on some
No, right.
sidewalks, so that's, I'm
Right.
just asking
Hold on a
But-
second. We gotta
But
move
just,
on.
here-
Chelsea, go
here-
ahead.
just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps.
And what other leaders at that press conference, including the NOPD superintendent, pointed out was that the street was blocked and the suspect was able to get onto Bourbon anyway. This is what they're referencing. This video is from a security camera on Canal Street. We just got it. It shows an NOPD car blocking Bourbon where those bollards normally would have been. So the street was blocked, but the driver of the truck just sped around the NOPD car and was able to get on anyway. So this is definitely something we're going to be talking about a lot over the next few days as this investigation unfolds, but that's kind of just a basic explanation of what we're talking about when we say the bollards on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, Kirkpatrick, Ann Kirkpatrick, our superintendent, Rachel, said that they were aware of that situation, and because they knew that they were down, they've hardened those areas and they had a plan, and unfortunately the terrorists defeated it.
Yeah, and you can see from that video that that NOPD car was blocking the better part of the street, and the suspect just went around that car up onto the sidewalk very, very quickly.
Yeah, you're familiar with this. We've seen this throughout the year where people have come into the city, or whenever there's a major event, or they attempt to come into the city, and getting into the French Quarter is usually very difficult at that point. So, I mean, it's obviously another discussion, another plan needs to happen, because whatever happened then, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, it certainly did not. And there have been so many discussions over the years about pedestrian walkways and closing some parts of Bourbon Street or to the parts of the French Quarter off to traffic entirely. And this morning, when we had Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser on the phone, he mentioned that as well and said that maybe after an event like this, we might see some more pedestrian walkways implemented and more parts closed to traffic to try to keep people safe. So we're really going to have to see what happens as a result of this.
Oh, what we know as a result right now, 100 military police units, as just Governor Jeff Landry just confirmed, because as we've been talking about over the past couple of years, that the NOPD is short when it comes to officers, and so we can use all of the assistance we can get. The FBI also currently investigating the fact that there are multiple people involved in this, trying to find who those people are and where potentially more explosives were. Apparently 2 of those were set off earlier, where they can just make sure that people are protected. But you know, it's still a little bit, you're a little bit in the weeds right now, because you don't know necessarily where this is going or where they could have gone.
And there are still tens of thousands of people here for the Sugar Bowl, which we now know will be played tomorrow instead of tonight. So we know that the FBI and some other law enforcement agencies were sweeping several properties in the French Quarter, trying to keep people safe, also sweeping the Superdome, trying to make sure that that was clear and that this game could go ahead and be played. It's a big task to keep people, that many people who are not from this town, safe after something like this.
Unfortunately, we also just got the ID of another victim. We're being told that Tiger Besh was also another victim that was announced as who succumbed to injuries after this happened. And unfortunately, I just heard from our sports director, Doug Moonton, who walked in. Apparently, he was an athlete in our community, in the Lafayette community, and we're trying to confirm more of the victims as they are announced.
We also just have something brand new in from the Associated Press right now. Investigators say that they have reviewed video that shows 3 men and a woman placing improvised explosive devices somewhere in New Orleans, French Quarter. So now that is 4 people that we know are believed to be involved in this situation. Only 1 suspect has been identified and now killed by police. So that's 3 more people that they could be searching for right now.
And this is probably what we were asking for at the press conference, that they can confirm exactly who is it that they can, why do they believe that there were multiple people? So now we have a video that tells us there were multiple people placing these around, and it gives us a clearer picture. And the suspects are now right now, they're looking for them. They want to find out exactly where they are. And now this is also the question that I have. I know that Bourbon Street is an active crime scene and it is closed right now, but because we know that these suspects put IEDs or potential IEDs or explosive devices around the French Quarter. Are we cordoning off the French Quarter? Are we stopping people from coming in until this investigation is complete? Or what does NOPD have planned?
And what do you say, or what do you do with the many people who live in the French Quarter, who call it home and don't know if they are living right out front of a possible future crime scene? I mean, especially if I'm sure the FBI is working really diligently to find every possible device that was placed around the French Quarter.
Yes.
Again, we know that there were lots of sweeps done, but you have to be very thorough when so many lives are at risk in such a condensed area where so many people visit and live.
We just want to give you guys an update on where we are. If you are just joining us, we've been covering this all morning long. Started at 3:15 a.m. That is when a man drove his truck down Canal Street, went around police units, and drove down a very busy and crowded Bourbon Street. This is where he struck and killed 10 people and injured some 35 others.
Yeah, the man that's suspected of doing this is 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. He's a United States citizen who is from the Houston area, and he was shot and killed by police after a shootout. We do know that 2 officers were shot in this incident, along with the dozens of others who were injured. Those 2 officers are at UMC. We're told by several local elected leaders who visited them in the hospital that they are recovering. They are speaking, resting, but they are expected, hopefully, to recover well. And in the vehicle that was driven by this suspect, the FBI and law enforcement found an ISIS flag along with a long gun and potential IEDs, explosive devices.
And that suspect was prepared for a battle, because when police did find him, when he was succumbed to his injuries in that the gun battle, he was wearing what seemed like to be military gear, as if he was prepared to have a fight off with police. So he was in military gear, though the picture that we did see of the suspect as he was on the ground, I didn't see that gear, but there's a potential that I'm told that it might have been ripped off during that battle. And now regarding the other suspects that we've confirmed that police are looking for, we don't know necessarily where they are, who they are. We just know that there are videos of people who are potentially putting IEDs throughout the French Quarter, which is frightening because of the amount of people that we have in the French Quarter right now, the amount of people who live there and who visit there every single day, just coming off of a holiday weekend, going straight into New Year's Eve. So it's prime for an attack, and unfortunately that happened. We think about these things all the time. It's always in the back of our minds, but you don't think it'll happen to you in your own backyard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's shocking and horrible no matter where it happens. We've talked about this. This just happened on December 20th in Germany. 5 people dead and more than 100 there injured in a very similar attack. And here we are in New Orleans dealing with something so terrible, and knowing that there are still suspects out there is really scary.
So, and then, the police were, for anybody who drove around, and from my conversations with my police sources, they were fully staffed, making sure every entryway, every place that a police officer could be placed, the blue lights were going. So they were all over the French Quarter, all over the downtown area with anticipation of anything possibly happening, but you do not anticipate something like this. We've heard of situations on Bourbon Street, on Canal Street, and many different areas where people have been struck by drunk drivers. And so that was the initial thing. Of course, you remember back in, this has to be like maybe 2015 or 2016, if my producers can correct me, in Nice, France, where there was a driver that struck multiple people and killed multiple people there. That was a lot of the inspiration that was taken to make those bollards and put some protections in place for our heavily pedestrian walkways. So now we see that this could possibly not be the answer to that. So what is our answer?
Yeah, that's true. Very true. And we've also seen situations like this at parades that have resulted in horrific tragedies. But like we have said, there's got to be a solution soon, because we have so many events, big events on our doorstep. And we know now that there has been a state of emergency declared by Governor Jeff Landry. He's also sending in 100 military officers from the National Guard to help support in this effort. But he described this as twofold, because you've got to protect people right now,
Yes.
but you also have this investigation going on now in 2 neighborhoods to try to find these suspects that we now know are out there.
And I know that one of those neighborhoods is the St. Roch neighborhood. That's where we had our reporter Winston Reed a little bit earlier, and he was giving us an update on what neighbors were seeing in that community. Apparently, this is on Mandeville Street, if I'm not mistaken.
And Urquhart, yes.
Yes, yeah, and Urquhart. There was a home that was either set on fire, or firefighters were brought to that home. Apparently, it must have been on fire, but when they arrived, I think they believe that this Dinja bar allegedly rented that as an Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood, and we don't know if that fire was intentional, but firefighters were drawn to that area. I don't know if they were trying to destroy evidence of who was potentially in the home, but based on our live shots and the video that we saw FBI officials and ATF officials, as well as NOPD and firefighters investigating that scene, and they cordoned off that area. And we spoke to residents that live in the community who said they smelled the smoke, and they were alerted to what was going on. And this is, if you look at all of these situations are happening right around us. Bourbon Street is only a few blocks down, and to your right, maybe not even a 5-minute walk. The St. Roch neighborhood is not far, so you're talking about a very busy part of the city where probably a lot of people after the New Year's holiday are waking up and trying to get back to homes, back to jobs, and take advantage of being back at work. But unfortunately, we're waking up to this situation and having to not get phone calls saying Happy New Year's, but having to tell people that they've lost family members.
Yeah, and like you said, that is such a busy area, the area between the French Quarter and between St. Roch. And with the amount of people who live there also come a lot of surveillance cameras. There is going to be a great deal of video likely that is involved in this investigation, tracing that truck from where it was, if it was at any time in that neighborhood at that Airbnb in St. Roch, down to Canal Street, onto Bourbon Street. There is going to be a great deal of evidence because this is such a populated area.
I know, and so right now we're waiting on FBI officials really to give us an update on what's happening. The latest update Devin just gave to you a couple of minutes ago, and that is reporting that they've reviewed videos showing 3 men and a woman placing an improvised explosive device in connection with a car attack that killed 10 people in New Orleans. So that is the latest that we're getting from the FBI in regards to the things that are happening today. The Sugar Bowl, it's being delayed till tomorrow. Hopefully this game can be played, but it's being delayed until tomorrow. And I'm sure this is all based on contingent on whatever they find in the investigation.
Oh, surely. And if they believe that the Superdome and the surrounding area will be safe enough to host that many people, that's all going to play a factor here. I do want to note, because we probably have a lot of people watching us right now who are not from New Orleans, maybe you're visiting, maybe you're from out of town and had a loved one here for the game this weekend. If you are seeking information about a loved one who you cannot get in touch with, there are resources available to you. NOLA Ready, which is ready.nola.gov, has information about where you can find a missing person or request resources if you have been displaced from your home or from your hotel. You can call 311 for assistance, but also UMC is having a reunification center. They were saying to meet at the, let me make sure that I'm accurate in this here. The reunification center for University Medical Center is on the 1st floor at the conference center, and that's right in the center of the hospital, right across from Patient Tower 2. So if you're looking for someone, that's the place to find them. You're seeing on your screen here, if you have any information that could aid in this search, now that we know that we're looking for multiple other suspects and we are piecing together a timeline of where this suspect that we know of has been, you can call the FBI. That number's on your screen. It's 504-816-3000. And again, if you're looking to connect with someone who was in this area or you cannot track down, you can call 311.
All right, and again, if you're just joining us right now, so far, and the Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said this a little bit earlier, that there is a potential that there could be more casualties. Right now, she says we're not giving a final number. She says that number is 10, but we have 35 people that are in the hospital, some with some very critical injuries, and they are unaware if we don't necessarily know. We hope that they pull out, and we hope that everyone makes it out of the hospital okay and can move forward with their lives. But unfortunately, they said that some of the injuries were very critical, so she's not really ready to give a final number now. But Oliver Thomas joined us a little bit earlier, and we saw Oliver Thomas at that news conference today, and he gave us an update from the emergency room where he discussed that some of the officers, 2 of the officers who were injured by gunfire and the shootout with that suspect, they are in high spirits. They're speaking, they're doing well. Other officers were visiting the emergency rooms to make sure that they were doing well. In regards to the people who were visiting or the people who were inside of the emergency room or in the hospital, I'm being told, and this is why we heard this from Ann Kirkpatrick earlier this morning and from Oliver Thomas, that apparently there are a lot of locals who are in that area, and that is because where they're centered at the entryway to Bourbon Street. So he believes that that's possibly why there were a lot of locals there. But I can only imagine it was just, maybe this was 3 hours after the clock struck midnight, 3 hours and 15 minutes after the clock struck midnight, and the potential for the amount of people that could have been there, even though it's been hours later, there were still a large number of people who were on Bourbon Street, and we could be talking far more casualties, unfortunately.
Yeah, and during that press conference, there was one reporter who asked Governor Jeff Landry how many of the victims were shot versus how many were actually hit by the truck, and he would not answer. He said, we'll get to that information when we get to it. And at this point, we do know we have identified 2 of the victims who have died, 2 of the 10, and we certainly hope that number does not climb. Those 2 victims, Tiger Besh, who was an athlete, and Nikira Dedo, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. She's an 18-year-old from Mississippi, and her family is already describing her as such a loving soul. And it's heartbreaking to think that here we are, not even 12 hours after this incident, and you're already hearing these stories about the victims. So we will of course identify them as we can. They're waiting to identify anybody until, police-wise at least, until everyone has been notified, next of kin, and no one finds out on the news.
Yeah, we have Nikira Dedo's picture on the screen, and from what we're told, she's only 18 years old, unfortunately, 18 years old, and she was visiting New Orleans for the New Year's Eve holiday, and we had some of our team speak with Nikira's family. She traveled to New Orleans again from Gulfport with a cousin to ring in the new year here, as so many people do all the time. She said that her mom says she just wants to see her baby, and she was the sweetest person. And to imagine just 18 years old and having to lose her life in such a way, it's very terrible.
And she was with her 18-year-old cousin and also their 18-year-old friend. I just cannot imagine the heartbreak for all of these families waking up on New Year's Day to find out that their loved ones did not get to see 2025. It's horrible, it's heartbreaking, and it's such a heavy feeling in the city today to know that we all woke up to hear all of this.
Yeah, a lot of people are, again, asking questions about the suspect here. Shamsud Dinjabar's information, that's the thing that we're getting out there. The most that we can tell you, he was a Houston, Texas resident. He was once in the military, and I don't know, did they say a little bit earlier if this person was honorably or dishonorably discharged?
I believe that they said that they're kind of looking more into his military background.
Yeah, they're trying to look a little bit more into his military background, but what we can tell you is an ISIS flag was found on that vehicle. If you look at the picture of the vehicle where it crashed initially, you will see a pole and a flag flying in the back, and they confirmed that while that is an ISIS flag, they can't confirm his actual affiliation to ISIS, and they don't know necessarily if this was someone who was inspired to commit an act of terrorism or if this is someone who is a member of ISIS, but they can confirm that they found that, and ask a lot of questions about not only his involvement in this, but the involvement of other people that were placing those IEDs throughout the French Quarter, and this also probably widens the scope to look outside of the French Quarter and see, were they attempting to just attack the French Quarter, or are they looking at other parts of the city of New Orleans? I'm sure that all local and federal law enforcement officers are on high alert.
Certainly. I mean, we just had that confirmed from the Associated Press not even 15 minutes ago, that we now know that there are at least 4 total suspects, including the one who is confirmed dead, involved in this situation. And that's what the FBI is looking for. They would not elaborate on that. Obviously, during the press conference, someone did say, why are you so confident that this man did not act alone? And they were not obviously going to show their cards about what they know and what they're looking for, but they're going to have to check pretty much every nook and cranny here of the French Quarter and make sure that this is safe, especially after finding several incendiary devices in several places here.
All right, for those across the country joining us right now, because all eyes are on this, because a tragic New Year's Day murder happened here in the city of New Orleans. We have a man driving a truck from Canal Street onto Bourbon Street, where he struck and killed 10 people and injured 35 others, some of them critically, in the hospital right now. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, who is our NOPD superintendent, would not give us a final number because right now people are still being treated in the hospital, and some of them have very serious injuries. But they did confirm to us that the suspect is dead and that the suspect was prepared for a war. He had guns in the car, IEDs, used his truck as a weapon as well, and also was dressed in military gear, as well as finding 3 other people, who allegedly have placed IEDs across the city.
Yeah, all law enforcement is now calling this a terror attack. They're treating it and investigating it as such. And we know that there are 2 scenes here. You have the French Quarter, and I would say, about a mile away is how far away the St. Roch community is. For those of you who are not familiar with New Orleans, these are 2 distinct neighborhoods where the Airbnb is and where Bourbon Street is here in the French Quarter of New Orleans. And that is where they believe that the suspect may have been staying. There was a fire there overnight, and I'm not sure if it was before or after this incident that it was reported, but there was a fire there, and there were the FBI, the ATF, canines, huge police presence there this morning. We did have people on scene. Here's a live shot right now. This is what it looks like on Mandeville Street at Urquhart. You can see there is a fire truck there. There's also a cordon there. You can see the police tape on either side. Right. And people were not able to go back to their homes. They were telling people to either stay put or to leave. And we did talk to some homeowners or people who lived in that area earlier who were kind of watching all of this unfold with agents on the doorstep of this Airbnb.
Yeah, there were many conversations that were happening leading up to New Year's Eve, and for a lot of people, of course, especially after the Christmas market attack that happened in Germany. And when you think about those happening in Germany, you think you're not that close to it, but there's so many things that can happen here in this in our own city, in our own backyards. But a lot of people were having conversations, especially regarding the game that's happening today, or was happening today, regarding safety, and if they felt pretty safe. And they said that, you know, with the amount of police presence that they had, what they saw and how the police were set up in New Orleans, visitors said they felt fairly safe. Now, Alyssa asked a very important question when they held the news conference around 1 o'clock earlier today, and that question was, you know, what can we say to people? What can we do to make them feel safe as we move forward for tomorrow's game? Yeah. There have been sweeps of the Superdome. Apparently, there is a sweep happening of the Superdome, of them looking at possibility of any incendiary devices, or making sure that there's nothing or no planned threat there, or making sure it's safe, because outside of just those games, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, we have several balls that are coming up. We're going straight into the Mardi Gras season. We are in one of the busiest seasons, and it's unfortunate because we're in a busy season, but we still don't have the police force, the numbers that we need to make sure that we can protect every aspect of this city. But with that being said, and Kirkpatrick does bring up a really good point, that we have seen the numbers, crime numbers, start to trend downward, and we have reported over the last few months that crime numbers have trended downward through their new policing efforts. In a
huge way, too. We've been talking about that because this is the end of the year, and that's usually when we see some of these crime numbers come in, is that homicides in New Orleans are down more than 40%. A lot of violent crime and non-fatal shootings also down around 40% in the city of New Orleans. Last year, we were the murder capital of the U.S., or maybe it was in 2022. And here we are with a huge drop in violent crime overall for the year of 2024. But Chief Kirkpatrick said, this is so different than your, I hate to say day-to-day violent crime. A terror attack is such a different thing, but it all still kind of plays into the perception of how safe you feel when you visit a city, when you live in a city, and you know, just walking down the street.
Yes, you know, we've heard from the highest of officials. President Joe Biden issued a statement a little bit earlier, and he says that he's been continually briefed since early this morning. That is regarding the horrific incident that occurred in New Orleans overnight. And the FBI, as we have mentioned, is taking the lead in this investigation. They're investigating this incident as an act of terror, and he'll continue to receive updates throughout the day. And he says he will have more to share as this information unfolds. And of course, issuing his condolences to the victims. We also heard from President-elect Donald Trump as well, who released a statement issuing his condolences to the victims and condemning the attacks as well. So we are hearing from everyone here.
Yeah, and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance also shared his thoughts on Truth Social. He said, heartbreaking violence last night in New Orleans. Such a beautiful and great American city. May God bless the victims and their families.
Yeah, we've heard every local official and statewide and federally, everyone who is investigating this, because this is the way that we're starting off our new year. And Oliver Thomas mentioned that this isn't an attack on just the city of New Orleans. This is an attack on America, and it's an attack on people. Domestic terrorism has happened throughout this country before. But we have people who are responding in all sorts of ways to prevent this from happening.
Yes. Right now, we've heard, as you mentioned, from pretty much every elected leader in our state. We're going to head now to, we heard from Royce Duplessis earlier, and we're going to hear a little bit from him.
Yeah, Mike and Brandon, we continue to get more lawmakers coming to UMC to see how these victims are doing. Right now, I'm joined by State Senator Royce Duplessis. And Senator Duplessis, this is not part of your district, but obviously it hits close to home, native New Orleanian. How are you feeling this morning, and what have you been briefed on so far?
Well, no new information at this time, other than the fact that we know that there may have been more than one individual beyond that person who was taken down in the front, the one who caused this act. There may have been others involved. That hasn't been confirmed, but we do believe that to be the case based on information we've received. But my reason for being here today is to really express my heartfelt condolences for the victims, those who we know who have perished, innocent lives lost during a time of celebration, a time of the new year, new life, and those who are here at UMC recovering. I'm grateful to law enforcement for their swift response. I'm grateful to the healthcare professionals here at UMC who are doing their job and their best to try to bring healing during this awful time. And as we continue to assess what may have gone wrong, what we know is that there was an individual who had his mind made up that he was going to cause harm and bring tragedy to a time of what should have been great celebration. And my message to all New Orleanians and everyone across the world who has us on their mind and on their heart is for us to come together and for us to lean on one another during this time as we go forward, which we know will be a moment where New Orleans will continue to be in the spotlight. Sugar Bowl tonight. We have the Super Bowl in a few weeks. We have Mardi Gras. So this is our time to come together, to stand together, and to obviously condemn this horrible act of terror. But now we have to think about the victims and express our love and support for one another.
Definitely, and we've heard from local lawmakers saying that they're looking at ways to improve safety in the Bourbon Street and downtown New Orleans area. On a state level, is there any chatter of what you all are looking to do or change?
Well, we had already taken many steps, as you know, over the past several months. A lot of resources had already been put into making the French Quarter safer to try to prevent incidents like this. So as law enforcement assesses what went wrong in terms of barricades and bollards that try to restrict vehicles from doing this very thing, law enforcement is going to make that assessment and then make future recommendations. Look, we know this is not the first time we've seen something like this happen. Anytime you have a large crowd congregating, it presents an opportunity for vehicles to harm innocent pedestrians, and that's what happened in this instance. So all of the assessments are being done by law enforcement right now, and anything that we can do at the state level, I'm going to work with my colleagues. I'm going to work with the governor. I'm going to work with local law enforcement to put whatever resources are necessary to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again.
Your day, I'm sure, completely disrupted like so many right now. What do you do today as a state senator for us here in New Orleans?
Yeah, well, there are obviously going to be more briefings. I'm going to be talking with local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement, everybody who's coordinating to get as much information as I can. I get calls from constituents, I get calls from the media, and I just want to make sure that we're communicating all accurate information and then just trying to look forward through what we have to do, which is to show up, and we have to be there for one another. So I just plan to make myself available for my constituents and for this city.
Well, we thank you for being with us here this morning at UMC, and we'll continue to bring you all updates from the hospital here. Not many things happening. Of course, earlier this morning was when the big rush of 26 people brought to UMC, of those 35 who were injured. And as you heard Councilman Oliver Thomas say earlier, he visited with those victims, was upstairs in the emergency room praying with the families, and he did deliver some good news that most of them are doing well. He said that the two officers who were shot were in stable condition, that they were up talking, and that Chief Kirkpatrick had been here to visit those officers as well. So that's the update that we have here from UMC at this hour. Reporting live from UMC, Lily Cummings, WWL Louisiana.
All right. Oh, there's just so much changing, I feel like, in the last few hours. Now might be a good time to kind of reset if you're just joining us here. We are talking about here a horrific terror attack is what law enforcement is calling it in the city of New Orleans. This happened around 3:15. We had a suspect from Houston, Texas go around a police car on Bourbon Street and plow into a huge crowd of people. At least 10 people are dead and 35 are injured. We know that the suspect is Shamsuddin Jabbar. He's 42 years old, and we know that in his car law enforcement found an ISIS flag and also some potential IEDs. And we also now know at this hour that there are 3 other suspects that the FBI is looking for. Those suspects were caught on surveillance video, 2 men and a woman stashing IEDs, potential IEDs, elsewhere in the French Quarter. And the FBI says they are aggressively chasing down every possible lead to find these people and make sure that New Orleans is safe.
I know that right now we do know that they set off, or really they kind of took care of 2 of those, and those other potential ones they did find and detonate them just in case. You know, we don't necessarily know if they were viable or not, but they took care of them. But then there's a question of where else they could be. You have those other people that participated in this. We don't know. The things that worry us a little bit right now is that we don't know necessarily when this person got here, when these people got here. Are we talking about him interacting with people who are local? And what is his connection to ISIS? While he may have had the ISIS flag in the back of his truck, we still don't know the affiliation that he has to this terrorist organization. And for the other 3 people, what is their affiliation to this man? Are they just supporters or people who are just in the area who wanted to help out in this situation? So again, you're looking right now, I don't know if this video was from a little bit earlier, but this was on Mandeville Street. So this is another thing that ties into this investigation. Apparently, there was a fire that happened, and our investigator confirmed for us that this happened after the attack at 5:15 a.m. And police firefighters responded to this area, and they were led to believe that this is an Airbnb that was rented to the suspect who was killed by police, and may possibly it's still being marked off. And community members have told us that it's been a busy scene all morning long. It's still being marked off. But when I last looked, I saw FBI agents, ATF agents, as well as our local New Orleans Police Department. And as you can see, SWAT agents there too.
And we have a reporter who is on the scene there we're going to connect with in just a minute to kind of see what they are seeing on the ground. But again, we've got 2 major scenes here. This one's still blocked off in the St. Roch neighborhood, but also law enforcement has really been combing through the French Quarter. And I could only assume that surveillance video is part of the reason that they were brought to some of these areas, if they have caught suspects on surveillance video. We know that Law enforcement swept the St. Roch Market, French Market, the Colonnade shops, and Café du Monde, which are also really big tourist areas that would normally be absolutely packed on a day like today with such a big event in town. We know that some of those properties were searched after suspicion, some of them as a precaution. So we don't see all the cards yet here from the investigation, understandably, but it really does seem like they have known for a while now that there are some other suspects out there and that they are working to find those people and where they may have hidden any kind of device.
Well, we've heard from the NFL, we've heard from the Sugar Bowl, the college football playoffs, we've heard from local and state officials and federal officials about a plan that was in place to try to stop attacks like this from happening. We have major events that happen in this community all the time. The NFL bringing another major event here with the Super Bowl, and they say they have met with local officials and with the Super Bowl host committee to discuss what that security plan is. Now the question here after this happened, is another security plan going to be put in place? Because people, while we talk about the bollards, as we've seen Ann Kirkpatrick mention, our superintendent, that he went around the bollards. He was able to get around and still get to people. We talk about police blockages, but he was able to drive around that police unit and get to people anyway. So now another plan is intensely in place, and city officials have told us, and those who come into the studio to interview with us have told us that they have sat down and they're having meetings already as early as this morning to discuss what needs to happen tonight, right now, because we can't think about what can happen just for the Super Bowl, but we have a number of things happening right now, and people who live here in everyday life who want to be protected. Because we see the French Quarter as a very big tourist attraction, but you have to remember this is a neighborhood. People do live there every single day, so the thought of having IEDs that could potentially impact people who are inside of their homes sleeping and resting, that could have potentially went off, is frightening.
Certainly, and you want to make sure that you've got all of them. I'm sure the FBI has a major investigation going on right now, and they want to make sure that they have all of these devices. And we have talked about how densely populated this part of town is, from the French Quarter all the way to the St. Roch area, and there's likely a lot of video of there are cameras everywhere, from crime cameras to surveillance cameras to the phones in people's pockets. We have cameras all over the place, and so I would hope that all of that video is helping aid in this investigation.
Yeah, our chief investigator David Hammer just let us know that that exact dispatch time was 5:18. So you have that attack that happens at 3:15 a.m. 5:18 a.m. a fire is called in, and NOFD extinguishes that fire, and that's when they call for the bomb squad. Whatever they found within that fire that they extinguished warranted a call from the bomb squad, and they've been there ever since. We've had reporters live out there on that scene attempting to figure out exactly what they found in there, or if anything needs to be detonated. But if we have any sense of something possibly happening, we do see that there were three other people, or we have seen rather that there were three other people that are working together, and it corroborates the FBI's investigation, believing that other people are involved.
And you're wondering about the timeline as well. So if that suspect was clearly not in that home at 5:15, what happened to set that fire, to start that fire, if that indeed was where he was staying? Do we have our reporter ready to go?
I think we had somebody, Jennifer Bellamy was going to join us in just a second. They're trying to figure some things out, but until they can, and if you all, please, if you want to continue to watch our coverage, we're on WWL Plus, WWLTV.com, and all of our social media channels, because I know that there's a lot of changing, moving parts where you may have some old information. We want to keep you fully updated on what we know, and we're learning more about our suspect. If we can put that information on the screen, and I don't know if my producer is trying to talk to me, but can we put that information about our suspect on the screen, a suspect who came from Texas, 42-year-old Shamsud Denjabar, and he came from Texas, drove out of Houston to New Orleans so that he could commit this act of terror. And we've heard responses from everyone across the country, police departments. The New Orleans Saints have recently released a response, as well as the NFL, and of course the Sugar Bowl officials, and everyone else rather who has any connection to what's happening here. So, I mean, we are hearing from people about what can potentially happen in this investigation. Right now, things are up in the air. The FBI is attempting to to really kind of crack this case. And based on the amount of information that we've gotten from them so far, I'd say they have some pretty strong leads. The New Orleans police, though, and for New Orleans city officials, it's not just about protection right now, it's protection in the future, because we have way too many events to offer ourselves up this way.
And with this suspect, there has been no question from the beginning about intention, but we're still kind of waiting to hear about the motive. They've been saying since the very beginning that this was not an accident at all. This person rented this truck and drove here from Texas, they say, with the intention to do this. And we saw in the video of that truck turning right from Canal Street onto Bourbon and just gunning it and go right into the crowd there. So the intention was there, the thought and premeditation, I would say, is there. But what we don't know of is exactly why this happened.
Right.
Why the connection, why New Orleans? What is the connection to this city? Like you said, were the people who helped carry this out, are they from New Orleans? Are they from somewhere else? All questions that we're hoping to answer in the coming days.
All right, so we have Jennifer Bellamy, who is from Atlanta, joining us right now. Jennifer, you were here to cover the Sugar Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct, but certainly this is a situation that is impacting so many people beyond just the Sugar Bowl. We're right here on Mayville and Mandeville Street, and this is where we have observed a large police presence. This has been going on for several hours, at least since the 5 o'clock hour, when we understand there may have been a fire. I'm going to step out so you can get a look at what we have been seeing and watching for you all day. Not a lot of information here about what's going on. We were told by New Orleans police that they are on the scene, as well as New Orleans Fire. They also tell us that the ATF and the FBI are here on the scene as well. We're told that any additional information would be coming from the FBI. We were told to wait for that news conference that came around 1 o'clock, but they did not have any additional information to give about what they are doing here at this hour. We've spoken with several neighbors who live in about this 2-block radius in both directions, saying that they had to be evacuated from their homes. Some telling me that took place around 8 o'clock this morning. Many leaving with their pets and the clothes that they had on at that time. There is a church that's been nearby that has opened its doors to try to give some comfort and help people get out of the cooler temperatures out here. But again, not a lot of information. Neighbors, though, tell me that they suspect there is an Airbnb on Mandeville here that is the center of the investigation that law enforcement has been focusing on. Again, they said it was an Airbnb. They said it's been somewhat an issue in the past because of the coming and going in what's normally a quiet neighborhood. Many of them telling me that they are heartbroken that their community here has potentially been linked to the Bourbon Street attack. Guys?
Jennifer Bellamy from our sister station in Atlanta, thank you so much for your reporting on the ground there. Certainly, it has been a long time. If they've been evacuated since 8 a.m., a 2-block radius, she said, around from that Airbnb. People left with the clothes on their backs and their pets, and are just trying to wait it out and see what happens here.
And I just saw the pictures there. Those are from neighbors that are in the area that took pictures from their homes looking down as they investigated this incident. The Department of Homeland Security, and this is something that came out maybe 2 days before Christmas, likely due to the fact that there was a car that drove through people during the German Christmas market. They heightened the risk of a similar casualty, mass casualty happening. They actually issued this, and they said lone offenders are most likely to target publicly accessible places with perceived lower levels of security. That includes parades, markets, outdoor markets, houses of worship, and other large gatherings or holiday events during the winter holidays. That is based on past incidents and identification of these types of targets and its message to supporters. When you think about all of the things, when you think about all of the things that come to play in the city of New Orleans, we had the Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, the Sugar Bowl parade. We had a Christmas Day parade. We had people that are visiting for the New Year's Eve celebrations that happen around Jackson Square. People who ring in the holiday on Bourbon Street. We have visitors that come from all over the country so that they can attend the football game for the Sugar Bowl. And then you have people that come who are just fans of New Orleans and who are just fans of Mardi Gras. As we kick off Mardi Gras on Monday, the start of 12th night. So everything that DHS issued a warning about.
We check every box.
Every single box. We check all of those boxes with the exception of a house of worship. But everything that we've done has been outdoors, and it creates something. It creates something for them to attack. So with that in mind, you have a lot of people. With that in mind, you have a lot of people who are concerned in the future as we have all of these events and as more people, hopefully, as people we don't want people to get inspired or any copycats to happen.
No,
that's what we don't want.
Absolutely not. And we're continuing to learn things about the victims in this incident as well as the day goes on. Our Whitney Miller is with us now. You have been taking a look at just some of the people who were hurt by this horrible incident today.
Right, you know, the names are slowly coming in. There's been numbers floating. 10 people have been confirmed to have been killed and upwards of 30 people injured. And that's what NOPD is comfortable with at this point of the confirming those who have passed away. But we've been able to identify just a few of them so far. The first death that we have confirmed was 18-year-old Nakaira Cheyenne Dido. She was from Gulfport, Mississippi. I know you've been talking about her a little bit. She was a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. I was scouring, Facebook, trying to find out more information about her and just to see all the love and support that's coming into her family. On that Facebook post, her mom posted and said, that her daughter was involved in this, and so it's really tragic to see that. They are heartbreaking for sure. The next thing that we learned about was a UGA student who was critically injured and is receiving medical attention. Now that student is unidentified at this time, but that information came from the university's president who made this tweet here, or on X. He made this post on X. That student has not been identified. In the statement though, the university's president said he was in touch with the student's family and has shared his concerns and well wishes. And it was a lengthy statement that he posted there. The next person that we have learned about who has passed away is 37-year-old father of two, Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners that he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by that vehicle. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. So one of the 30 plus that are being treated right now. And then the third fatality that we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh. I think y'all might have talked about him a little bit. A Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football player. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries later on this morning, and his athletic directors who confirmed his death to our partners, and she says that he was in New Orleans for the holidays, and Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021 and was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm. So obviously, families learning about this, and the reason why we don't know everyone's name right now is because their families have to learn about this, and they don't want to learn about it on the news, so they have to be notified before that information goes out.
It's unfortunate. Have you heard from, I know that there are a lot of people that are in town. Are we hearing from any fans or people who may have seen this all play out?
So there was somebody who sent us a message. They were trying to find their niece earlier today, and they were concerned. They were trying to call 311 and couldn't really get through. They did luckily find her, but she's on lockdown in a hotel. So I'm trying to get in touch with her just to see how she's doing. He said that she might be taking a nap right now because it's just very, obviously this is a lot.
Heavy.
It's heavy for the all that are involved. I mean, not only just to see it, to know that even if you weren't touched by the vehicle or even that close, if you were there maybe a few minutes before, that feeling of, I was just in that spot.
Yeah, that video that we saw, it's hard to watch. And I know that all of us, many of us have been on that corner of Bourbon Street before, even if you're just walking by.
At this point, it feels like ballers are not. I mean, that right there, turning onto the sidewalk, you couldn't even. How could you get out of the way? How
Yeah.
could you?
Oh,
move?
how could you could have never
You
seen
could have
it
never
coming.
seen it coming.
No.
Yes.
What
That's
a, what a
horrible.
tragedy.
Yes.
Yeah, I cannot imagine waking up on New Year's Day and hearing this news about your loved one.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Whitney.
Yeah, I'll keep doing some digging. This is
Yeah.
it's sad digging for
Yes.
sure.
It is.
You know, but
We
you know, a lot
appreciate
of
it, though.
people want you to know who their loved one was.
All right.
They're not just a name.
And what's the name if people are looking for someone, their loved one? How can they
You
find?
can call 311,
Okay.
and if you, I think you press 3 right when you
Okay.
get on 311.
Okay.
All right.
Good to know.
All
Thank
right,
you so
Whitney,
much,
thank
Whitney.
you.
Thank you.
Alyssa Curtis, I think, is joining us now. She was inside of that press conference where they talked a little bit more about what the FBI found, what local officials are doing, what state officials are doing, giving us a live look. Alyssa, what do you have?
Hey guys, yeah, we are now on Canal Street, just right in front of Bourbon, at the scene of where this all started. I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can see what is going on right now. Police have a really large area blocked off by crime scene tape. Again, as we've been saying all morning and now afternoon, there's every single type of law enforcement out here and working on this. LSP, Jefferson Parish, has a truck out here. NOPD, of course, we know FBI is the lead investigators on this incident right now. A big question so many people have had today waking up once they heard this information was, weren't there bollards? Aren't there barricades in the situation? Well, those barricades, those bollards were down. We now know from the press conference that we had a little while ago that they were not working, and they are part of the infrastructure package and plan that the city has been working on in preparation for the Super Bowl. So Mayor Cantrell said that they've been working to get these repaired and fixed and working better than they were working, and that's why they were not up at the time. Those are there in order to prevent situations like this. We know Bourbon Street is a heavy pedestrian area, so police always, not just on big events, but normally on normal weekends, don't want to have people driving through the street. So where those bollards would have been, they say that they had barricades and they had an NOPD truck out there, an SUV unit parked out there, but that did not matter. They say this person, the suspect, was so intent, so hell-bent on causing this carnage that he drove up and around the sidewalk to do this and commit this act. And police say, the governor says that he was just so intent on doing this that he could have come up and gone on the sidewalks on Canal. He could have done the same thing on any other street. So they're saying, yes, while there was a barricade, that he was going to do this no matter what. Again, they are working to get those fixed for and in time for the Super Bowl. Governor Landry said that he was planning to enact an emergency declaration tomorrow in preparation for the Super Bowl and all the events that we have coming up. He said, scratch that, we're enacting it right now. We are having this emergency declaration right now. That way, all of these resources that we need can be deployed to this situation right now. Again, you saw, I think we've seen all throughout the day, but especially during that press conference, just the unified response. Guys, when I tell you that room, there was barely any air in that room because of how many people, not only on our side, on the press side, wanting to learn more information and wanting to get to the bottom of this, but on the other side of the podium as well, we had every single council member out there. We had NOPD, we had FBI, we had JPSO Sheriff Joe Lapinto out there. It was completely packed, and I think that shows visually just how many resources they're putting into this. Obviously, we know the FBI, and this is a federal investigation at this point, but beyond that, not only into this incident, but keeping the city safe. We also know the Sugar Bowl has been postponed 24 hours, and they're really focusing on making sure people are safe and feel safe enough to be there. I asked about Bourbon Street. Obviously, people are going to want to celebrate after the bowl game tomorrow. They say that obviously right now it continues to be an active crime scene. So Bourbon is closed, but when they want to reopen, they're going to again have a strong police presence. This is such a fast-moving incident. We are getting information in so quick. Things are really changing and can change at the drop of a hat. Another thing I want to mention. Obviously, the main suspect has been killed. NOPD officers killed him once he started shooting at them. But FBI says that there are other